BookEmpathy.com presents Gamer by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. The walk would have been peaceful if it didn't end with a 12-hour desk shift. Gemma Aldrich moved through the sleeping capital, her breath forming small, transient clouds that vanished almost as soon as they appeared. The massive federal buildings loomed like silent spectators, their facades washed in the pale yellow of streetlights, windows dark and vacant. Her route was a habit worn smooth by repetition. Left at the dormant fountain, its basin filled with a skin of ice and the dank, mineral smell of wet stone, right past the shuttered coffee cart that smelled perpetually of stale grounds and spilled milk, across the plaza where the flag ropes tapped a lonely, metallic clink-clink against their metal poles. Her cancelled rideshare had forced this late shift. The driver's icon had hovered, unmoving, for 10 minutes before the app chimed, and a robotic voice announced the cancellation. She'd stared at her phone, the frustration a hot, tight knot behind her sternum. A cab would take 20 minutes to arrive. The walk was 15. The decision was simple, but it felt like a defeat, granting her a view of a Washington stripped of its frantic daytime crowds. The air was cold and still, carrying a metallic tang from the distant river. It was a city holding its breath. Her heels made a precise, hollow sound on the pavement, a metronome marking the time until her confinement. She passed a security booth, the guard inside a slumped silhouette behind glass, staring at a small screen. His face was a pale moon in the blue glow, his eyes fixed and unblinking. She met his reflection in the glass for a half-second, a woman in a practical coat, a worn leather bag slung across her body. He didn't look up, didn't register her passage. Her own reflection ghosted across the dark windows of a law firm, features set in the neutral mask of someone already mentally at her desk. She thought of the reports waiting for her, the endless streams of data to be logged and cross-referenced, work so granular it felt like building a mountain out of individual grains of sand. The silence around her was a vast, empty vessel, and her thoughts, usually a low hum of mundane worries. The credit card bill, the weird noise her refrigerator had started making, her mother's upcoming birthday, seemed to echo too loudly inside it, each one distinct and strangely amplified. The parking garage attached to her office building was a concrete cavern, its entrance a yawning mouth exhaling air several degrees colder than the night outside. She stepped in, the transition immediate. The city sounds, the distant whoosh of a lone car, the flag ropes, vanished, replaced by a dense, pressurized quiet. The fluorescent lights strung along the ceiling hummed a dull, persistent note, a sound that seemed to vibrate in her teeth and at the back of her skull. The smell hit her next, damp concrete, the faint, acrid scent of old motor oil, and underneath it all, the chill, mineral odor of enclosed space, of air that never moved. Her footsteps echoed sharply as she descended the ramp to the third level, the sound bouncing off the bare walls and low ceiling in a way that felt both isolating and exposing, as if announcing her presence to the emptiness. The third level was a landscape of empty gray bays marked by faded yellow lines. Her car, a 10-year-old compact, sat alone in a far corner, under a light that flickered intermittently with a soft, electrical buzz that made her jaw tense each time it stuttered. The space was otherwise empty, save for a single dark SUV with tinted windows idling near the stairwell door. It was a black Chevrolet Suburban, clean and polished, its dark paint reflecting the sickly glow of the fluorescence in distorted, liquid streaks. A faint plume of exhaust vapor, visible in the cold air, whispered from its tailpipe in a steady, thin stream. It was parked at an angle, its bulk blocking the lane that led directly to her parking spot. Gemma sighed, a sharp, visible exhalation of frustration that fogged briefly before her face. An obstacle on a night already full of them. She adjusted the strap of her bag on her shoulder, the leather creaking in the stillness. She could backtrack, go up a level and come around the long way, but that meant more time in this cold, echoing place, more minutes of that fluorescent hum. Simpler just to ask them to move. They were probably waiting for someone from the building, a fellow late shifter. She approached the driver's side, her steps measured, the click of her heels now contained and precise. The tint on the windows was so deep she could see nothing of the interior, just her own warped reflection approaching, a pale oval of face, the dark slash of her coat. She raised a hand, fingers curled, intending to tap on the glass. The engine cut off just as she drew near. The sudden silence was a physical thing. It rushed in to fill the space left by the low rumble, amplifying the relentless hum of the lights overhead into a high-pitched whine in her ears. Her hand, poised to knock, froze in midair, 6 inches from the dark glass. She stared at the blank, dark window. No one rolled it down. No interior light came on. The vehicle just sat there, silent and massive, a slab of sculpted darkness. A chill, sharper than the garage air, prickled the nape of her neck. She felt the fine hairs there stand up, a primal alert. Her shoulders tightened instinctively. This wasn't someone waiting for a passenger. Waiting passengers kept the engine running for heat. They looked at their phones. They glanced around. They didn't sit in perfect, motionless silence behind black glass. Her mind, usually dulled by routine, flashed with recent headlines she'd half-read over her morning coffee. The images surfaced, crisp and unwelcome. A grainy photo of a crime scene tape fluttering outside a townhouse 2 neighborhoods over. An email alert from the building's security office. A vague, boilerplate warning about a person of interest last seen in the metropolitan area. Details scant. The attached photo a pixelated blur. The stories she typically skimmed, filed away as background noise to a safe life, now felt immediate and personal. They clicked together in her head with a terrible, logical finality. Her breath hitched, a small, audible catch in the new quiet. Her chest felt tight, as if her lungs had forgotten how to expand. As she didn't wait. Gemma spun on the ball of her foot, a fluid motion born of panic. Her torso twisted, her weight shifted from her heels to the balls of her feet, her leather bag swinging out in an arc to thump against her opposite hip. She was moving back toward the ramp before the thought was fully formed, her low heels clicking a rapid, staccato rhythm on the sealed concrete. The sound was too loud in the cavernous space, a betrayal. Don't run, she thought, a frantic internal command. Walking fast is normal. Running is a signal. It tells him you know. But her pace was just shy of a jog, a fast power walk that strained the seams of professionalism. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat syncing with her footsteps. She focused on the ramp's upward slope 20 yards away, the way out. The air felt thicker, colder, harder to pull into her lungs, each breath a shallow, insufficient gasp. A figure emerged from behind a broad concrete pillar to her left, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper shadows pooled there. He moved with a terrible, efficient speed. There was no warning shuffle of feet, no cough. One moment the path was clear, the next he was simply there, materializing to cut off her route to the ramp. He was tall, dressed in dark clothing that absorbed the light, a jacket, jeans, boots. His features were obscured by the gloom and the pulled-down brim of a cap, but the sheer physicality of him, the width of his shoulders blocking her way, sent a jolt of pure animal terror through her veins, freezing the blood in her limbs for a split second. He was on her before the scream fully formed in her throat. It came out as a choked, strangled gasp as one of his arms, thick and unyielding, locked around her torso from behind, pinning her own arms to her sides. It was like being caught in a steel cable, a constrictor's coil. The breath was crushed from her lungs in a painful, soundless whoosh. She instinctively threw her head back, a sharp, jerking motion, hoping to connect with his nose or mouth. But he was too tall, her skull hitting the solid, muscular plane of his chest with a dull thud that rattled her teeth. His other hand came up and over her shoulder, pressing a cloth over her nose and mouth from behind. The smell was instant and overwhelming, sweet and cloying, like overripe fruit left to rot in the sun, and something chemical underneath, a hospital antiseptic scent gone terribly wrong. She tried to twist her face away, to turn her head into her own shoulder, but his palm was cupped firmly against the back of her head, his fingers splayed in her hair, holding the rag in place with immovable pressure. Panic ignited every nerve, a white-hot circuit. She struggled, a wild, thrashing motion devoid of technique, pure survival instinct. Her elbows jabbed backward, connecting with what felt like a hard, flat abdomen, but he didn't grunt, didn't loosen his grip a millimeter. Her shoes, with their slick leather soles, scraped and skidded for purchase on the concrete, finding none, her feet dancing a desperate, futile jig. She kicked backward, her heels connecting with his shins with solid thumps, but it was like kicking a tree trunk. She tried to bite the hand over her mouth, her teeth clamping down on the wet, chemical-soaked fabric and the hard, unyielding ridge of his fingers beneath. He didn't flinch. His breathing, a steady, calm rhythm, was a hot whisper against her ear. The garage began to tilt. It was a slow, nauseating lurch, as if the world were a ship listing in a heavy sea. The rows of fluorescent lights overhead streaked into blurred, luminous lines, smearing across her vision like rain on a window. The hum of them deepened, becoming a distant roar, like listening to the ocean from inside a shell. Her struggles grew weaker, her limbs turning to lead, the commands from her brain arriving late and muddled. The frantic kicking slowed to feeble, disconnected twitches. The pressure in her chest was immense, a weight. The world narrowed, tunneling down to 2 points of sensation. The reverb of a distant car alarm, a thin, electronic wail that seemed to stretch and warp into a single, endless note, and the suffocating, sweet scent saturating the cloth, filling her sinuses, pushing out every other thought until there was only the smell and the dark. Her consciousness frayed at the edges, dark threads unraveling from a tapestry. Sounds became muffled, as if she were sinking underwater, the garage sounds now coming through a thick layer of cotton. The grip around her torso was the only solid thing left, an anchor in a swirling, graying void. She felt herself being half dragged, half carried, her toes bumping over the seams in the concrete, her body a limp, heavy weight. The struggle was over. Her body was no longer hers to command. Then, a new sound cut through the muffled haze. A heavy, metallic thunk, followed by the high-pitched squeak of hinges needing oil. The SUV's rear door swinging open. She couldn't turn her head to see it, her neck muscles useless, but in her mind's eye, it was a dark cavity waiting, a rectangular mouth open to swallow her whole. Her consciousness, a thin, fraying strand, finally snapped. The last coherent thing to surface from the drowning blackness wasn't an image or a sound. It was a thought, clear and terrible in its finality, rising like a cold stone from the depths. All her previous confrontations, the heated arguments with faceless bureaucracy, the quiet battles against daily exhaustion, the small fears of being late, of not being enough, the irritations of canceled rides and flickering lights, had been rehearsals. Dry runs for a moment she never knew was coming. This was the final performance. And then there was nothing. In Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Katie's back hit the edge of the counter, the impact a dull shock against her spine that traveled up into her skull. Her legs simply refused to hold her, the strength gone from her muscles as if the tendons had been severed. She slid down a few inches, the laminate edge catching her jacket, before she managed to lock her knees. The body on her sofa wasn't a stranger. It was Todd. What was left of him? The cream-colored fabric was a soaked, dark ruin beneath him, a deep burgundy that was still spreading at the edges, seeping into the cushions with a slow, thirsty pull. Bones shone wet and white where the knife had gone too deep, over and over, not just puncturing but gouging, tearing rents in the plaid of his shirt and the flesh beneath. The air in her small living room was thick, a coppery, meaty smell that coated the back of her throat and lay heavy on her tongue. As she went still, a cold, professional silence descended, sealing off the scream building in her chest. She felt the transition in her own body. Her breathing slowed, became shallow and deliberate through her nose, in, hold for 2, out. She consciously dried her eyes with a hard blink, forcing the burn of tears back into her ducts. Her vision sharpened, focusing like a camera lens. Her hands, which had been trembling at her sides, steadied themselves, palms pressing flat against the cool laminate countertop. Her fingers curled, finding purchase on the edge. Her profiler's mind worked involuntarily, a machine clicking on. Her eyes, dry and unblinking, tracked the wounds, jagged, furious tears in his shirt and flesh. They catalogued the blood spatter on the wall behind the sofa, a high-velocity arc of droplets already browning at the edges like old rust. They noted the deliberate positioning of the limbs, one arm flung over the side, fingers brushing the rug, the other twisted awkwardly beneath his torso, the wrist bent at an impossible angle. Angle of entry suggests a right-handed assailant standing over the victim. Overkill indicates rage, personal grievance, or a need to ensure death. The display on the primary living space furniture is a message. It's for the person who lives here. The analytical floodgate opened before the emotional shockwave could fully land. The horror wasn't just the carnage. It was the profound trespass. He'd been a toxic mess, but this butchery was a message left on her doorstep, written in a language of violence only she was fully trained to read. Her gaze swept the room, taking in the specific violations. A framed photo of them from a hiking trip in Shenandoah, a rare, genuine smile on her face, lay face down on the floor by the television stand, the glass cracked in a spiderweb. A book he'd given her for her last birthday, a dense history of forensic psychology, sat on the coffee table, its dark blue cover spattered with a fine mist of rust-brown droplets. The room wasn't ransacked. Nothing was stolen. It was curated. A wave of nausea rolled up from her stomach, hot and acidic. She swallowed it down, the muscles of her throat working against it. Agent Ford, the voice cut through the static in her head, sharp and real. Do you need medical attention? She blinked, the movement gritty, as if her eyelids were coated in sand. Her small living room was now crowded with strangers in dark uniforms and rustling white Tyvek suits. The overhead light, which she never used, was blazing, casting harsh shadows and turning the blood black in its glare. The light fixture hummed, a low electrical buzz she'd never noticed before. She had no memory of them arriving. The transition from solitary horror to chaotic invasion was a blank splice in the film of the morning. The first sound must have been a siren, a distant wail growing closer, then the heavy, rapid thud of boots in the hallway. Shouted commands, Metro PD. Clear the hall. The splintering crack as the door, already ajar, was pushed fully open, the knob striking the wall behind it. Then they were just there. A flood of bodies and noise and purpose, trampling the carpet with overlapping shoe prints in the pile, their voices layering over each other until they became a formless buzz. "I'm fine," she managed, her own voice sounding thin and far away like it was coming from another room. The officer, a young woman with a pinched, concerned face and a nameplate that read Vasquez, took a step closer. "Ma'am, you're very pale. You should step outside, get some air. Let us do our work here." Her tone was gentle but firm, the practiced cadence of someone used to dealing with the freshly traumatized. Katie shook her head, a tight, jerky motion. Her fingers curled against the laminate countertop until her knuckles were white and the edges bit into her palms. She was clinging to it, an anchor in the swirling room. "I'm fine right here," she repeated, her voice gaining a fraction of strength, the automatic response of an agent used to asserting control at a scene. Officer Vasquez's eyes flicked to the couch and back, her concern deepening into something more professional, more assessing. "You found him." Katie gave a single, stiff nod. "Did you touch anything? Move anything?" "No," the word was a dry scrape. "I came in. I saw. I stayed right here." Her mind clawed backward through the blurred hours, past the terrible stillness of the present, to the violent noise of last night. The rain-slicked concrete of the parking garage under the yellow glow of sodium lights, the echo of their voices bouncing off the low ceiling, and the lines of silent cars. "You think you're better than everyone now, Katie. Is that it?" The great profiler, too good for the mess she helped create, Todd's voice was a sneer, his face flushed with drink and spite. He'd been waiting by her car, leaning against the driver's side door, blocking her in. "Get away from my car, Todd. We're done." There's nothing left to say. She tried to walk past him, her gym bag heavy on her shoulder. He'd grabbed her arm, his fingers digging in. "Nothing to say. You wreck my life, you drag me through that psycho's circus, and you have nothing to say?" His breath was visible in the cold, damp air smelling of cheap whiskey. "Let go," her voice had gone low and dangerous, the tone she used on suspects. He hadn't let go. He'd leaned in closer. "Or what? You'll profile me. Go on. Tell me what I'm thinking." The rage, banked for months, had ignited. It wasn't a thought, it was a reflex. Her body coiled, her right fist drawing back, her weight shifting onto her back foot. She saw his eyes widen a fraction, not with fear but with a perverse triumph. He'd finally gotten a real reaction. Her fist connected with the hinge of his jaw. The impact sent a jolt up her arm, a satisfying, awful crack of bone on bone that was louder than she'd expected. His head snapped sideways. He stumbled back 2 steps, releasing her arm, his hand flying to his face. He looked at her, stunned, a thread of blood already seeping from the corner of his lip. The immediate regret was a cold wash, followed by a surge of adrenaline that made her hands shake. She left him there, slumped against her car, clutching his face, a string of slurred curses following her as she wrenched the door open. She'd driven to a cheap hotel off the Beltway, her hands gripping the wheel at 10 and 2, her knuckles white. The rain on the windshield had blurred the taillights ahead into red streaks. She wanted anonymous walls between her and the whole world, Todd, and the ghost of the monster who'd slipped his cage. The lobby had smelled of artificial citrus and mildew. The clerk hadn't looked up from his phone. She paid in cash for a single night, the bills damp from her pocket. Room 214 had been a box of beige and brown, the air stale, the hum of the highway a constant whisper through the thin window. She sat on the edge of the bed, still in her jacket, and stared at the generic landscape print on the wall until the gray light of morning seeped around the curtains. Coming back this morning for a change of clothes, a toothbrush, a moment of normalcy, she'd found this. The door had been slightly ajar. A sliver of darkness that felt wrong, a gap that showed none of the familiar hallway light from the sconce opposite. She'd pushed it open, her gym bag still in her hand, the strap cutting into her shoulder, and seen the shape on the sofa. She de-forced herself to look, not as a profiler dissecting a crime scene photo, but as the person who'd once known the smile, the touch, the voice of the ruined thing on her couch. The analytical part of her mind, now fully awake and shrieking, supplied the culprit's name with absolute, chilling certainty: Calvin Calloway. The thought was a cold stone dropping through her gut, pulling everything down with it. She felt a slight sway, her hand pressing unconsciously against her stomach. Her mouth went dry, her tongue sticking to the roof of her mouth. Her knees threatened to buckle again. Movement flickered at her periphery. A man in a plaid bathrobe, his hair mussed from sleep, was peering in from the hallway with wide, uncomprehending eyes. He took in the uniforms, the white suits, the solemn faces, and his gaze drifted past them to the couch. His mouth fell open, a soft O shape. "Everything okay?" he stammered, his voice too loud in the hushed room. "I heard a thump late. Like something heavy. I saw the door open just now, thought maybe you'd left for work and it didn't latch." His words trailed off as his brain finally processed the tableau: the blood, the unnatural stillness of the form on the sofa, the professional gravity of the people in the room. His face paled. "Oh God. Is he? Out?" Now, a detective with a grizzled jaw and a coffee stain on his tie roared, not even turning fully. A uniformed officer quickly moved, placing his body between the neighbor and the living room, a firm hand on the man's shoulder. "Sir, you need to return to your apartment," the officer said, his voice calm but leaving no room for debate. "An officer will be with you shortly to take your statement. Please go back inside." The neighbor, Mr. Henderson from 4B, allowed himself to be guided back, his eyes still locked on the couch until the officer physically turned him. "But I heard it," he protested faintly, his confusion giving way to a dawning horror. The door clicked shut firmly behind him, muffling his fading questions. "Neighbor from down the hall," the same detective grunted, answering Katie's unasked question as he scribbled in a small, leather-bound notebook. "He didn't look up. Said he heard a thump around 3 a.m., thought it was a door slamming. Got up to get water an hour ago, saw your door standing ajar a few inches. Called it in. Patrol found this." He finally glanced at her, his eyes assessing, impersonal, moving from her face to her hands, checking for cuts, for blood, to her posture, reading her shock like a gauge. "You're the tenant. Katie Ford." "Yes," she said, the word a dry scrape. He gave a short nod, his pen moving again. "Detective Miller. You're gonna need to wait. Don't touch anything. Don't leave. Someone will take your full statement." Katie pushed away from the counter, her legs feeling wooden and unreliable. She moved like a sleepwalker, past the technicians who moved with a slow, deliberate choreography, their plastic-swathed feet whispering on the carpet. One was sealing small plastic bags into a hardened metal case with a series of definitive clicks. A cotton swab with a rust-colored tip. It's a vial of liquid. Her eyes tracked past it to the low coffee table, its surface usually cluttered with remote controls and a half-read book. There, placed with chilling precision near Todd's dangling, blood-caked hand, was a small, hand-carved wooden horse figurine, no more than 3 inches tall. Its pose was static, one foreleg raised as if in mid-step. The carving was crude but recognizable. The wood a dark, aged oak, polished smooth in spots by handling, the grain visible like tiny topographical lines. Her breath hitched, a sharp, painful intake that burned her lungs. Calloway's signature. The carnival horses from his childhood, from the twisted fairy tale of his father's traveling show. He was here. In her home. He had stood in this space, breathing this air, and left his mark. A claim. A greeting. A cold sweat broke out along her hairline, a prickling sensation that spread down her neck. The room tilted, the walls seeming to lean in, the ceiling pressing down. She caught herself on the edge of the television stand, her palm flat against the cool, dusty wood. She focused on the grain under her skin, on the tiny splinter that caught on her thumb, on steadying her breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, a rhythm she used at shooting ranges. Calvin was here. In D.C. The bars were gone. The protocols, the safeguards, the entire justice system had all failed. He was out, and his first stop was her living room. The reality of it was a physical pressure on her sternum, making it hard to draw a full breath. As the technicians focused on logging the larger evidence, photographing the body from every angle with the loud shutter click of a DSLR, the flash bursting white and leaving purple ghosts in her vision, measuring distances with a yellow tape that ZZ-zipped as it extended, Katie's hand moved quietly, automatically. She pulled her phone from her jacket pocket, her movements small, her body angled away from the room, presenting her back as if she were just bracing herself against the stand. She cradled it in her palm, thumb finding the camera icon. She angled it, her body shielding the screen from view, and took a single, clear photograph of the wooden horse, ensuring the bright yellow evidence marker with its bold 7 beside it was also in the frame. The phone made a soft, artificial shutter sound. She flinched, her shoulders tightening, but the other noises in the room, muttered conversations, the crinkle of plastic, the detective's radio spitting static, swallowed it. Proof. Private, professional proof that she could study, that wasn't subject to evidence lockup and chain of command delays. She slipped the phone back into her pocket, the weight of it suddenly feeling immense, just as a tech in white finally turned, holding a fresh evidence bag, and carefully used stainless steel tweezers to lift the figurine from the table. He held it up to the harsh light, squinting, turning it over to examine the underside, before lowering it into the bag and sealing it with a rasp of the zipper. Panic, hot and sudden, a live wire touching her spine, propelled her out the door. She needed air that didn't smell of death and violation, air that wasn't shared with the ghost of Calvin Calloway. She stumbled into the hallway, which was now a gauntlet of uniforms, detectives in rumpled suits smelling of stale coffee and cigarette smoke, and the lingering, curious faces of other apartment doors cracked open, backlit by the weak morning light from windows at the end of the hall. The noise hit her, a wall of muttered conversations, bursts of radio static, the squeak of shoes on the worn industrial carpet that was a faded, muddy green. The air out here was cooler, but it carried the scent of old cooking from last night's dinners and the lemon-scented disinfectant from the custodial closet down near the elevators. "Did you kill your boyfriend, Agent?" a low male voice said from a huddle of uniforms near the stairwell door. It was conversational, not an accusation hurled at her, but a theory discussed in her presence. "FBI disgrace, what did you expect when they let women play cop?" Another answered, just as quiet, just as clear. A younger voice, trying to sound hardened. "Think you're gonna get away with this? Pretty privilege only goes so far." The questions weren't directed at her, just loud conversations meant to be overheard, judgments passed like currency among the men who now controlled her space. Her skin prickled, a flush of heat rising up her neck and into her cheeks. A camera flash went off from down the hall, a news photographer already on scene, a stark white burst that left jagged purple spots in her vision. She flinched, bringing a hand up to shield her eyes, the afterimage burning. A strong hand clamped on her bicep, fingers digging in through the fabric of her jacket. Forward. This way. Now. Nina Shaw. Her partner was here, dressed exactly as she'd been when they'd parted ways yesterday afternoon. Same dark trousers, same practical boots, same leather jacket smelling faintly of rain and gun oil. Her face was drawn, tight with a controlled urgency, her lips pressed into a pale line. "Nina, what is this?" Katie's voice was raw, cracked from disuse. "Later." "Move." Nina tried to force a corridor through the crowd, using her shoulder to nudge a uniformed officer aside with a solid thump, her free hand held up like a blade. "It's FBI coming through." Make a hole. But the official scrum was a solid wall of bodies and purpose, a knot of human curiosity and procedure that didn't want to unravel. A crime scene tech carrying a large case blocked the path, arguing with a detective about log numbers. Katie suddenly planted her feet, the rubber soles of her shoes squeaking in protest on the linoleum tile at the hallway's edge. "Wait," the professional instinct broke through the shock, a lighthouse beam in a fog. In the mental replay of the last few minutes, one detail glowed with urgent significance. She leaned closer to Nina, lowering her voice to a thread. "I saw it. His signature." "Not here," Nina hissed, her eyes darting to the listening faces around them, her grip tightening on Katie's arm, pulling her toward the stairwell door. Yes. Here. In my living room." The words felt dangerous, like admitting a contagion was loose in the building's ventilation system. But they had to know. The scene techs might miss it, file it as a generic knickknack. Katie turned and shoved back through the crowd, ducking under the yellow crime scene tape that now barred her own doorway, the plastic rustling against her back. She went straight to the tech, now labeling the evidence bag with the horse inside, his marker squeaking on the plastic. "That figurine. The wooden horse. Where exactly was it placed?" Her voice was stronger now, taking on the tone of an agent requesting a briefing, though it still held a tremor beneath the surface. Nina was at her side in an instant, a solid, angry presence radiating heat. "Katie, for God's sake, you can't be in here. This is an active scene, you're compromised, you're a potential witness." The technician, a man with tired eyes behind protective goggles and a 5 o'clock shadow at 9 in the morning, looked up wary. He held the bag away from her slightly, as if she might try to grab it. "It's logged, Agent. You'll see it in the report. Precise coordinates, photos, the whole nine. You need to clear the scene." Now, his voice was firm, fatigued, the voice of a man who'd had this argument with too many cops who thought they were the exception. Katie's eyes locked on the bag, on the small, dark shape inside the clear plastic. She didn't touch it. She didn't need to. She had the photo. But she needed them to know she'd seen it, that she recognized it, that this wasn't just some random knickknack. "It's a signature. From an old, closed case. Calvin Calloway. You need to flag that evidence for violent crimes, direct to Shaw and Ford. It's a direct link to a fugitive." The tech just stared at her, his expression blank, then glanced at Nina, his eyebrows raising slightly. "Get your person under control." She was already moving, turning away, Nina following close behind, creating a wedge through the gathered personnel. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and the coppery tang from the other room. A detective with a thick salt and pepper mustache and weary eyes reached out a hand to stop them, his palm landing on Katie's shoulder. "Agent Shaw, she's a witness. She needs to give a statement. You can't just spirit her out of here." "This is my scene." Nina's badge was in his face, held so close he had to lean back, and her look was pure forged steel. "She's federal material, and she's in my custody. You'll get your statement through proper channels. You have my card." "Move," her tone brooked no argument, each word clipped and final. The detective's hand dropped from Katie's shoulder, and he stepped back just enough to let them pass, his mouth a grim, dissatisfied line. He'd be making a call of his own, Katie knew. They didn't wait for the elevator. They took the stairs, a concrete well-painted a grimy industrial beige, their footsteps echoing in a rapid, frantic percussion that bounced off the cinder-block walls. Katie took them two at a time, her hand skimming the cold, gritty metal railing. Nina was right behind her, a buffer against anyone who might follow, her own breaths coming in sharp, controlled bursts. The stairwell smelled of damp concrete and stale urine from the corner of the landing below. A flickering fluorescent light on that landing cast jumping shadows, making the descent feel surreal, disjointed. They burst out a rear fire exit into a narrow service alley, the metal door banging against the brick wall with a sound like a gunshot. The sudden burst of cold, damp morning air was a shock, clearing the cloying scent of blood and death from Katie's nostrils, replacing it with the smell of wet asphalt and the sour, sweet rot from overflowing dumpsters. Gray light filtered down between the buildings, not yet strong enough to chase the shadows from the alley. Nina's unmarked sedan was parked crookedly, its driver's side tire up on the curb, its engine already running, a plume of white exhaust hanging in the cold, still air. They piled in, doors slamming in unison with heavy, final thunks that sealed them in a bubble of relative quiet. Nina didn't bother with seatbelts. She threw the car into reverse, tires squealing on the wet asphalt as she backed off the curb, then shot forward, the car lurching into the narrow alleyway. She took the corner fast, the sedan's chassis leaning hard, throwing Katie against the door, the seatbelt warning chiming a frantic, ignored rhythm. They left the scene, the building, the nightmare behind in a roar of acceleration, the world outside the windows blurring into streaks of gray brick and brown dumpsters, then the brighter colors of early morning storefronts. Nina drove without speaking for half an hour, her knuckles pale on the steering wheel, her eyes constantly checking the mirrors. Rear view, side, a quick glance over her shoulder. She drove with a grim focus, her jaw set, leaving the dense city blocks with their early morning traffic, delivery trucks double parked, buses exhaling diesel fumes, until the buildings gave way to sparse suburbs with strip malls and gas stations, then to the deep, green embrace of towering evergreens that pressed in on both sides of the winding road. The sky was a uniform gray, pressing down on the treetops, a low ceiling that promised more rain. The only sounds were the hum of the tires on asphalt, the rhythmic swipe of the windshield wipers on intermittent, and the rush of air past the windows. Katie watched the world go by without seeing it, her mind a relentless replay of the dark ruin on her sofa, the white bone gleaming under the harsh light, the dark wood of the horse against the pale grain of her coffee table. Nina pulled off the two-lane highway onto a gravel overlook that was little more than a widened shoulder above the still, dark water of Lake Quinault. Gravel popped and crunched under the tires, pinging against the undercarriage. She cut the engine. The silence that followed was immense, broken only by the distant, lonely cry of a bird and the faint, rhythmic lap of water against a rocky shore far below. The smell of pine and damp earth seeped into the car, clean and cold. Droplets of condensation began to form on the outside of the windshield, blurring the view of the gray expanse merging with the gray sky at a blurred horizon. "You're staying with me," Nina stated, not asking. She stared straight ahead through the glass, her hands still resting on the wheel. Place is a cabin, technically. Remote location. Serious security system, motion sensors, cameras, the works. 2 German shepherds that would happily eat a trespasser and ask for seconds. It's the only play. You can't go to a hotel. You can't go to a friend's. They'll find you, or the press will. It's not up for debate. Katie just nodded, a slow, heavy motion. Her forehead was pressed against the cool window glass, the chill a small anchor. She watched a single, yellowed leaf detach from a branch of a nearby alder and spiral down in a slow, twisting dance toward the opaque water below. The full weight of it was settling, a leaden blanket smothering everything, the sharp fear, the nebulous grief for what she and Todd had once been, the hot anger at the violation. All that was left was a cold, dense certainty. She was in the crosshairs. But first, Nina said, her voice low and deliberate in the quiet car. She turned in her seat, the leather creaking with the movement. She didn't reach out, just fixed Katie with a look that was stripped of all partnership, all their shared history of case files and bad coffee, and watching each other's backs, leaving only the stark, unforgiving lens of an investigator. I need you to say it. To me. Did you do this? Katie's head snapped around so fast her neck protested, a sharp twinge. Are you insane? The words burst out, hot with a fresh wave of shock that burned away the numbness. You think I killed Todd. You saw him. That was butchery. That was rage. That wasn't me. Her hands came up, palms out, as if to push the accusation away physically. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of indignation and hurt. I need to hear you deny it. For the record in my own head, Nina's eyes didn't waver. They scanned Katie's face, looking for the microexpressions, the unconscious tells. Because what I'm looking at is a crime scene that screams personal. Deeply, violently personal. And you have a very personal, very public history with the victim that ended in a physical altercation last night, witnessed by half the garage security cameras. So I'm asking, did you go back? After the hotel? Did you go back to talk, to finish it, and did it go wrong? I didn't kill him. Katie forced the words out, clear and hard, looking directly into Nina's searching eyes, refusing to blink, to look away, to show any hint of guilt that wasn't there. I fought him. I hit him once. I left him in the garage, alive and swearing at me. I got in my car and I drove to a hotel. The Marriott Courtyard off exit 17. I paid in cash. I was in room 214 from approximately 11 p.m. until 6:30 this morning. I came back for clothes. I found him dead. That's it. That's the sequence. She laid it out like evidence on a table, each fact a discrete, clean object, her voice flat and measured. Nina studied her, the scrutiny so intense Katie felt physically prodded. She knew what Nina was looking for. The dilation of her pupils, a flicker of the gaze to the left, the creative side, where lies are constructed, a slight, unconscious swallow, a tremor in the hands. Katie kept her hands still in her lap, her breathing even. She was telling the truth, and she needed every fiber of her being to broadcast that signal. Then Nina's eyes dropped, and she looked away, out at the gray expanse of the lake. She let out a long, slow breath that fogged the window beside her. It looks bad. You were the last person seen with him, and it was a violent encounter. The press will have the story by noon if they don't already. Jealous FBI agent, toxic ex-boyfriend, blood in the apartment. It's a cable news producer's wet dream. They'll be digging up your service record, your commendations, turning them into motives. Ambition. Ruthlessness. They'll paint you as the ice queen who finally snapped. I know what it looks like, Katie whispered, the words barely audible over the sound of a light rain beginning to patter on the car roof, a soft, steady percussion. The full, grotesque architecture of the nightmare was becoming clear, room by terrible room. The public trial was already beginning. So who called it in? You didn't. Your phone records will show that. Katie checked her phone, her movements mechanical. The screen was cold and bright in the dim car. The call log showed no outgoing calls since yesterday afternoon, a check-in with Glenn, a missed call from her sister. Nothing to 911, nothing to the precinct. No digital footprint to corroborate her timeline of discovery. She showed the screen to Nina, the list of calls glaringly short, a testament to her isolation. And nothing. An anonymous tip to the neighbor, maybe. Or a call directly to the Metro PD switchboard from a blocked number. And who do we know who loves to orchestrate, to puppet master from the shadows, who gets off on watching the chaos unfold? Nina's jaw tightened, a muscle flickering just below her ear. He's here. And he's not just hunting. He's setting a stage. With you as the star. The fallen agent. The murderer. He's trying to frame me. The words tasted like ash. They were logical, professional. They didn't capture the visceral horror of being chosen as his canvas. Worse, Nina said, turning back, her dark eyes grave, the lines around them deeper in the gray light. He's trying to unravel you. Isolate you. Make you doubt yourself, your memories, your actions. Make the world doubt you. It's his specialty. The psychological siege. He doesn't just want you in a cell. He wants you broken, questioning your own sanity, watching your life burn down from the inside while he watches from the front row. Nina's laugh was a hollow, breathy sound with no humor in it. He's already winning. Look at us. Sitting in a car in the woods, having this conversation. Me asking if you're a killer. You having to prove you're not. He's already in the room. He's in this car. He made a mistake, Katie said, the cold clarity returning, focusing her mind like a lens tightening. The professional compartment opened, pushing the personal horror aside into a locked box. She pulled out her phone again, her fingers steady now, and brought up the photograph. The image was stark, clinical under the flash. She showed it to Nina. He got arrogant. He couldn't resist signing his work. Not to the police. To me. It's a love letter. Nina took the phone, her brow furrowed. She zoomed in on the image of the carved horse against the grain of her coffee table, the evidence marker clear beside it. His token. The carnival's thing. He left it at your apartment. That's bold. Reckless. It ties him directly to the scene. It's a risk. It's bragging. It's claiming the scene. But he'd need a source for these. He can't just whittle them in a prison cell or a motel room. He'd need a workshop, a stash, tools. That wood is specific, reclaimed timber from old carnival rides from his father's show. He's sentimental in the sickest way. There'll be a supplier, a specialty lumberyard, a hobbyist forum, a record of a purchase or a theft. It's a physical object. It leaves a trail. Katie's voice gained speed, the analysis flowing, a lifeline in the chaos. It was something to do, a puzzle to solve that wasn't about her own ruin. Before Nina could answer, her phone rang, the vibration loud and insistent in the silent car, buzzing against the plastic of the cup holder like an angry insect. The screen lit up with a number that made her posture stiffen, her shoulders squaring as if coming to attention. She answered, putting it on speaker. Her voice was flat, professional, devoid of any warmth. Sure. The voice that came through was crisp, authoritative, slightly distorted by the speaker but unmistakable in its command. Agent Shaw. Where is Agent Ford? Nina's eyes met Katie's, a flash of warning in them, a silent command to stay quiet. And she's with me, sir. We're securing a location. Assessing the threat level. The scene at her residence suggests the possible involvement of a high-priority fugitive. Your orders are to bring her in. Now. To the Hoover Building. There are questions that require immediate answers regarding the incident at her residence. The voice left no room for interpretation, no space for negotiation. It was a recitation of fact, a directive from the machinery of the Bureau. Sir, with respect, given the nature of the crime scene and the potential involvement of Calvin Calloway, I believe her safety is compromised at a federal facility. The fugitive has demonstrated a specific fixation. A safe house protocol would be. Your beliefs are not relevant to your orders, Agent Shaw. The voice was final, a guillotine blade dropping. This is a homicide investigation on her premises. She is a material witness at minimum. You will deliver her to the Deputy Director's office within the hour. Is that understood? Acknowledge. Nina's expression hardened into something unreadable, a mask of professional compliance that smoothed the anger from her features, leaving them blank, a slate. Only a slight tick in her cheek, a tiny pulse of tension, betrayed her. Understood, sir. We're en route. The call ended with a soft click. The forest quiet rushed back in, but it was different now, charged with a new kind of dread. The fragile peace shattered. The rain pattered a little harder, a steady drumming on the roof, a rhythm counting down the seconds. Nina slowly placed her phone back in the cup holder. She didn't look at Katie for a long moment, her hands resting on the steering wheel at 10 and 2, her gaze fixed on some distant point on the lake where the rain was beginning to pockmark the surface, creating 1,000 tiny, overlapping circles. I'm sorry, Katie. The words were quiet, stripped bare of any agent-partner inflection. They were just words from one person to another, heavy with helplessness. What is it? Katie asked, though she already knew, the cold stone back in her gut, heavier than before. Nina started the car, the engine turning over with a roar that shattered the last of the piece. The windshield wipers swept back into motion, squeaking against the glass. She pulled back onto the road, gravel spitting under the tires, heading not deeper into the woods toward the safety of the cabin, the dogs, the security system, but back toward the highway. Back toward the city. Back toward the machine. That was the director. My orders are to bring you in. Now. You're not a protected witness. You're a person of interest. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The walk to the interrogation room was a silent gauntlet run by 3 capital city officers. Their footsteps echoed with a hollow, institutional rhythm on the polished linoleum floor, the sound too loud in the hushed corridor. Katie moved between them, her own steps measured, her eyes fixed on the back of the lead officer's uniform jacket. She noted the faint strain at the shoulders, the crispness of the press, a single stray thread near the collar. She catalogued the hallway, The pale green walls, the wire-reinforced glass in the office doors they passed, the humming of overhead fluorescent lights that cast a sickly, shadowless glow. The air smelled of industrial cleaner and stale coffee, undercut by a faint, sweet hint of lemon-scented polish from the floor. It was a smell of bureaucracy and waiting, of processed grief and controlled panic. She felt their presence at her elbows, not touching her, but forming an inescapable perimeter. They weren't guiding a colleague, they were escorting a person of interest. The distinction was a cold weight that settled behind her sternum, a constriction that made each breath feel shallow and deliberate. Her shoulders tightened, her spine straightening to a rigid line as if bracing for a blow. She focused on the scuff marks on the floor ahead, the pattern of their progress, the way the light gleamed dully on the toe of the officer's right boot with each step. Anything to avoid the thought of what room lay at the end of this hall. A door to their left stood ajar, the sound of a heated, muffled conversation spilling out, a detective's gruff voice saying, "He's not changing his story, we need the phone logs." Before the door was kicked shut by someone inside, the sound a sharp, final crack. They passed a bulletin board layered with faded memos, community outreach flyers, and a missing persons poster with a photo gone yellow at the edges. The hum of the lights seemed to amplify, a high-pitched whine at the edge of hearing. She became acutely aware of the texture of her own blouse against her skin, the slight drag of her trousers at her knees as she walked. The escort wasn't rough, but its formality was a violence of its own. Every glance from a passing clerk in the hallway felt like a brand. She kept her chin level, her gaze forward, but her peripheral vision caught the subtle shifts as people noticed the procession, and then quickly looked away. When the door at the end of the hall opened, the space felt smaller than it was, compressed by the sheer mass of waiting figures and their collective, focused attention. The air inside was several degrees cooler, dry and tinged with the ozone scent of old electronics, and the faint, acrid note of nervous sweat that no amount of cleaning could erase. Director Robert Cowell occupied one corner, his posture rigid, his hands clasped tightly on the table before him. The usual avuncular creases around his eyes were gone, ironed flat by severity. Two unfamiliar men in suits of conservative, expensive cut flanked him, their faces closed and assessing. Against the two-way glass, which reflected the room back in a distorted, smoky mirror, stood two more uniforms, their arms crossed, their expressions professionally blank. 5 pairs of eyes tracked her entrance, a physical pressure that made the skin on her neck prickle. She paused just inside the threshold, her own gaze sweeping the room, taking in the single empty chair, the bolted-down metal table, the tiny red light of a recording device winking like a malevolent eye from a black box on the wall. The floor was a scuffed gray vinyl, and the only sound was the low, persistent hum of the ventilation system, pushing the chilled air around. The two-way glass had a slight greenish tint, and she could see the ghostly, warped reflection of the uniformed officers in it, their faces elongated and strange. The table's metal surface was pitted with countless tiny scratches, a topography of past interrogations. "Agent Ford." "Sit," Cowell commanded, his voice devoid of its usual professional warmth, pared down to its bureaucratic bones. He gestured with a stiff hand to the men beside him. "David Lear, Public Affairs. Derek Vance, your counsel." The names registered with a dull thud. Vance was the high-priced attorney Nina had once mentioned in a story about a botched arrest that had nearly sunk a prosecutor's career. His presence here wasn't a shield, it was a symptom, a sign the Bureau was preparing for a mess. Katie's stomach tightened into a hard, cold knot, a visceral clench that radiated a dull ache through her lower abdomen. She forced her feet to carry her to the chair. Each step was an effort of will, the sound of her heels on the vinyl too distinct. The scrape of the chair's legs against the floor was gratingly loud as she pulled it out, a sound that seemed to hang in the air. The metal seat was cold even through the fabric of her trousers, a shock of temperature that cut through the numbness. She lowered herself slowly, feeling every muscle protest, the ache in her thighs from tension, the tightness across her shoulders. She placed her hands flat on the cold, pitted metal of the table. The surface felt like ice against her palms, a sharp, grounding shock. She pressed down slightly, using the sensation to steady the faint tremor that wanted to start in her fingers. "My counsel?" she asked, her voice sounding steadier than she felt. She kept her eyes on Cowell, ignoring the other men for the moment. She let her gaze hold his, refusing to be the first to look away. The public affairs man, Lear, had a bland, forgettable face, but his eyes were active, darting from her to Cowell and back, cataloging. Vance looked bored, but it was a practiced, expensive boredom. "Given the severity," Cowell said, his tone implying the word encompassed more than just Todd's death. He let the phrase hang, a cloud of unspoken accusations. He nodded toward the other men. "It's procedural. Standard practice when an agent is closely connected to a victim in this manner. Officers Denton and Chief Dutton are also observing." He indicated the uniforms by the glass with a slight tilt of his head, a minimal movement that somehow conveyed immense weight. "And now, please. We need to begin." She felt exposed, a specimen under a lens. The light from the fixture directly above felt too bright, bleaching color from the room, and highlighting every tremor she fought to suppress in her hands. It cast hard shadows under Cowell's eyes and Lear's chin. She was aware of her own breathing, the slight rise and fall of her shoulders, the way her blouse stuck to the small of her back with a damp patch of stress. The air from the vent brushed the nape of her neck, raising goosebumps. Nina's warning echoed in her head with the force of a physical blow. "Don't mention the punch." Katie kept her hands flat, fingers splayed, a conscious effort to project calm. She could feel the grain of the metal table, a faint texture of minute scratches and wear, and focused on tracing an invisible line with her thumb, a tiny, hidden motion. Cowell began, his voice a low, steady drumbeat in the sterile room. "You're aware of the situation. Agent Todd Osgood was found deceased in your apartment this morning. A homicide. The weapon matches a set you own. Were you involved?" "No, sir." "Never." The words came out clear, but they sounded small and brittle in the dense, sound-absorbing air of the room. She made sure to hold the "sir" a fraction longer than normal, a gesture of respect she hoped would register, a tiny anchor to protocol. "You were the last to see him alive?" Cowell asked, his eyes never leaving hers. He didn't blink. "I was." She held his gaze, refusing to look at the two-way glass, though she could feel the imagined observers behind it, watching her every micro-expression, every blink. She imagined them leaning forward, studying the monitor, a room full of strangers dissecting her face. "Detail that encounter." It wasn't a request. It was a command, flat and expectant. Katie drew a steadying breath, feeling it catch slightly in her throat. She could feel the eyes of Lear and Vance on her, the attorneys particularly sharp, like a scalpel waiting for an incision. Lear had a pad of paper before him, but hadn't written a word. Vance simply watched, his hands steepled under his chin, his index fingers pressed to his lips. "We were involved. It ended. Yesterday, around 5, I found him outside my building when I got back to town. He wanted to reconcile. I didn't. We argued. I walked away." She delivered the facts in a clipped, professional cadence, mirroring a report, each phrase a discrete block of information. Cowell studied her, his expression skeptical, his lips pressed into a thin, pale line. He let the silence stretch for a 5 count, the hum of the vent filling the space, becoming the only sound in the universe. "That's the entirety of it?" he finally asked, his voice dripping with doubt. He leaned back a centimeter, a posture of disbelief. "Yes," she didn't elaborate. Adding detail now would feel like embellishment, like she was working too hard to sell it. "We need to understand the progression from that argument to his body being in your home." "Is there more?" He leaned forward slightly, the movement subtle but aggressive, invading the space across the table. His clasped hands now rested on the table's edge, white-knuckled. The shift changed the dynamic. He was no longer a distant superior, but an interrogator moving in. Her story sounded thin, even to her own ears, a flimsy narrative stretched over a chasm of violence. She could feel its inadequacy, like a poorly constructed bridge. "There is. Director, this is Calvin Calloway. He's targeting me. He told me he would." She leaned in slightly herself, an unconscious mirroring, trying to bridge the gap with urgency. Her forearms pressed against the cold metal. "He said he'd make me pay. This is how." Cowell shook his head, a slow, dismissive motion. He sat back, breaking the mirrored posture, re-establishing distance. "Calloway escaped a Maine prison days ago. Washington, D.C. is 700 miles away. It's not a plausible commute for a fugitive, not without leaving a trail we would have found by now. He'd be focused on survival, not a personal vendetta hundreds of miles from his last known location." He stated it as incontrovertible fact, his tone leaving no room for debate. "But the figurine, the carved wooden horse was left there. That's his signature." "You know it is." Her voice gained a fraction of strength, leaning on the concrete detail. She spread her fingers slightly on the table, emphasizing the point. "It's his calling card. Oh, it's him. It's always been him." "A detail never made public," Cowell countered, clasping his hands together so tightly his knuckles whitened. "Known only to a very short list. Myself, Agent Shaw. The original evidence team. And you." He ticked the points off mentally, his eyes locked on hers. "That's a very short, very specific list. A list you are on." Anger flared, hot and sudden. She felt it tighten her jaw, narrow her eyes, heat the back of her neck. Her fingers curled minutely against the metal, the edges of her nails scraping faintly. "You suspect me over a known serial killer who wants me dead." "Who has told me he wants me dead?" She heard the edge in her own voice and tried to pull it back, but it was too late. The heat in her cheeks was a betraying flush. "We follow evidence. You had motive. We have no evidence he knew of your relationship with Agent Osgood." Cowell paused, letting that settle like dust. "Did you tell Calloway about Todd?" His question was a trap, and they both knew it. A simple yes would be an admission of contact, a no reinforced the improbability. He watched her, waiting for the misstep. "No. Of course not." She shook her head, a sharp, frustrated movement. "But Todd was in my apartment. His things were there. How would I even get one of those figurines? They were evidence. They were locked away in property." She appealed to procedure, to the chain of custody, to the sanctity of the evidence locker. It was a safe harbor, a bureaucratic truth. "They're hand-carved, but from a common pattern using common wood," Derek Vance interjected flatly, speaking for the first time. His voice was dry, devoid of inflection, as if reading from a technical manual. "Pine birch. Sold at countless craft fairs, roadside stands, even online. Difficult, if not impossible, to trace to a specific source or carver. The presence of one is suggestive, not definitive. He delivered the statement without looking at her, his gaze fixed on a point on the wall behind her head, as if addressing the room at large. Without provenance linking it directly to the Callaway evidence locker, a serial number, a unique tool mark we documented and can match, it's just a wooden horse. Katie turned her head to stare at him. His face was impassive, a mask of legal neutrality that offered no reassurance. He was stating facts for the record, not building a defense. The message was clear. The figurine was not the get out of jail free card she hoped it was. It was, in this room, just another piece of ambiguous clutter. Her stomach sank further. "We're examining all possibilities," Cowell said, reclaiming control of the conversation. He adjusted his cuff, a small, fussy movement that seemed at odds with the tension. "But there's another matter." He glanced at Lear, a silent cue. The public affairs director, David Lear, stepped forward from his position against the wall. He had a bureaucrat's careful posture, everything held in check. He consulted a small notebook, flipping a page with a precise thumb. "You returned to Apollo House around 9 this morning?" he asked, his tone suggesting he already had the exact timestamp from building security, that this was a test of her veracity, a first gentle probe for cracks. "Approximately, yes. I got the call from dispatch and went straight there." She matched his flat tone, giving nothing extra. Cowell leaned in again, his forearms on the table, his voice dropping into a lower, more confidential register that somehow felt more threatening than if he'd shouted. "At approximately 11:47 last night, a secure login was made to the Bureau's classified threat assessment database. The Orion system. The login was authenticated using Agent Osgood's biometric credentials, his thumbprint. The access point was triangulated to a mobile device within 1 block of your apartment building." Katie stared at him, the words landing one by one with the precision of hammer blows. The cold certainty settled in her gut, a leaden weight. Her mind raced, reassembling the night. The texts, the desperate calls, the argument in the garage, all of it recontextualized in an instant. It hadn't been about her, not really. It had been about proximity. About getting Todd close, vulnerable and alone. A cold tremor ran down her spine, a shiver she couldn't suppress. She felt the blood drain from her face, a lightheaded sensation that made the edges of the room seem to pulse. "Your neighborhood," Cowell stated, making the connection explicit, his eyes boring into hers. "Your block." "It's a frame," Katie said, her voice low but vibrating with intensity. She leaned forward now too, mirroring his posture, the table a no-man's land between them. "Callaway told me he'd do this. He said he'd make it so no one would believe me. He took the fingers for access, not just for show. He used Todd's thumb. He must have forced him to unlock a device. Or," she trailed off, the image of Todd being compelled, the violence of it, silencing her for a second. She saw it, Todd pinned somewhere dark, a blade at his hand, the demand. "Unlock it. Now." She blinked, pushing the image away, focusing on the pitted surface of the table between them. He needed a thumb that would pass the biometric scan. He planned this. Cowell folded his arms, a barrier going up. The database in question tracks active threats, protected witnesses, and their known associates. You have authorized access to it for your work with the Violent Crimes Assessment Program. You are familiar with its protocols. He was reminding her, and everyone in the room, of her unique relationship to the system that had been breached. It was an insider's tool, and she was an insider. David Lear added, stepping closer to the table, We're keeping the specific accessed files confidential for now. Operational security. His voice was smooth, practiced, the voice of a man used to saying nothing with great authority. What was he looking for? Katie demanded, shifting her gaze to Lear. Her heart was pounding against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat she was sure was visible at the base of her throat. If you know he accessed it, you must have a log. What was the query? Of a name. A location, she was thinking out loud, the profiler taking over despite the circumstances. Was it a search on me? On Nina's. On Calloway himself. Cowell met her gaze, his own unyielding. We don't know. The session was brief, under 90 seconds, and the logs were wiped remotely from the accessing device immediately after. A sophisticated purge. Only the initial authentication ping and the location metadata remain. We know someone with Todd Osgood's thumbprint accessed Orion from your block last night. We don't know what they saw. He let the implication hang, or what they now know. The not knowing was worse than a specific revelation. It was a void filled with every terrible possibility. Katie dropped her forehead into her hands, her elbows jarring against the hard table. The cool metal against her skin was a minor, grounding shock. A bitter, helpless laugh escaped her, muffled by her palms. And of course, it was elegant in its cruelty. The texts, the arguments, the emotional chaos, all pretext, all theater to get Todd to her door, to get his biometrics, to place the activity in her geographic orbit. She lifted her head, her eyes finding Cowell's again. The fatigue and frustration were plain on her face now. She didn't have the energy to hide them. The fingers, she murmured, the pieces clicking into a horrifying whole. He didn't just take them for show or to unlock a phone. He needed the print for system access. The others were misdirection. To make it look like his old pattern to muddy the water, and to horrify to desecrate. But that part didn't need saying. The room seemed to grow colder, the vents hum more insistent. The room fell into a heavy, thick quiet. The ventilation system hummed. One of the officers by the glass shifted his weight, his boot squeaking slightly on the vinyl. The men exchanged a series of unreadable glances. Cowell to Lear, a slight tightening around the eyes, Lear to Vance, an almost imperceptible shrug, Vance back to Cowell, a slow blink. A silent conversation of eyebrows and slight tilts of the head. Katie watched them, feeling utterly outside of it, the subject of their silent calculus. She was a problem to be contained, a variable to be managed. The knot in her stomach hardened into something permanent. Finally, Cowell spoke, his voice formal, each word weighed and measured as if for a press release. We're extending you considerable trust, Agent Ford, given the circumstances. The lack of immediate physical evidence placing you at the scene, your service record. He didn't sound grateful. He sounded burdened, as if the trust were a heavy stone he was forced to carry. However, effective immediately, you are suspended from all field duty and investigative authority. You will surrender your service weapon, credentials, and agency-issued devices before you leave the building today. Am I reassigned to intelligence? Analysis, she asked, a last faint hope of staying inside the building, of having access, of being useful, of not being cast out into the void. She could work a desk. She could review files. She could still help. No, the word was final, a door slamming. You are on a paid administrative leave of absence. You will not approach any FBI premises, including this one. You are restricted to a GPS monitoring protocol with check-ins every 4 hours. Any intended travel beyond a few miles for essentials requires prior notification and approval from this office. He recited the conditions as if from a memo, his eyes on a point just above her head. You will be available for further questioning at any time. You will not discuss the details of this case, the investigation, or your suspension with anyone, including the press. Is that understood? So I'm under house arrest, she said, the words tasting of ash. She felt a numbness spreading from her core, a cold lethargy seeping into her limbs. If you wish to characterize it that way, yes. These are conditions of your leave, pending the outcome of the investigation. He didn't blink. It is for your safety as much as anything else. The last part was clearly a mandated line, devoid of genuine concern, a piece of legal theater. As Katie pushed her chair back, the metal legs screeching in protest against the floor, the officer by the glass, Denton, she presumed, cleared his throat and spoke again. One final question, Agent Ford. His voice was younger than Cowell's, but just as careful, each word deliberate. Do you know how Agent Osgood sustained the facial bruising observed during the preliminary autopsy? Contusions on the left cheek and orbital bone. Her fingers, which had been resting on the chair's cold metal frame, clenched around it, the edge biting into her palm. A sharp, clean pain. Don't tell them. The warning was a scream in her skull. She forced her grip to relax, willed her face into a mask of confused inquiry, raising her eyebrows slightly. She let her head tilt to the side, a gesture of innocent puzzlement. Could the assailant have done it? The scene was violent. She avoided the specific words, overkill frenzy. She gestured vaguely with her free hand, a flutter of fingers. In the struggle. Forensics suggests otherwise. The bruising was older, approximately 24 to 36 hours in development. Consistent with an injury sustained during the time frame of your last encounter. Denton's voice was neutral, but the timeline was a laser pointer aimed directly at her. He took a half step forward, his hands now at his sides. The medical examiner is confident on the timing. The bruising was fully formed, not fresh. She shook her head slowly, keeping her eyes slightly wide, selling the search for an explanation. She let her gaze drift to the ceiling as if thinking, as if searching a mental file. He was working a desk case before I left for Maine. Maybe something happened then. A scuffle during an interview. A door, she offered the possibilities weakly, knowing they wouldn't hold. Her voice sounded thin, unconvincing even to herself. He was strictly administrative during that period, Cowell said, shutting down that avenue, his voice firm. No field activity. No reported incidents. No paperwork for any altercation. His calendar shows back-to-back budget meetings and personnel reviews. Then I have no idea. The lie left her mouth cleanly, but it felt like swallowing glass. It coated her throat, a gritty, awful feeling. We argued. He was upset. But there was no physical altercation. She held Cowell's gaze, praying her eyes didn't betray the memory. The parking garage, the shove, the crack of her fist against his jaw, the shock in his eyes that mirrored her own. She kept her breathing even, in and out, fighting the urge to swallow again, knowing the motion would be tracked, analyzed. A corrosive guilt burned behind her eyes, a sharp, acidic pressure. She felt a sudden, fierce heat in her cheeks. To hide it, she tilted her head back, her gaze fixed on a water stain on the acoustic tile ceiling, following its brown, feathery edges as it spread from a corner. She studied it as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world, counting the tiles it touched, tracing the pattern of its spread, until the heat in her face receded, until she could swallow against the tightness in her throat without it seeming like a tell. Calloway had forced her into this lie, had made her complicit in her own framing by exploiting a moment of anger she wished she could erase. The manipulation was perfect. He had turned her own actions into a weapon against her. "You're dismissed," Cowell said, after a beat of silence that felt endless, filled only by the hum and the sound of her own pulse in her ears. "Remember the restrictions. Vance will be in touch regarding the formal paperwork. You'll coordinate with Officer Denton for the surrender of your equipment." 30 miles, she repeated, a flat acknowledgement. She stood, her legs feeling unsteady, the blood rushing from her head for a dizzying second. She placed a hand on the table to steady herself, the metal now warm from her earlier contact. She turned without another word, her movements stiff, robotic. The walk to the door seemed longer than the walk in. She was aware of every step, the sound of her shoes on the vinyl, the eyes on her back like physical weights, the oppressive, judgmental silence she left in her wake. She could feel Lear's and Vance's gazes following her, could sense Cowell's unwavering stare. She reached for the handle, a cold, brushed steel lever, and pulled. The door opened with a soft whoosh of air, breaking the seal, and she stepped through, pulling it closed behind her. The solid, definitive thunk of the latch engaging felt like a period at the end of a sentence, one she hadn't chosen to write. Outside, the hallway air felt different, warmer, less charged, but also empty and strangely loud after the muffled interrogation room. The silence here was just absence, not pressure. She took 3 steps and then slumped against the wall, her shoulder connecting with the cool, painted cinder block. She let her head fall back, closing her eyes, drawing in a deep breath that shuddered on the way in. The professional mask she'd held in place crumbled, leaving exhaustion and a trembling, furious fear in its wake. She pressed the heels of her hands against her closed eyelids, seeing bursts of color in the darkness, trying to push back the image of Todd on her sofa, the carved horse, the implications of the database breach. Her breath hitched, a sob threatening to break loose from the tight cage of her chest. She clamped her lips together, forcing air in through her nose. Nina Shaw materialized beside her, silent as a shadow. She didn't touch Katie, just stood close, a solid presence, blocking the view from anyone who might come down the hall. Her posture was casual, but her eyes were scanning the corridor. "You handled that," she said, her voice low, almost a murmur, meant only for Katie's ear. Katie dropped her hands, opening her eyes to the fluorescent glare. The familiar face of her friend, lined with concern and a shared understanding of the nightmare, was a small anchor in a sea of hostility. Nina's expression was tight, her own fear for Katie barely held in check. "I shouldn't have lied about she began, her voice thick with unshed tears and self-loathing. "Not here," Nina whispered, cutting her off sharply. Her eyes darted meaningfully toward the interrogation room door, then up at the corners of the ceiling, where cameras were undoubtedly housed in small, dark domes. "Walls have ears. Every corner. We'll talk at my place." Her tone was insistent, urgent. She gave a minute's shake of her head, a warning to stop talking. "My place is sealed. It's a crime scene." The words were surreal to say aloud, a fact from someone else's life. Her home was now a box of evidence, a place of death. "I mean mine. Let's go." Now, Nina's tone brooked no argument. She gave a slight nod down the hall, away from the interrogation wing, toward a staff exit marked by a glowing red sign. "My car is out back. Don't look at anyone. Just walk. Keep your eyes forward, like you're reading the signs on the doors." "Moved." Katie pushed herself off the wall, her legs obeying on instinct. She felt the rough texture of the cinderblock snag on the silk of her blouse. She fell into step beside Nina, focusing on the back of her friend's jacket, just as she had with the officers earlier. But this was different. This was a lifeline. They walked past closed doors with numbered plaques. Homicide Annex, Interview 3, Evidence Log, past a janitor pushing a cart loaded with cleaning supplies who averted his eyes, the squeak of its wheel the only other sound. Their footsteps, now in sync, were the only sound in the now empty corridor. The normal sounds of the building, distant phones, murmured conversations from behind doors, seemed to have faded away, leaving them in an isolated bubble of tense quiet. Nina led her through a heavy fire door marked Staff Only, its push bar cold and stiff under her palm. It opened onto a narrow, concrete stairwell that smelled of damp and disinfectant, their footsteps echoing sharply in the enclosed space, a rapid clack-clack-clack on the metal-edged steps. A single bare bulb lit each landing, casting long, jumping shadows. At the bottom, another door, and Nina pushed it open, holding it for Katie with her shoulder. They stepped out into a loading bay at the back of the building. The sudden blast of natural light, gray and diffuse under an overcast sky, made Katie blink rapidly. The air was cool and damp, carrying the distant, muted sounds of city traffic. A bus hissing, a horn, the general rumble of a world moving on, oblivious. The asphalt was stained with oil and rain, and a dumpster overflowed with shredded paper. Nina's sedan was parked in a reserved spot, nondescript and clean. She clicked the unlocks and they got in, the doors closing with a solid, muffled thud that sealed them in a sudden, profound quiet, cutting off the outside world. The interior smelled faintly of Nina's coffee and the pine scent of the car's air freshener. Nina started the engine, but didn't immediately put the car in gear. She just sat for a moment, her hands on the wheel at 10 and 2, staring straight ahead through the windshield at the brick wall of the adjacent building. Katie looked at her own hands, lying limp in her lap. She saw a faint smudge of dust from the cinderblock wall on her sleeve and absently tried to brush it off, but it only smeared. She noticed a tiny, almost invisible chip in her nail polish, a flaw she'd missed. The dashboard clock read 11:17 a.m. It felt like a lifetime had passed since she'd woken up. "Okay," Nina said finally, her voice quiet but clear in the insulated confines of the car. She put the car in reverse, the transmission engaging with a soft click. "Start from the garage last night." The argument. Every word, every moves. "And don't leave anything out." She backed out, the tires crunching over gravel and broken pavement, the rear camera beeping softly. Not a single damn thing. She shifted into drive and pulled forward, leaving the imposing, monolithic bulk of the federal building behind them, its rows of windows watching like 100 blind, indifferent eyes as they drove away, turning onto the street and merging with the anonymous flow of traffic. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The directors could be deceived, but her own conscience was a harder sell. Hiding out at Nina Shaw's place beat most alternatives. The front room they entered had more square footage than Katie's whole apartment. The air was still and cool, carrying a faint scent of lemon polish and old paper from floor-to-ceiling bookshelves loaded with forensic manuals, military histories, and dog-eared paperback thrillers. 3 decades on the front line apparently bought this. "Sit," Nina ordered, her voice echoing slightly in the high-ceilinged space. Katie did, the leather of the enormous sectional sofa, sighing as she sank into it. It was buttery soft, worn in just the right spots, and it faced a giant television mounted on a wall of reclaimed wood, its black screen pristine and unused, reflecting no light. Nina started straightening items in the already spotless room, nudging a coaster into perfect alignment with the edge of a side table, her movements sharp and efficient. "A fortress," Nina stated, turning and rapping her knuckles sharply on a wall. The sound was a dull, solid thud, not a hollow echo. She did it again, 2 inches over. The same dense response. I retrofitted it myself after a stalking incident 12 years ago. A suspect I put away got early release and decided to send me messages. Photographs of my car, my gym, my dry cleaner. It escalated. Every modification here is mine. Reinforced concrete core, steel mesh, inch-thick interior plaster. Bulldozer bait. I commissioned it when I first started tracking Calvin Calloway. Guess I saw this coming. Katie felt the truth of it in her bones. A tangible security seeped into her, loosening the permanent knot between her shoulder blades. She let out a long, slow breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, feeling the tight cords in her neck unwind as her shoulders dropped half an inch from her ears. Getting in had been a process. First, Nina had retrieved a small, waterproof lockbox from beneath a false rock in the garden, her fingers deft on the combination. The physical key inside was heavy, cold brass. The outer door had a discreet panel that lit up with a soft red laser grid for the retinal scan. Katie had watched Nina stand perfectly still, her eye unblinking, until it chimed green. The interior foyer panel was a smooth black slate that warmed under a fingerprint, verifying identity with a quiet, affirmative beep. It was more thorough than most bureau vaults. She leaned back, letting her head rest against the cool leather, and closed her eyes for a 3 count, the silence pressing in, not as a threat, but as a barrier. This is incredible. Thank you, Katie said and meant it. Her eyes tracked over the room, noting the lack of windows on the front wall, the strategic placement of heavy furniture that could serve as cover. A large oak side table by the door had solid, squared-off legs thick enough to stop around. The fireplace mantel was thick, rough-hewn stone. Cameras cover all approaches. 7 feeds viewable here. Nina picked up a sleek black remote from a charging dock. She waited in her palm for a second, then tossed it in a gentle, underhand arc. It landed with a soft, solid plap into Katie's lap. It was heavier than it looked, a block of milled aluminum. The weight was reassuring, an anchor. Doors are all lockable, interior ones too. Frames are steel, with magnetic seals used in high-security facilities overseas. They don't just lock, they clamp. Every room has multiple egress points, windows, secondary hallways, even a drop panel in the master closet that leads to a crawl space. You thought of everything, Katie murmured, absorbing the details, her fingers tracing the seams of the remote, finding the almost imperceptible gaps between buttons. Damn right. Electronic deadbolts on all exits, controlled from a master panel in the kitchen or via my phone. And if it all fails, the system handles it. Nina crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping the room as if conducting a final inventory, her jaw tight. System? Katie asked, her brow furrowing. She sat forward, elbows on her knees, the remote cradled in her palms like a sacred object. Perimeter alarms. Motion sensors covering a 200-meter radius in a staggered grid, all tied to my phone with a dedicated app that shows heat signatures and vector of movement. It differentiates between deer and bipeds. And if that fails, there's a concealed panic room in the basement. Nina's tone was matter of fact, a field agent briefing a partner. Fully stocked with comms, water, and weapons. Good timing. You can familiarize yourself with the layout while you're here. Katie processed that, the words familiarize yourself, landing with a distinct heavy weight. She looked up, meeting Nina's eyes, seeing the resolve there already set. Familiarize myself. You're leaving. Nina was already shrugging her coat back on. The fabric rustled, a sharp sound in the quiet. She didn't look at her movements brisk and purposeful as she searched a pocket for her keys, the metal jingling faintly. I have a killer to find. You know who. You're grounded, I'm not. You're going after him alone? Staying in the fortress was fine, a relief even, but the thought of Nina walking into Calvin Calloway's sights was unnerving, a cold trickled down her spine. This place felt less absolute, knowing his particular brand of predatory ingenuity was out there, hunting. Katie stood up, the remote still in her hand. Nina, he's not some street thug. He plans. He adapts. You saw what he did to Todd. That wasn't rage. It was a blueprint. A demonstration. He'll have contingencies for anyone coming for him. Should I wait for an invitation while he hunts us? Nina's voice was flat, compressed. She buttoned her coat, her fingers moving with quick, precise jabs at each button. You're confined. I'm not. That's the deal. He's moving. We can't. I'm allowed a GPS monitoring protocol, Katie argued, though it felt weak even as she said it. She heard the defensiveness in her own voice, the plea of someone who wanted to be useful. Your apartment is 40 miles southeast. Don't test the director's patience with technicalities. Stay put until they clear you. You're still on payroll, presumably? Nina finally met her eyes, her gaze unflinching, a challenge in the set of her jaw, the slight lift of her chin. Nina was correct. Bending the rules wouldn't technically constitute a breach, but it would burn through whatever fragile goodwill remained, turning a suspension into a termination. Laying low, being invisible, was the smart play. The only play. Katie felt the fight drain out of her. Her shoulders slumped, her head dipping forward for a moment before she looked back up, conceding the point with a slow exhale. I assume I'm getting paid. They didn't specify, Katie admitted, rubbing her thumb over the cool, brushed metal of the remote. The action was soothing, a tiny, repetitive point of focus in the storm. Collecting a special agent's salary to babysit a couch isn't a bad deal, Nina said, a ghost of something that wasn't quite humor touching the corners of her mouth, not quite reaching her eyes. It was a gesture, an attempt to lighten a moment that had no lightness in it. Katie smiled faintly, the expression feeling strange and stiff on her face, like muscles she hadn't used in days. Analyst's salary, but point taken. Nina moved to the door, then paused, her hand on the heavy steel handle. She looked back over her shoulder, her expression softening by a fraction, the hard lines around her eyes easing just enough to be seen. Promise me you'll stay. No heroics. No just running out for a coffee. This isn't a suggestion, Katie. It's the condition of sanctuary. Her voice was lower now, stripped of its earlier brusqueness, leaving something raw and earnest underneath, the concern of a friend, not just a colleague. Katie took in the room again. The deep, forgiving couch, the walls of books with cracked spines and faded titles, the panoramic window on the far wall that she now realized was one-way ballistic glass offering a stunning, silent view of Lake Quinault and the mist-shrouded forested peaks beyond. The light through it was diffuse, painting the polished wood floor in soft, gray rectangles. Exile here wasn't hardship. It was a reprieve. A chance to breathe without looking over her shoulder every second, without seeing Todd's face every time she closed her eyes. Promise, Katie said, holding Nina's gaze so the older woman could see she meant it. She gave a single, firm nod. If you find anything, will you update me? I won't act on it. I need to know. Her hand tightened around the remote, the edges biting into her palm. I need to be in the loop, even if it's just receiving information. Even if it's bad. And of course, get comfortable. I'll text you the lock codes and alarm protocols. Firearms are in various drawers: kitchen utensil drawer, nightstand, laundry room shelf. Loaded, safeties on. Nina pulled the small evidence bag containing the hand-carved wooden horse from her coat pocket, holding it up to the light from the great window. The pale wood seemed to glow, the crude features stark. Time to trace this. See where it leads. Be careful, Katie said, the words feeling utterly inadequate, a child's charm against the dark, against a man who turned apartments into abattoirs. And you too. Back tonight, with a final firm nod, Nina opened the door. There was a soft, powerful thunkwhir as the magnetic seals disengaged, a sound of precision engineering, then a heavier clunk as they re-engaged behind her. The sound was final, definitive. A vault door closing. Then Katie was alone. The silence was immediate and profound. Not the empty silence of her apartment, which had been full of ghosts and absence, but a dense, insulated quiet, broken only by the faint, almost subaudible hum of climate control and electronics. She stood in the center of the room for a full minute, just listening to it, feeling the solidity of the walls around her, a pressure keeping the world out. She took a deep breath, tasting the clean, filtered air, devoid of city grit or the lingering chemical smell of her own ransacked home. She walked to the great window and placed her palm flat against the cool, flawless glass. Outside, the world was a postcard of serene wilderness, utterly silent. No distant traffic hum, no sirens, not even the chatter of birds. It was like being inside a snow globe, a perfect, static diorama. A tour confirmed Nina's claims in meticulous, physical detail. The house was a bunker disguised as a luxury retreat. Katie moved slowly, her agent's mind cataloging everything, turning curiosity into a tactical survey. She started with the front room, running her fingers along the window frame. It was cool, seamless metal, with no discernible gap between the pane and the sill. She tested a bookshelf, finding it bolted securely to the wall, the books themselves a mix of dense histories, forensic textbooks with post-it notes peeking from pages, and well-worn paperback thrillers with cracked spines. In the hallway, she opened doors. Each one moved with a substantial, weighted feel, and when she pushed it closed, the magnetic seal pulled it the last half-inch home with a soft, satisfying click-hiss that echoed in the quiet hall. She hesitated before opening certain cabinets and drawers, half expecting countermeasures or false backs. In the kitchen, which smelled faintly of disinfectant and coffee grounds, a drawer that should have held spatulas and whisks instead contained a Glock 19, 2 spare magazines, and a box of 9 rounds, all nestled neatly in custom-cut foam. The granite countertops were cold under her palms. The central island had a butcher block top, and she lifted it on its hinge to find a shallow compartment containing a comprehensive first aid kit, a multi-tool, and a compact satellite phone, its battery light glowing a steady, confident green. The pantry was a walk-in closet of organized shelves. Basic staples: rice, canned beans, tomatoes, pasta, flour. No excess. Everything was labeled, dates written in neat black marker on the lids. Only a single bottle of bourbon, unopened, the seal unbroken, sat on a high shelf like a museum piece, which was itself a revelation about Nina's current state of mind. Katie reached up, her fingers brushing the dusty bottle before she let her hand fall. A relic from another life, now just part of the inventory. She found the basement door, which opened to reveal a staircase with motion-activated lights that bloomed ahead of her step by step, casting long, stark shadows on the bare concrete walls. The air grew cooler, carrying a mineral dampness from the earth. The laundry room was at the bottom, smelling of clean linen and floral detergent from an open box on a shelf. She examined the wall of cabinetry, pressing panels until one near the floor, disguised as a kickplate, gave slightly under the pressure of her thumb. A hidden latch released with a quiet snick, and a section of cabinet front, complete with fake plumbing pipes painted on it, swung inward on silent hinges. Behind it was the panic room door, a slab of solid steel with a digital keypad and a manual lever, like a bank vault. She placed her hand against the cold metal. It felt immovable, a final redoubt. She didn't open it. Its presence was enough, a cold comfort. Back upstairs, the space offered rare, quiet clues to Nina's private world. In the guest bedroom, where she would be staying, the bed was made with military precision, the gray duvet pulled taut, corners sharp enough to cut paper. A single framed photograph on the dresser showed a much younger Nina with a group of other agents, all smiling stiffly in front of an old bureau building, squinting in the sun. Katie picked it up, studying the faces, the dated haircuts and boxy suits, wondering how many were still alive, still in the game, or lost to time and bullets. She set it down carefully, aligning it exactly as it had been, respecting the order. Returning to the main living area, the plush rug soft under her socked feet, she picked up the heavy remote from the couch where she'd left it. The buttons were unlabeled, smooth discs of black glass. She pressed the largest one, and the giant television woke silently, without a startup chime or flash. A menu system appeared, sleek and minimal in white text on a black background. She navigated with the directional pad, the clicks of the button firm and precise. She selected security and then camera feeds. The screen split into 7 quadrants. Each showed a crisp high-definition view. The long gravel driveway, the dense tree line to the north and south, the lake view from the back, the front porch, the eastern tree line, and a wide-angle shot of the roof itself. The time stamp in the corner read 10:30 a.m. The feeds were live but utterly still. No birds, no swaying branches in the windless morning. She toggled through each feed, using the zoom function, pulling in on the tree line, looking for any break in the pattern of trunks and shadows, any pixel that didn't belong. Nothing. She lingered on the rear feed, the panorama of the dark, glassy lake and the forested peaks beyond, a single wisp of cloud caught on a distant summit like a flag. It was soothing, dynamic wallpaper for a prison of her own choosing. She set the remote down and walked to the kitchen, her stomach reminding her she hadn't eaten since a piece of dry toast that morning. She filled a glass with cold water from the tap, the pipes groaning softly in the walls, a lonely sound, and drank it leaning against the counter, watching the static beauty of the screen. Her phone rang. The sound was shockingly loud in the sealed quiet, a harsh, digital trill that seemed to vibrate off the hard surfaces and pierce the insulated calm. She flinched, a tiny, full-body jerk that sloshed water over the rim of her glass onto her hand and the countertop. She found the phone on the kitchen counter where she'd left it, next to a block of chef's knives. The screen glowed brightly in the subdued light, a stark rectangle of blue-white. The number was unfamiliar, a string of digits with no name attached, no location. It rang 4 times. The sound felt invasive, a violation of the sanctuary's rules, a tear in the fabric of safety. 5 times. An instinct, cold and sharp, coiled in her gut and said to ignore it. Let it go to voicemail. No one who should have this number would call from an unknown line. Her colleagues, the bureau Nina, they'd all show up identified. Her thumb hovered over the red decline icon, her breath held in her chest. But another instinct, the professional one honed over years, argued back louder. It could be a source. It could be related to Todd. It could be a clue, the first thread. The two impulses warred in the second between the fifth and sixth ring, her heart beginning a slow, heavy thump against her ribs, a drumbeat of dread. She answered, bringing the phone to her ear. "Hello," her voice sounded thin and reedy in the vast, quiet room. For a moment, there was only the hollow, open silence of a live connection, a faint digital hum underlying the void. No background noise. No breathing. Just dead air humming on the line, waiting. She pressed the phone tighter to her ear, her other hand coming up to cradle her elbow, a self-protective gesture. "Hello," Katie said again, her voice firmer now, cutting through the quiet, demanding a response. Listen closely, the voice was wrong. It was synthesized, mechanical, stripped of all humanity. A flat, genderless monotone that seemed to grind each word into identical, emotionless pellets. It had the cadence of speech, but none of the warmth, like something reading a script through a layer of static and code. "If you disconnect, someone dies." A cold wire of adrenaline pulled tight down Katie's spine, from the base of her skull to her tailbone, locking her in place. It wasn't a wrong number. It wasn't a telemarketer. The threat was delivered with the calm certainty of a statement of fact, a weather report of violence. Her grip on the phone tightened, her knuckles bleaching white against the dark casing. She became acutely aware of her own breathing, shallow and quick in the quiet room, and the distant, peaceful image of the lake on the television screen, a cruel juxtaposition. She pulled the phone away from her ear and checked the screen. Unknown caller. No number. Just the words. She put it back, her palm now damp with sweat. Who is this? Her mind raced, throwing up possibilities like flashcards. A journalist who dug too deep. A sick fan of the media coverage. A Calvin. Was this his opening move? His way of reaching out from the shadows to tap her on the shoulder, to prove her fortress was paper? Her eyes darted to the television screen, to the 7 silent views of safety. They showed nothing but stillness. Consider me an admirer, Agent Ford. The robotic voice was impossible to read, to gauge. It gave nothing away, no age, no accent, no emotion. It was a mask of pure function. Are you prepared to play a game? Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. The city skyline grew in her windshield, a jagged silhouette of black glass and stone against the bruised purple of the pre-dawn sky. Nina Shaw's knuckles were white where they gripped the leather-wrapped steering wheel, the skin stretched taut over the bones, the fine lines of her tendons standing out like cords. The heater was on too high, blowing dry, stale air that smelled of old coffee from the travel mug in the cup holder, but a cold knot sat deep in her gut, a hard, frozen stone of certainty. Her mind raced, not in panic circles, but along the precise, grim grid of a map, the map of Calvin Calloway's possible hideouts. He was here in D.C. She felt it in the tension coiling up her spine, in the way her eyes scanned every overpass shadow, every parked van, not with paranoia, but with the grim expectation of a hunter who knows her quarry is near. This had to end today. He decrossed a line, a bright red line she'd drawn in her own mind years ago. Bystanders were off limits. Mark was proof he no longer cared for any rules, even his own twisted ones. His official conviction was for Illinois, a neat line on a federal docket, but his true trail bled across state lines like a slow infection. Nebraska, Ohio, Kentucky, and now here, the heart of the capital. He'd likely left marks, graves, and terrified whispers in a dozen other places they'd never found, places too small or too scared to make a report. She had a short list, a mental file of his old haunts, compiled over years of staring at his photo in the dead of night, memorizing the flatness in his eyes until she could see them in the dark. If he was back, drawn to the scene of his final capture like a moth to a guttered flame, he'd return to one of them. He was a creature of habit, of symbolic gesture. He probably thought those spots were still secret, forgotten by the world. He was wrong. She remembered them all. With a deliberate press of her thumb, she tapped the steering wheel controls, the button giving a soft, plastic click under her finger. She checked her blind spot, saw a gap, and guided the sedan into the next lane with a smooth turn of her wrists. The tires hummed over the seam in the asphalt with a rhythmic thump-thump. Her eyes flicked between the road and the green glow of the dashboard display as it connected a call to Quantico. The numbers blurred, then resolved. Calling. The soft dial tone filled the car, a sterile, electronic purr that was quickly replaced by ringing. Agent Shaw, a familiar, slightly nasal male voice, answered on the second ring. For a split second, her brain misfired, the professional greeting sparking a neural pathway that expected to hear the deeper, warmer timbre of Mark Balzano. The sharp, sudden ache of his loss was a physical punch to her diaphragm. Her breath hitched in a short, sharp gasp. She felt her ribs contract. Her left hand flew from the wheel, pressing hard against her stomach just below her sternum, as if she could push the pain back down. She squeezed the wheel with her right until the leather creaked, pushing the grief down, swallowing hard against the lump in her throat, forcing her next breath to be slow and even through her nose. A distraction she couldn't afford, not now, not with Calvin's shadow stretching across the city like a stain. "It's Shaw," she said, her voice coming out flatter than she intended, stripped of all inflection, a dull blade of sound. A soft chuckle came through the speakers, a dry, papery sound. "For you. Of all ways. You're the only one who calls before 6 a.m. Without an apology." "What's the play?" She could hear him shifting in his chair, the faint squeak of springs, and in the background, the ever-present low hum of climate control and servers. "I need a trace on a piece of evidence. A small, hand-carved wooden horse figurine. I need a full forensic materials analysis, species, age, tool marks, any treatment or weathering. The works. Priority ones." "The one from Ford's apartment?" The analyst's tone shifted, the levity gone, replaced by the crisp efficiency of a professional switching gears. She heard the rapid tap of a keyboard, the clack of keys more pronounced as he leaned into the microphone. "I heard about that through the grapevine. Nasty business. Okay, give me a second." Pulling it up now, there was a pause. The tapping stopped. "You know this is going to flag in the system, right? You're technically not the lead on that scene. The request will have your name on it." "I know," Nina said, her eyes on the road. "Run it anyway. Use my authorization code. If anyone asks, it's a consult. I'm following a parallel thread." "Your funeral," he muttered, but the typing resumed. "All right, it's queued. The physical evidence is still in the DC. Metro property room. I'm initiating a digital transfer of the high-res scans and spectrography they took on site. Should have something preliminary in a few minutes." She heard the rapid, mechanical clicking of keys, a sound as familiar as her own heartbeat, followed by that low, omnipresent hum. This was a long shot, a needle in a continent-sized haystack. But if she could place the origin of the wood, the specific type and its history, it might whisper a location. It wouldn't just be a feeling, a pattern in the blood. It would be concrete, empirical proof Calvin was here, and it would be the first solid step in untangling Katie Ford from his web. She needed data, not just dread. The silence stretched, filled only by the rush of wind against her car and the distant, rhythmic click-clack from Quantico. She passed a semi-truck, easing into the left lane. The massive trailer loomed beside her, a wall of corrugated metal. As she pulled ahead, the blast of displaced air rocked her sedan slightly, the steering wheel vibrating in her hands with a brief, insistent tremor. The sound of the wind roared, then faded as the truck fell behind. Her fingers drummed a silent, impatient rhythm on the wheel, the pad of her thumb tapping against the smooth plastic of the cruise control stalk. "Initial scan is back," the voice said after a long minute, making her jump slightly, her shoulders tightening. "And it's white oak. Definitely hand-carved, not machined. The tool marks are consistent with a small, very sharp blade, probably a detail knife, like a hobbyist would use. The cuts are confident. Single strokes. No hesitation, more typing, a thoughtful hum. Whoever made this knew what they were doing. The grain direction is respected. It's not art, but it's competent." Another pause, the sound of a mouse clicking. "The interesting part is the age and the weathering pattern. The wood itself is old. It shows clear signs of having been structural timber, exposed to the elements for decades before someone carved it. There's a specific patina, a combination of oxidization and embedded particulate, pollen, industrial fallout, that sort of thing, that's consistent with old, painted carnival installations. You know, the kind that sat out in the sun and rain for 50 seasons. The funhouse walls, the ticket booth siding." Nina's pulse quickened, a hard, steady thump in her throat she could feel against her collar. Her mouth went dry, her tongue sticking slightly to the roof of her mouth. Carnival installations, she didn't ask it as a question. It was a statement, a piece of the puzzle clicking into place with an almost audible snap that echoed in her skull. "Yeah. Mid-20th century, best guess. The paint traces are lead-based, which dates it pre-1970s. More typing, faster now, a staccato burst." Nina could picture him, leaning forward in his ergonomic chair, his glasses reflecting the glow of dual monitors, his brow furrowed in concentration as data scrolled. A low, appreciative whistle came through the speaker, sharp and clear. "Got a hit. Running the particulate composition against geographic databases." There was a traveling carnival, Marlowe's Marvels, that used to set up seasonally on a leased plot in the northeast quadrant, near the Anacostia. It was condemned and mostly demolished about 20 years ago after a liability lawsuit. The grounds are technically still there, just overgrown. And get this, he paused for dramatic effect, the typing stopping, the plot is directly adjacent to an old derelict cemetery. Place called Eternal Rest Memorial Gardens. One name slammed into her focus, obliterating all other thought. The air in the car seemed to thin, becoming insubstantial. Eternal rest. The words hung in the space between the speakers and her ears, vibrating with terrible significance. Her grip on the wheel tightened again, her knuckles bleaching white once more. "Eternal rest?" Nina asked, her throat suddenly tight, the words feeling rough as sandpaper. She cleared it, a short, harsh sound, but the tightness remained, a band constricting her windpipe. "Yeah. Rings a bell. Mean something?" His voice was curious, probing, but beneath it, she heard the dawning realization. He had access to the old files, too. She closed her eyes for a fraction of a second, long enough to see a file photo. Rusted iron gates, leaning headstones swallowed by ivy, the gloomy, washed-out color palette of an evidence photo taken on an overcast day. She opened them, forcing herself to focus on the yellow line dividing the highway, the dashes streaming toward her like pulses of light. Is it still operational? Checking municipal and funeral home registries. She heard more clicks, a hum, the sound of him taking a sip of something, probably terrible lab coffee. No. Records indicate it's been derelict and officially closed for years. No burials since the late 90s. Why? Is this the place? His tone was sharper now, concerned. He knew the weight she carried. He knew the name Calvin Calloway was attached to that weight. Eternal rest. The abandoned cemetery they'd tentatively, frustratingly, tied to Calvin's pre-incarceration network, a place where his shiftless, violent father had supposedly done some casual, unlicensed grave-digging work. A place of damp soil and forgotten names. Adjacent to his father's old carnival grounds. A perfect forgotten rat's nest. A stage set for a monster's return. The pieces weren't just fitting, they were locking together with the finality of a vault door sealing shut. That's exactly what I needed, Nina said, her voice now all business, the earlier tension forged into a cold, sharp point of purpose. Thanks. I owe you one. Just bring him in, Shaw. The analyst's voice was quiet, serious, stripped of all its earlier casualness. He knew who him was. Everyone in certain circles did. The name was a curse, a benchmark of evil. And watch your six. That place, it's not on any patrol route. You'll be alone out there. I know, she said, and the two words were heavy with everything she didn't say. She terminated the call with a stab of her thumb. The cabin plunged into a silence that felt heavier than before, pressurized. The only sound was the drone of the engine and the whistle of air through a slight window seal. Without signaling, her hands acted on pure instinct. She checked the mirror, saw a gap in the traffic that was beginning to thicken with the first true commuters, and jerked the wheel hard to the right. The car swerved across two lanes, tires squealing in a sharp, brief cry of protest against the asphalt. A horn blared angrily from somewhere behind her, a fading, indignant sound swallowed by the wind. The G-force pushed her firmly into the side bolster of her seat, the belt locking with a jarring clack against her shoulder. She took the exit ramp, the curve sharp and steep, the concrete barrier a gray blur inches from her passenger window. She navigated it by feel, her movements precise and automatic, her foot easing off the accelerator then feeding it back in as she straightened onto the surface road, her mind already 5 miles ahead, at those decaying gates, her body merely following. Her thoughts churned, a toxic brew of strategy and dread. Was Mark the real target, or just a message carved in flesh? A way to get her attention. A proof of concept. Or was Katie Ford the new object of Calvin's obsession? He hadn't contacted Nina directly in over a year. The last communication was that letter, the one meant for Katie, intercepted by the prison mailroom. The birthday shoes, that vile annual tradition, had been redirected to Katie this year, too. The evidence pointed to a shift. Had he finally switched his fixation? The logic was there. She was a closed system, hardened, predictable in her defenses. Katie was a new variable, connected, vulnerable, a fresh canvas for his psychological games. No, the word hissed out of her, loud and venomous in the empty car. She cursed, a short, sharp expletive that cracked in the air, and slammed her palm once against the dashboard. The plastic gave a hollow, unsatisfying thump. Her professional detachment, the cool analytical shell she wore like a second skin, evaporated whenever Calvin was the subject, burned away by a more primal heat. He wasn't a case file, he was her personal curse, a shadow that had lengthened across 15 years of her life, darkening everything it touched. 15 years of scything, corrosive hatred didn't just transfer to a new proxy. It wasn't that clean. He wanted her. Not her partner. Mark was collateral, a means to an end. A way to hurt her, to show her he could reach anyone, anytime. To make her feel the helplessness he so cherished. But getting to her was harder now. She was a fortress, by habit and by design. Her home was an armory, her routines unpredictable, her trust a scarce commodity. So what was the play? Getting to her might mean going through someone else first. Someone connected but softer. A lever to pull, a pain point to press. A way to draw her out into the open, to make her run, to make her desperate. Katie. She forced herself to consider the other angles, chewing on the inside of her cheek until she tasted the faint, coppery tang of blood. A DC. Police were tracing the burner phone used to report Mark's death. It was a futile exercise. The phone was probably already at the bottom of a storm drain or dissolving in a vat of acid. Calvin wouldn't carry that risk. He was a planner, a patient spider who spun his webs from a distance. The phone was a thread he'd already snipped, a disposable tool. They'd find it in a dumpster behind a fast food restaurant, wiped clean, and the trail would die there. Then came the critical question, the one that had been circling in the dark corners of her mind since she saw Mark's body on that slab. What happened if she found him? Not when, but if. If the Bureau scooped him up in a coordinated raid, a swarm of black SUVs and shouted commands, he'd be back in a supermax cell within days. A concrete box with a slit for a window, a stainless steel toilet, and all the time in the world. And from there, he'd run his empire through coded letters and compliant lawyers, his influence seeping out like a poison. The death penalty was a bureaucratic fantasy, a labyrinth of appeals that would outlive them both. He'd grow old in a cage, but he'd still be alive. Still thinking. Still plotting. Still winning in the only way that mattered to him, by continuing to exist, by taking up space in her head, by forcing the world to remember his name. The alternative was clear. A single, stark path illuminated in her mind as she drove, the gray road unfurling like a ribbon toward a grim destination. She had to get there first. Alone. One bullet. That's all it would take. One properly placed round to erase 15 years of ghosts, of victims, faces that visited her in dreams, of the constant, low-grade hum of vigilance that never switched off. One bullet to silence the voice that still sometimes whispered in her memory, the voice from the interrogation room that said, "I'll see you soon, Nina." Not a threat. A promise. Suspension, dismissal, jail time, the consequences lined up in her mind like targets on a range. She examined each one dispassionately. The loss of her badge. The courtroom with its sealed windows and murmuring gallery. The cell, small and smelling of bleach and despair. None of them mattered. Not when measured against the finality of his grave. She'd trade her freedom, her career, every last shred of her former life for the certainty of his end. It was a simple, terrible equation, and she had solved it miles back. The answer was written in the set of her jaw, in the cold resolve that had settled in her gut like ballast. The urban sprawl began to fray at the edges. Brick row houses with barred windows and concrete stoops gave way to fenced-in industrial lots littered with pallets and rusting machinery. Then to scrubby, untended fields choked with last year's dead weeds, their stalks pale and brittle. The morning light, weak and gray, did little to soften the landscape of decay. It merely revealed it in all its muted, depressing detail. She followed the directions her memory supplied, turns becoming less frequent, the road narrowing from 4 lanes to 2, its surface growing pocked and patched with black asphalt that shone dully in the flat light. The smell through the vents changed. Less exhaust, more damp earth, the sweet rotten scent of a distant landfill, and underneath it all, the faint, acrid tang of something burning. She saw it then, ahead on the left, materializing through the grimy windshield like a bad memory conjured from fog, the decaying gates of Eternal Rest Memorial Gardens. They were wrought iron, or had been, now a skeleton of rust and peeling black paint. One hung crookedly from a single stubborn hinge, ajar at a 45-degree angle like a broken jaw. The other lay half submerged in a ditch of muddy water and tall, brown weeds, nearly invisible. The stone pillars they were attached to were cracked, stained with green moss and lurid spray-painted graffiti that had itself begun to fade and bleed in the weather. A chain, thick and orange with rust, was draped loosely across the opening, more a symbol than a barrier, its ends not even fastened, just dropped in the dirt as an afterthought. Nina slowed the car, the tires crunching over the broken asphalt of the shoulder, then onto a carpet of dead leaves and gravel that popped and skittered under the weight. She rolled to a stop 10 feet from the chain, the engine idling with a soft, familiar rumble that seemed obscenely loud in the quiet. Through the gates, she could see the cemetery proper, a field of neglected monuments tilting at crazy angles, shrouded in creeping ivy and deep, pooling shadow. The old carnival grounds would be just beyond the tree line to the right, a silent, haunted place of rotting timber and forgotten laughter. The air here felt still and thick, holding the cold close to the ground, muffling sound. The sky above was a uniform sheet of low, gray cloud. This was it. The rat's nest. The end of the trail. The place where the monster had crawled back to. She took a final deep breath, inhaling the scent of stale coffee, cold leather, and her own sharp, adrenaline-tinged sweat. Her hand went to the glove box, her fingers finding the latch in the dim light. As she clicked it open, the interior light was weak, yellow, casting long shadows. Her fingers closed around the familiar, checked texture of the pistol grip of her backup weapon, a compact 9. She didn't take it out, not yet. Just held it, feeling its weight, its cold promise, its stark condemnation. It was heavier than her service weapon. It felt right. It felt final. Time to finish it. She put the car in park. The click of the shifter was deafening in the sudden quiet, a definitive sound. She turned off the engine. The silence that followed was absolute and pressing, broken only by the rapid ticking of the cooling engine block and the distant, lonely caw of a crow from somewhere deep within the cemetery. She sat for a 3 count, listening, her eyes scanning the tree line, the shadows between the headstones, the deep gloom under a stand of skeletal oaks. Nothing moved but a few dead leaves skittering in a faint breeze that didn't reach inside the car. Her own reflection was faint in the windshield, a pale face with dark, hollow eyes staring back at her from the gloom of the cemetery beyond. She opened the door, the sound harsh and metallic in the stillness, a declaration of arrival. The cold, damp air washed in, carrying the smell of wet soil, dead leaves, and something faintly metallic, like old rain on rust. She stepped out into it, her boots sinking slightly into the soft, damp ground with a soft crunch. She didn't look back at the car. Her eyes were fixed on the path beyond the broken chain, a faint indentation in the weeds leading into the heart of the gloom. She walked toward the gates, her steps deliberate, crunching on the gravel, her hand now resting on the butt of her service weapon, holstered but unsnapped, her thumb tracing the edge of the retention strap. The rusted chain lay before her, a feeble attempt at order. She didn't step over it. She placed one boot firmly on a rusted link, pressed down with all her weight until it snapped with a dry, metallic ping and walked through. The broken ends fell away into the mud with a soft thud. She was inside. In Chapter 6. In Chapter 6, the recording app glowed red, a tiny digital eye in the dimness of the living room. Katie held the phone to her ear, the plastic cool and slick against her skin. The silence of the empty house was no longer peaceful. It was a held breath, a vacuum waiting to be filled with threat. She could hear the low hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen, the faint creak of a floorboard settling somewhere above. Her own breathing sounded too loud in her ears, each inhale and exhale a distinct event in the dense quiet. She became aware of other sounds layered beneath. The faint, high-frequency whine of an electronic transformer outside, the distant, rhythmic thump of a neighbor's sump pump, the soft rustle of her own shirt as she shifted her weight from one foot to the other. The air in the room smelled of lemon-scented wood polish, and underneath it, the faint, dry odor of old books from the floor-to-ceiling shelves. "An admirer?" she asked, her voice flat, testing the water. A metallic laugh crackled through the speaker, devoid of any real humor, a sound like grinding gears. It was followed by a wet, staticky click, as if a tongue were touching a microphone. "Are you prepared for the challenge?" The empty house felt like a cage. She moved from the center of the room to the largest window, her socked feet silent on the hardwood. The fabric of her socks caught on a slight splinter in the floor, a tiny snag that made her pause for a half-second, her body going still. She scanned the tree line, her eyes tracing the dark shapes of the pines against the slightly lighter sky. She moved her gaze in a grid, left to right along the property's edge, then deeper into the shadows between trunks, then back to the driveway. Nothing moved. No shadow out of place. But the feeling of exposure was acute, a prickling across her shoulders as if she were in a crosshair. She let the curtain fall back, its heavy linen brushing her knuckles, the texture coarse and solid. "What challenge?" She kept her tone neutral, a professional inquiry, but she could feel the pulse in her throat, a rapid flutter against her collarbone. She pressed 2 fingers to the spot, feeling the frantic beat there, a tiny trapped bird. "An evaluation of your particular expertise." "Keep him talking." Every word was data. She leaned a shoulder against the cold window pane, the contact a minor anchor. The chills seeped through her shirt, a sharp contrast to the warmth of her skin. She could feel the individual pores of the glass against her cotton sleeve. "Explain. Be specific." "What expertise?" She made it a demand, not a question, putting a slight edge on the last word. "The media speaks highly of your specialized understanding." The distorted voice stretched the last word, making it sound clinical and grotesque. There was a pause, filled with the faint hiss of the line, a sound like steam escaping. "Your mind for monsters." "I'm just an analyst." It was an automatic deflection, a habit from countless interagency meetings where downplaying her role had been a survival tactic. She said it while turning from the window, her eyes sweeping the room, cataloging potential weapons. A heavy bookend on the shelf, a chunk of polished marble shaped like a wave, a fire poker by the hearth, its iron tip blackened from use, the base of a standing lamp, its column solid brass. Her mind assigned each a value, a weight, a reach. "Here is the proposition, Agent Ford." The voice adopted a mock-formal cadence, like a game show host, but the digital distortion made it sound like a poorly dubbed film. "I provide a clue. The puzzle. Solve it, and I will let the young woman live. Do we have an agreement?" "A woman's life." Katie's gut tightened, a visceral clench deep in her abdomen. Her breath hitched. Her free hand came up, pressing hard just below her ribs, as if to physically still the reaction. She could feel the tension there, a hard knot of muscle. She bent forward slightly at the waist, a reflexive curl of protection. "Prove this isn't a game." Her voice was tighter now, the professional veneer thinning, a slight rasp at the edges. She cleared her throat, a short, sharp sound. Prove there's a woman. Give me a name. An age. Something verifiable. Disconnect the call. Her death becomes your responsibility. The proof is in your participation. The reply was swift, a verbal trap snapping shut. Her mind flashed to Calvin Calloway, the theatricality, the personal cruelty, the way he'd whisper a victim's name like a prayer. This felt different, colder, more detached. The timing, arriving right as she was isolated, was suspect, but suspicion wasn't currency. She needed facts, a thread to pull. She walked slowly toward the kitchen, each step measured, the phone a lead weight in her hand. The transition from living room rug to kitchen tile was a change in temperature under her socks, from soft warmth to cool hardness. Fine. I'm in. What are the terms? She made it sound like a reluctant concession, a door opening just a crack. Patience, the voice chided, a digital sigh that ended in a burst of static. There are parameters. You have 120 minutes. Correct answer, she lives. Wrong answer, or late arrival, she dies. The clock starts at the conclusion of this call. Katie pushed off from the doorway and moved quickly to the kitchen island. The overhead light was too bright, bleaching the granite counters to the color of bone and casting deep, sharp shadows under the cabinets. She yanked open drawers methodically. The first was utensils, forks and knives jumbled in a chaotic nest, their metal edges catching the light. The slides rumbled on their tracks. The second held tea towels, folded with military precision, and a stack of takeout menus. The third was a junk drawer. Her fingers sifted through a tangle of charging cables, a packet of batteries, a loose Phillips head screwdriver. Beside a roll of heavy-duty tape and a bundle of zip ties, her fingers brushed cold metal. She found a single key fob for a late-model sedan. She closed her fingers around it, the edges biting into her palm, the grooves of the buttons imprinting on her skin. The act of finding it, this small piece of agency, steadied her. She placed the fob on the counter with a soft click. Understood. Give me the puzzle. More rules. The voice seemed to enjoy this, the laying down of law, each word measured and savored. Each correct solution earns you a truth about me. Solve them all, and you get my identity. I surrender. A fair contest. A meeting of minds. It was a lie. And she was sure of it. The synthetic texture couldn't hide the arrogance, the glee beneath the modulation. But within the digital noise, patterns emerged. A slight elongation of certain syllables, like so ludion, a habitual pause of exactly 2 seconds before delivering a key phrase, a faint, wet click of the lips after the word contest, as if he were moistening them. This was a performance, and every performance had tells. She rested her hips against the counter's edge, her body angled away from the windows, a subconscious defensive posture. She crossed her arms, her right hand gripping her left bicep tightly. Agreed, she said, playing along, injecting a note of weary compliance, the sound of someone beaten down by bureaucracy. She let her shoulders slump a fraction. The final rule is non-negotiable. You come alone. No agency. No partners. No backup. A solo performance. She pushed back, probing for a reaction for a slip. She made her voice firm, authoritative, the tone she used with junior agents. You think I won't report a direct threat? That's procedure. It's automatic. The moment this call ends, I have a duty to notify. She held her breath, listening for any shift in the background hiss. Then you will find her corpse. And you will know you could have prevented it. The reply was immediate, devoid of hesitation. A statement of fact. No rise in pitch, no change in the distorted timbre. It was chilling in its flat certainty, like a judge reading a sentence. She tried another angle, leaning back against the counter, the cold granite seeping through the thin cotton of her shirt. She uncrossed her arms and placed her palms flat on the counter on either side of her, spreading her fingers, grounding herself. Why should I participate? If a body appears, it's a local matter. I'm federal. It's not my jurisdiction. You've called the wrong number. She injected a note of boredom, a challenge. Make me care. Show me your hand. She stared at the faint water ring on the countertop, a ghost of a glass from another time, tracing its irregular outline with her eyes. You have no alternative. Give me a reason. She let the boredom sharpen into impatience. You want a game. Games need willing players. Convince me. First, the voice began, ticking off points with pedantic clarity. Refuse, and by dawn a body will be on your property. Your current media profile would not benefit from that, would it? The public already questions you. The unstable agent, the violent ex-husband. He paused, letting the labels hang in the static. A fresh corpse on your lawn would be conclusive. A full stop to your career. You'd never get within a mile of a case file again. Katie had avoided the news feeds, but she didn't need to see them to know the narrative. She felt her jaw tighten, the muscles at the back of her neck coiling like springs. Her molars pressed together until an ache bloomed in her temples, a dull, familiar pressure. She forced her jaw to unclench, her lips parting slightly. Second, the voice continued, a smugness bleeding through the distortion like oil through paper, you crave the puzzle. The celebrated agent with nothing but her work. It defines you. It's all you have left. Especially now. After the divorce. After the incident with your father. The work is your sanctuary. And I am offering you a unique piece of work. A custom-made challenge, drawn from your own life study. Can you truly turn away from that? From the one thing you are still good at? The words landed like small, precise blows. Father. Not parents. A specific, targeted choice. He knew about the estrangement, the funeral she hadn't attended. She let the silence stretch, calculating not just her next words but her breathing, keeping it even and slow through her nose. She could feel the heat of humiliation rising up her chest and neck. You presume to know me. You've read headlines. That's not knowledge. You're not the first to try this. She forced a dry, dismissive note into her voice, but it felt brittle, like thin ice. I do know you. The confidence was absolute, filling the hissing line, pushing against her eardrum. Your residents. Your associates. Your romantic failures. Your father. Your motivations. Is that sufficient? Or shall I describe the scar on your right knee? The one from the bicycle when you were 9. The shape of it like a tiny crescent moon just below the kneecap. A cold trickle, unrelated to the room's temperature, traced its way down her spine. The detail was trivial, intimate, buried. No file contained that. It meant deep, invasive research or observation, or something worse, a source close to her childhood. She swallowed, her throat dry and clicking. It sounds like you've read a file. A thorough one. Congratulations. She couldn't keep the edge out now, a blade of anger showing through the crack. You've done your homework. Now get to the point. Your time begins now, Agent Ford. 2 hours. The clock is literal. I am watching it. There was a soft, rhythmic ticking suddenly superimposed on the line, a metronome counting down in the digital space between them. Then it faded. Then give me the clue. No more theatrics. She gripped the edge of the counter, her fingertips whitening. Listen carefully. One recitation only. She fumbled with the phone for a second, her thumb slipping on the volume rocker before she maxed it out. The voice filled the quiet kitchen, rendered even more alien by the tinny speaker, booming in the sterile space, bouncing off the hard surfaces. She waited where the trains descend, a token for the ferryman's hand. Find her where the echoes bend, beneath the city's oldest brand. It was not what she'd anticipated. No street names, no clear landmarks. It was poetic, archaic, the language of a different century. A riddle wrapped in a threat. The words hung in the air, incongruous against the modern kitchen, the stainless steel appliances, the LED lights. She repeated them silently, her lips moving, capturing the rhythm. That's not a clear directive. Of a place. Of a person. Echoes Bend is not a location. She heard the frustration in her own voice, a crack in the control, and immediately regretted it, giving him a point. She winced, closing her eyes for a second. The clock is running. Your comprehension is part of the test. The voice was almost gentle, a teacher disappointed by a slow student. The line went silent, not with a click, but with the sudden, absolute void of a dead connection. The ambient room sounds rushed back in, the hum of the fridge cycling to a higher pitch, the faint, insistent tick of a clock from the living room, the creak of the house settling, as if a vacuum seal had broken. The silence was now deafening, a roar in her ears. She lowered the phone, her thumb stabbing the screen to stop the recording. The red light vanished, leaving her in the kitchen's sterile brightness. For a long moment, she just stood there, the silence now a physical pressure in her ears. The words began to cycle in her head, a relentless, rhythmic chant, each repetition carving the nonsense deeper into meaning. She spoke them aloud, her voice a low murmur in the empty room. Trains descend. A token. Ferryman's hand. Echoes bend. A oldest brand. The 2-hour time limit was the first concrete data point. It suggested a local destination, something within a drive of where was she. She had to think to orient herself in space. Nina's house was a fortress in Virginia horse country, maybe 45 minutes out from the district in light traffic, longer if she hit the inevitable bottleneck near the bridges. Washington, D.C. was the epicenter, the place where her career, her notoriety, and most of the historic violence she studied converged. The puzzle would be there. It had to be. The caller was showcasing knowledge of her domain, pulling from the same well she drank from. She stood motionless by the counter, replaying the caller's tone, the rhythm, the choice of words, searching her mental database for a match. Her eyes lost focus, staring at the brushed stainless steel face of the oven, seeing nothing but the ghostly reflection of her own pale face. It was Calvin Calloway's style. He favored brutal, intimate taunts, a visceral connection to his victims, leaving behind personal trophies, not poetic clues. This was clandestine, theatrical in a different way, intellectualized. An acolyte. A copycat inspired by the media storm around her. Or simply a trap, designed with surgical precision to pull her out into the open, alone and vulnerable, using her own instincts as the bait. Her thumb moved automatically to Nina's contact in her phone, her fingertip hovering over the call button, casting a small shadow on the glass. The impulse was powerful, a lifeline. Nina would know what to do. Nina had resources, a clear mind, a weapon. Then she stopped, her hand trembling slightly with pent-up energy. Nina was deep in her own hunt, a single-minded trajectory toward the phantom from her past. Dragging her into this, based on an anonymous call and a cryptic rhyme, would split focus. It would force explanations, debates, logistical delays. You come alone. The caller's rule wasn't just a restriction, it was a diagnosis. He knew she was isolated. He knew her partnership with Nina was new, untested. He knew she would calculate the odds of coordination versus speed, and likely decide to move solo. It was a solo play, designed for a solo player. She had to treat it as one. The weight of the decision settled on her, heavy and cold. Katie began to pace, the smooth floorboards creaking under her weight in a specific spot near the island. She forced her mind to work, to shift from reaction to analysis, to become the tool she was reputed to be. The caller had referenced her expertise. Her public notoriety, the thing the media latched onto, stemmed from one thing: her encyclopedic archive of violent criminal history, her ability to see patterns across decades, to connect cold cases to active ones. The puzzle, therefore, had to connect to that. It was a test drawn from her own life's work, a perverse final exam. He was saying, "Show me what you know. Prove you're worth my time." A token for the ferryman's hand. The phrase resonated, a dull chime in the back of her skull that grew louder, more insistent. It connected to a fragment of a case, a file she'd reviewed during her early days at Quantico, a deep dive into local unsolveds, meant to build historical context. She stopped pacing in the middle of the living room, closing her eyes, trying to visualize the page, the feel of the cheap paper in the 3-ring binder, the smell of old ink and dust, the cool air of the record's basement. The cold case web began to knit together in her memory, threads connecting across decades, names and dates floating to the surface. The Union Station Crier. The name given by tabloids. Active 1979 to 1982. Never identified. He had targeted women, travelers, waitresses, cleaners, in the old rail yards and the dim, marble waiting areas near the original train terminals. The MO was consistent: manual strangulation, ligature marks from what was believed to be a leather strap. And with each victim, he had placed a single, obsolete railroad baggage claim token, made of tarnished brass, clutched in the victim's right hand. The press, hungry for a hook, had dubbed it the ferryman's fare, a coin for the journey to the underworld. The case had gone officially cold when the abduction stopped abruptly in '82, the killer presumed dead, incarcerated on other charges, or moved. It was a footnote, a ghost in the machine of DC. Crime, a story told to new agents, as an example of pre-DNA investigative limits. Her eyes snapped open. She stared out the kitchen window into the black mirror of the night, but she wasn't seeing the dark yard. She was seeing old case photos, blue-toned and grainy, the victims' faces blurred by time and tragedy, the gleam of a token in a stiffened hand, the way the fingers were always curled just so, as if caught in the act of receiving payment. The riddle was aligning, piece by piece, clicking into place with an almost audible sound. Token for the ferryman's hand. It was a direct quote from the old tabloid coverage. He was using her own archive against her. Where the trains descend, that could be a subterranean rail platform, a place where tracks dipped below street level into a cut or a tunnel. Union Station had extensive lower-level tracks for Amtrak and commuter lines, descending from the main concourse. But that was too active, too modern. Where the echoes bend, a curved, enclosed space with hard surfaces. A vaulted tunnel, a brick archway, a rotunda. Sound would behave strangely there, warping and carrying, creating whispers from footsteps. Beneath the city's oldest brand, the original ornate station seal. The first major rail terminal's identity, its foundational insignia. Not the modern logo, but the historic crest laid in tile or carved in stone, marking the birthplace of DC's rail travel. But the main Union Station was still in use, bustling, public, lit and patrolled. It didn't fit the isolation the riddle implied, the sense of a forgotten tomb. Her mind kept digging, sifting through layers of DC. History she'd absorbed like geology. There was an earlier station. The original Grand Central Station for the city, built before Union Station, a magnificent Beaux Arts structure that had been the pride of the capital in the late 1800s. It had been largely demolished, built over by government buildings and new infrastructure. But parts of it remained, buried beneath the city like a ghost limb. Forgotten platforms, sealed tunnels, spaces where the city had simply grown a new skin over the old bones. She rushed into the living room, where her laptop sat closed on the coffee table, a smudge of dust on its lid. She opened it, the screen flaring to life, illuminating her intent face in the dark room, casting long shadows up the wall behind her. Her fingers flew over the keys, the clicks rapid and sharp, a staccato counterpoint to her racing thoughts. A search, original Washington, D.C. Central Station, sealed mail platform 1958. She scanned results, her heart beginning to drum a faster, harder rhythm against her ribs, a visceral knocking that she felt in her throat. There it was. A niche urban exploration forum, a grainy, flash photo from the 1990s. A caption, forgotten mail platform, original Central Station, sealed since 1958. Access shaft reportedly collapsed circa 2004. Last known entry point was a maintenance hatch near the intersection of 1st and L Streets NE. The photo showed a vast, dark, cathedral-like space with soaring curved brick arches. Echoes would bend and swirl there, creating a whisper gallery, and on one far wall, barely visible in the flashlight beam, was a large, tiled mosaic crest. The original railroad company's emblem, a heraldic shield with a steam locomotive. The city's oldest railroad brand. The platform had been used for sorting mail directly from trains that descended into a deep cut below the city streets, an engineering feat of its time. It was a perfect, forgotten tomb, a time capsule of brick and dust, a place where a body could lie undiscovered for weeks. A place only someone with her specific, arcane knowledge would think to look. A fierce, cold certainty settled over her, hardening her expression, erasing the last traces of doubt. Her shoulders squared, her spine straightening. This was it. The puzzle wasn't arbitrary. It was a direct pull from the depths of her professional memory, a test only she, with her specific, morbid scholarship, was likely to pass. He wasn't just testing her. He was displaying his knowledge of her, proving his access to the same dark archives, establishing a perverse intimacy. He was saying, I am in your world. I know what you know. Got you, she whispered, the words a soft exhalation of focused triumph in the silent room. She followed it with a muttered, sharper clarification to the empty air, Union Station crier. 1979 to 82. Baggage token in the right hand. Ferriman's Fair, naming it, speaking the old tabloid poetry, solidified the link, made it real. It was no longer a ghost story, it was a map. Action was the only outlet for the adrenaline now coursing through her, making her fingers tingle and her vision sharpen. She moved to the hall closet Nina had pointed out earlier. The door opened with a soft sigh of compressed air, releasing a wave of cedar scent. Inside, beside winter coats that smelled faintly of mothballs and old perfume, was a small, gray biometric safe bolted to the wall studs. Nina had given her the code. 9/11, the month and day Mark had died. Katie's throat tightened briefly as she punched the numbers, each beep from the keypad sounding obscenely loud in the hallway's quiet. The lock gave a solid, satisfying thunk, a sound of release and commitment. Inside, nestled in custom-cut black foam, was a compact Glock 43, a spare-loaded magazine beside it like a sleeping companion. The metal was cool and blued in the closet's dim light, smelling of grease and cold steel. She lifted it out, the weight familiar and comforting in all the wrong ways, a heavy truth in her palm. She checked the chamber with efficient, practiced motions. The slide racked back smoothly, revealing the empty, glinting tunnel. Clear. She slapped the magazine home, the sound a sharp, final click that echoed in the small space, and tucked the pistol into the waistband of her jeans at the small of her back. The metal was an insistent cold spot against her skin, a constant reminder. The spare mag went into the right pocket of her jacket, its weight pulling the fabric down, a tangible counterbalance. She snatched the car keys from the kitchen counter where she'd left them, the fob feeling heavier now, charged with purpose. At the front door, she faced the security panel, its lit a soft green eye. She disarmed the system, her fingers punching the 6-digit code with precise, deliberate taps. The panel gave a soft, descending two-tone chime of acknowledgement. She then turned the heavy, polished steel deadbolt, its mechanism grinding with solid, well-oiled resistance, then reached high to disengage the secondary fox lock, which released with a thick, metallic clack that seemed to vibrate in the doorframe and up her arm. She paused for 1 second, her hand on the cool steel handle, and glanced back over her shoulder into the shadowed belly of the safe house. The carefully arranged furniture, the blank television screen like a blind eye, the empty mug on the coffee table where a ring of condensation had evaporated into a faint stain. It felt less like a refuge now, and more like a stage she was exiting, a set she was leaving behind for the real performance. Then she pulled the solid steel door shut behind her. It closed with a deep, airtight thud that echoed in the bare concrete vestibule, a sound of finality, sealing the quiet, lit world inside. The night air was chill and damp, smelling strongly of pine sap and wet earth from a recent rain. Her breath plumed in the faint orange light from a security lamp mounted under the eaves, the vapor hanging for a moment before dissolving. The gravel of the driveway was sharp and uneven under her shoes, each step a loud crunch that seemed to announce her departure. Nina's sedan, a dark blue SUV, was parked on the gravel turnaround, its dark paint beaded with moisture. She hit the fob and the vehicle chirped, its lights flashing once, illuminating the swirling mist in the air for an instant, catching the glitter of quartz in the gravel. She yanked the driver's door open, the handle cold and damp with condensation, and slid inside. The interior smelled of leather cleaner and, faintly beneath it, Nina's perfume, something citrus and sharp like bergamot, a scent that felt out of place now. The seat was adjusted for Nina's shorter frame, too close to the wheel. Katie fumbled for the lever on the side, shoving it back with a grunt, her knees pressing against the dash before she found the right angle. The steering wheel felt cold and grainy under her palms. She jammed the key into the ignition, the action violent, a stab of metal into a slot and twisted. The engine roared to life, a deep, modern purr that vibrated through the chassis and up through the seat, a surge of potential energy. As she fastened her seatbelt, it snapped across her chest and lap, the latch engaging with a definitive click that seemed to lock her into the mission, a harness for the coming plunge. Her eyes darted to the glove compartment. Would Nina keep a weapon in the car? The backup. She popped it open. The little light revealed neat stacks of manuals, a vehicle registration in a plastic sleeve, a tire pressure gauge, a pack of gum. No gun. The one pressing against the base of her spine would have to do. It was her tool, her responsibility. She shut the compartment firmly, the latch catching with a soft thump. She shifted the gear selector into drive, the console illumination casting a soft green glow on her hand. Her foot, almost of its own volition, pressed down on the accelerator. The SUV surged forward with a lurch. Gravel spat and spun under the tires, pinging against the wheel wells and undercarriage in a frantic, stuttering rattle as she accelerated onto the smooth blacktop of the country road. The headlights carved twin tunnels through the clinging darkness, illuminating the dashed center line that began to blur into a solid streak as her speed climbed. The dashboard lights glowed a soft amber, illuminating her hands on the wheel, knuckles white, tendons standing out like cables under her skin, her face set in a mask of grim determination reflected faintly in the windshield, superimposed over the rushing darkness. Her eyes, fixed on the unspooling road ahead, were already calculating the fastest route. 66 east to the Roosevelt Bridge, then cutting across the city grid, avoiding the monuments where police patrols were thickest, into the less watched streets near Noma, where a forgotten platform waited beneath the oldest brand. The clock in her head was already ticking, a silent, relentless countdown synced to the beating of her heart. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The navigation system charted the course Katie couldn't. She pushed the car south on the freeway, the sprawl of Washington, D.C., drawing closer with each mile. The morning sun was a flat, pale disk behind a veil of high cloud, doing nothing to warm the air that seeped through the car's vents. Her hands were tight on the wheel, knuckles pale, the tendons standing out like cords. Her mind churned over the details, a desperate, silent recitation to keep the panic at bay. The Metro Maiden. 3 women in the late 90s, all found near decommissioned transit stops. The third one was different. Her transit card was tucked into her shoe, and a perfect lipstick kiss was stamped on her collar. She could see the crime scene photos in her head, the stark black and white prints from the case file. The unnatural angles of the bodies, the eerie neatness of the staging. The way the third victim's head had been tilted just so, as if listening for a train that would never come. Her target was the old dump site, a pedestrian underpass near a long-shuttered station. The GPS knew the street, a bland digital voice calling out turns, but it didn't know the history. It didn't know about the stains that never fully washed out of the concrete, or the way the neighborhood had turned its back on that shadowed place. A sudden, solid wall of brake lights halted her progress 2 miles out from the coordinates. Traffic congealed into an unmoving river of steel and glass. A horn blared somewhere ahead, answered by another. Katie's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against her sternum. The time. He's counting the time. The digital clock on the dash seemed to pulse. She leaned forward, peering through the windshield, but the line of cars stretched into a curve, motionless. The GPS recalculated, the estimated arrival time climbing, 12 minutes. 14 minutes. A cold sweat broke out along her hairline. She didn't hesitate. Wrenching the wheel hard to the right, she swerved onto a narrow side street, the tires bumping over the curb with a jarring thud that rattled her teeth. The car lurched, suspension groaning. She stamped on the accelerator, flying past dumpsters and delivery vans, her eyes scanning for a space. Half a block down, she saw it, a gap in front of a shuttered bodega, its grate plastered with faded flyers. She braked hard, the seatbelt locking across her chest. She parked haphazardly, 2 wheels up on the cracked sidewalk. The engine died with a cough as she turned the key. Her fingers fumbled with the seatbelt clasp, the mechanism clicking loudly in the sudden quiet. She shoved the door open, the sound a sharp report in the narrow street, and was out of the car in one fluid motion, breaking into a jog before the door had fully swung shut. Her phone was a cold, hard rectangle in her palm, already lit with the map. Her badge was clipped to her belt, the worn leather case flipped open to display the shield. It was a prop now, a shield against questions she didn't have time to answer, but the weight of it felt like a lie. The city swallowed her. She moved against the tide of morning commuters, a woman in dark jeans and a jacket, her expression set in a mask of urgent purpose that dared anyone to stop her. Pedestrians flowed around her like water around a stone, a blur of briefcases and coffee cups and distracted faces lit by phone screens. She didn't make eye contact. She kept her head down, her stride eating up the pavement, her breath starting to come in short, sharp clouds in the chill air. The sounds were a cacophony, the hiss of bus brakes, the tinny beat of music escaping headphones, a vendor shouting about hot pretzels, the rumble of a garbage truck. The smell was layered: exhaust fumes, greasy food from a cart, the damp wool of a passing coat, a whiff of perfume from a woman who brushed her shoulder. Her sneakers slapped the concrete, each impact traveling up her shins. She wove through a cluster of tourists staring at a map, sidestepped a delivery bike that cut across her path, her body moving on pure, adrenalized instinct. Her phone chirped, the map app updating. 50 feet. The street had changed. New condos with glass facades where warehouses once stood, trendy cafes with chalkboard menus advertising $7 lattes, but the bones were the same. The slope of the land, the way the buildings crowded in as if trying to hide something. She turned a final corner, and the concrete underpass yawned before her, a deep gash of shadow beneath the raised road. It was a forgotten space, the air within it several degrees colder, flowing out to meet her like a chill breath. Graffiti scrawled across the walls in layered, chaotic tags, a history of neglect painted in spray paint. The ground was littered with broken glass that glittered in the weak light from the street, crushed food wrappers, and the sour, damp smell of urine, wet concrete, and something else. The sweet rotten odor of decaying garbage from a torn black bag slumped in a corner. The echo of traffic from above was a distant, hollow rumble that seemed to vibrate in the pit of her stomach. It rang. The sound was shockingly loud in the confined space, a sharp, digital trill that bounced off the grimy walls. She fumbled the phone, her cold fingers clumsy, nearly dropping it. She caught it, her grip too tight. "I'm here," she answered, breathless, the word bouncing back at her in a faint, mocking echo. The distorted voice replied, a digital gargle that held no humanity, no breath, no life. "I see that." Her skin prickled, a wave of goosebumps rising on her arms and the back of her neck. The fine hairs on her forearms stood erect. She couldn't stop a full-body shudder that made her shoulders jerk. He was watching. Right now. Her head snapped up, her eyes scanning, methodical, desperate. The blank, dark windows of the apartments overlooking the underpass, some with blinds drawn, others reflecting only sky. The flat rooftops lined with HVAC units like silent sentinels. The shifting crowd at the mouth of the tunnel, a man in a suit talking on his phone, a woman with a stroller paused to adjust a blanket, a teenager with a backpack slung over one shoulder. Anyone could be him. A man on a phone. A woman pretending to read a sign. Nothing gave him away, and that was the most terrifying part. His anonymity was absolute, a vacuum where a face should be. The game isn't over. Bonus round. We had a deal, Katie snapped, the anger in her voice a thin, brittle veneer over a bottomless well of fear. It cracked on the last word. She took a step back, pressing her shoulder blades against the cold, rough concrete of the tunnel wall, as if it could protect her from his gaze. The texture scraped through her jacket. "Where is she?" "Do you always keep your deals, Agent Ford?" The taunt was familiar, a twisted echo of another monster from another case, a man who had loved word games just like this. The memory was a knife twist, a phantom pain in an old scar. "The riddle. I have a million eyes but cannot see. I have a million ears but cannot hear. I swallow the city but I am not a beast." Her mind, trained for patterns, for connections, fired instantly. Surveillance cameras. Traffic monitors. No, too modern for the era he's mimicking. It was too obvious. A trap within the trap. But the clock was ticking in her head, a frantic, silent metronome. She saw the grimy tiles of a station platform, the dark mouths of tunnels. "The metro," she said, the words leaving her mouth almost before the thought was fully formed. 5 minutes. Stay on the line. He didn't need to tell her twice. She was already running, bursting from the gloom of the underpass into the weak daylight, the sudden brightness making her blink. She cut through side streets she knew too well from 100 different cases, her feet carrying her on a path of muscle memory, past landmarks she registered only as blurs of color and shape. Past a community garden with its winter-bare plots and skeletal trellises, across a 4-lane road in a gap between cars, earning a furious, elongated blast from a taxi's horn that Dopplered away behind her. Her lungs burned, each breath a sharp scrape in her chest. The air was cold, but it felt hot in her throat. Her legs pumped, muscles protesting the sudden, sustained sprint. The old congressional cemetery rose ahead, its low stone wall and ancient, leaning headstones forming a silent city of the dead amidst the living one. "I'm at the cemetery," she panted into the phone, the words broken by her gasping breaths. She slowed to a fast walk at the iron main gate, her hand on the cold, flaking metal to steady herself. Her palm came away smudged with rust. "Good. Now walk." She pushed through the gate, the hinge groaning softly, a sound of age and disuse. The cemetery was vast and quiet, a sprawling park of grief under the gray sky. She moved past the main gatehouse, a small brick building with dark, empty windows, scanning the quiet, crushed gravel paths that wound between the monuments. Her gaze jumped from figure to figure, assessing threat in milliseconds. An old man in a worn coat carefully placing a small bouquet of carnations, too frail, movements too deliberate, a jogger with bright earbuds in, arms pumping rhythmically, wrong posture, too focused on his run, a couple leaning close together, studying a paper map, too engrossed in each other, no peripheral awareness. None of them looked back at her. None had the predatory stillness of a watcher. They were just ghosts among ghosts. "Where's the girl?" she demanded, her voice low, barely more than a breath into the phone. She kept walking, her eyes darting to every shadow cast by an obelisk, every stand of bare-limbed trees that could conceal a shape. "Down the hill. Toward the river." Katie circled the perimeter, her sneakers crunching on the gravel, the sound absurdly loud in the stillness. The tended plots near the entrance, with their fresh flowers and neatly trimmed grass, gave way to older, more neglected sections. The stones here were stained with green and white lichen, their inscriptions worn smooth by time and weather, the names of the dead reclaimed by nature. The air grew damper, cooler, carrying the rich, loamy scent of wet earth and decaying leaves. Her steps carried her away from the open spaces to a sloping, overgrown area near the back wall, where the cemetery land tumbled down toward the unseen river, hidden by a thick screen of trees. This was the place. She knew it from the files, from the description in the detective's notes. The maiden's third victim had been found here, decades ago, in this exact forgotten corner where the city's maintenance ended and the wilderness began. Go down, the voice instructed, a calm, almost bored command. Tell me she's safe. Katie's plea was raw, stripped of all professionalism, all guile. It was just fear, naked and desperate, the voice of someone who already knew the answer. See you soon, the line died with a soft, final click. The silence that followed was profound, a physical weight. The distant city sounds, a siren, the hum of traffic, seemed to fade, muffled by the trees and the thick, damp air and the sheer weight of the place. A cold, sick dread pooled in her stomach, heavy as lead. Teeth gritted so hard her jaw ached, she picked her way down the steep, muddy embankment. Thorns from a wild, tangled rosebush snagged her jacket with a sound like tearing cloth. Her foot slipped on a patch of wet, clay-like earth, and she grabbed at the trunk of a thick, gnarled oak to steady herself, the bark rough and cold under her palm, bits of it crumbling away. She moved with her back to the tree, using it as a shield, her eyes searching the tangle of ivy and toppled, weathered headstones that lay like fallen teeth. The ivy was a thick, green-black carpet, swallowing the smaller markers whole, leaving only vague, rounded shapes beneath. Then she saw it. A form, curled fetal against the base of a large, dark granite monument. A splash of color that was all wrong for this place of stone and decay, a bright blue jacket, a flash of white sneaker. No, she whispered, the sound sucked away by the dense foliage. A cold fist tightened in her chest, squeezing the air from her lungs. For a second, she couldn't move. She just stared, hoping her eyes were lying, that it was a trick of the shadows, a pile of discarded clothes left by a homeless person. The blue was too vivid. The shape too specific. It was. She forced her legs to work, stepping closer, each foot placed with deliberate care to avoid snapping a twig, to keep the silence intact. The mud sucked at her soles. A young black woman lay still, her face turned away toward the granite, nestled in the ivy as if sleeping. She was dressed in casual clothes, dark jeans, the blue puffer jacket, one sneaker half off as if she'd kicked it loose in a struggle or as she was dragged. A perfect replica. The posture was exactly as described in the Metro Maiden file, the tucked chin, the knees drawn up, one arm bent beneath the body. Katie's professional mind, that detached analytical engine, clicked on despite the horror, a survival mechanism. Early 20s. No blood on the clothes, no obvious trauma to the visible skin. Lividity consistent with the position. Suffocation, then. Manual or with a bag. A copycat's faithful, meticulous reproduction. This was a dump site, not the kill zone. He would have killed her somewhere controlled, private, where he could take his time. He brought her here to display her. To complete the scene. Which meant there should be signatures. The proof of the homage. Glancing around once more, seeing nothing but the silent stones and the shifting leaves in a faint breeze, she knelt. The damp from the ground immediately seeped through the knee of her jeans, a shocking cold. She used the cuff of her jacket to cover her hand, a makeshift barrier against leaving prints or disturbing evidence she shouldn't be touching. Her movements were slow, precise, a grotesque parody of care. She gently lifted the woman's foot. The limb was heavy, already settling into the rigidity of death, the muscle unyielding. The sneaker, a cheap canvas brand, was loose. Tucked inside, against the sole, was a faded, plastic transit card from the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. It was old, the font a style from the 90s, the magnetic strip worn. A collector's item, or a carefully preserved artifact stolen from an archive or a flea market. Her eyes moved to the collar of the woman's jacket, where it gaped slightly. There, on the light-colored nylon lining, was a smudge of bright, waxy red. She leaned closer, her breath catching in her throat. It wasn't a smudge. It was a distinct, perfect shape of lips, the Cupid's bow clearly defined, the lower lip full. The edges were crisp. It had been applied with care, with deliberation. It was identical, down to the slight asymmetry of the lower lip, to the photograph in the case file. A perfect match. He'd used the same shade, or found a vintage tube. The dedication was horrifying. Katie replaced the card with clumsy, reverent care, her fingers trembling now, making the plastic slip. She had to try twice to slide it back into the shoe. She lowered the foot back to the ground, arranging it as close as she could to its original position, the heel resting in a slight depression in the ivy. The finality of it hit her then, a wave that broke over the dam of her professionalism. This was a real person. Someone had brushed her hair this morning, had chosen this jacket from a closet, had maybe argued with a friend or smiled at a barista. Someone was waiting for her to come home, and that waiting would turn to dread, then to a grief that would never fully leave. A wave of nausea rose in Katie's throat, bitter and hot, tasting of coffee and panic. She swallowed it down, hard, the muscles of her throat working. She pulled out her phone, her thumb hovering over the emergency call button. The screen was a beacon of light in the dim green gloom. The logic was cold and inescapable. A suspended agent found at a fresh murder scene. With a victim staged to match an old case she'd just been researching. It was a prosecutor's dream. They wouldn't see a rescuer, they'd see a participant, a deranged copycat herself, especially after Todd's murder was still fresh. Cowell would have her in a cell before she finished her statement, and any explanation about a phantom caller would sound like the ramblings of a guilty mind. And the caller would vanish, his game won, his puppet dancing on the strings he'd cut. She couldn't stay. She couldn't be found here. She scrambled back up the slippery embankment, mud coating her hands and knees, her fingers digging into the cold earth for purchase. Thorns ripped at her sleeves. Her heart pounded a frantic, ragged rhythm against her sternum. She burst onto the paved path, trying to smooth her hair, to wipe the worst of the dirt from her jeans with shaking hands. She was a mess. She looked exactly like someone who had just been crawling around a crime scene. Her breath came in ragged, visible puffs. A woman in a dark business suit and a beige trench coat was walking alone, several yards behind a chattering group of tourists pointing at a notable grave. She had a leather portfolio under one arm and was checking her watch with an impatient frown. Katie moved without conscious thought, intercepting her path, stepping into her line of sight. Excuse me. I need your help." The woman stopped, her eyes widening slightly at Katie's disheveled appearance. The mud, the wild eyes, the heaving chest. She took a subtle half-step back, her grip tightening on the portfolio. "What is it?" Her voice was cautious, clipped. "I'm with the FBI," Katie said, her voice low and urgent. She didn't flash the badge. The woman's eyes had already dropped to it, registered the shield clipped to her muddy waistband. Katie kept her hands visible, palms slightly out, non-threatening. "There's been an incident. I need you to call 911 for me. Right now." "What kind of incident?" the woman asked, her gaze flicking past Katie toward the overgrown hill, then back to her face, searching for truth or madness. Her eyes were a sharp, intelligent blue. "Please," Katie said, putting every ounce of strained authority, every shred of desperate sincerity she possessed into the word. It was all she had. Call 911. Tell them there's a 1055 in the bushes, near the back wall of Congressional Cemetery. A coroner's case. That's all. Just say an officer on the scene told you to report it. You don't know anything else. The woman hesitated, conflict plain on her face. The natural desire to avoid involvement warring with the authority of the badge and the raw, compelling intensity in Katie's eyes. She was a civilian, wanting no part of this, but the training of a lifetime to respect the badge won out. With a slow, reluctant nod, she pulled a sleek silver phone from her coat pocket. A 1055, she confirmed, her finger poised over the screen, her thumbprint unlocking it. Yes. Near the back wall. Coroner's case. The woman made the call, holding the phone to her ear, her other arm wrapped around herself. Katie watched her, every second an eternity, her own pulse loud in her ears. She heard the woman's voice, tight with nerves, repeating the information exactly as given. Yes, hello, I need to report. I was told by an officer, Congressional Cemetery, the back section, near the river wall, a 1055, they said a coroner's case. I don't know, I'm just passing by. An officer asked me to call it in. The woman listened, her eyes on Katie, and nodded at the phone. I'm okay. Thank you. She ended the call and looked at Katie, her expression now more fearful than suspicious, as if she'd just touched something contaminated. They're sending someone. What's a 1055? Thank you, Katie said, the words rushed, already pulling away. She was already moving, backward at first, keeping the woman in sight, putting distance between them. If the police ask, tell them exactly what happened. Just what you saw and what you did. Thank you, she turned then and walked, not ran, toward the main gate, forcing her stride to be long but measured. She melted into the thin stream of foot traffic on the path, forcing her pace to slow, to match the ambling speed of an old man examining a headstone with a magnifying glass. She pulled her collar up, dipped her chin, becoming just another anonymous figure in a city of millions. The urge to run was a physical pressure in her legs, a burning in her lungs, but she fought it, clenching her fists until her nails bit into her palms. Anonymity was her only shield now. With each step, she put distance between herself and the dead girl curled in the ivy, and the unseen, all-seeing eyes she knew were still watching, evaluating her every move, judging her flight. The game wasn't over. He had said so. And she was now well and truly trapped in it, a fugitive from the very system she was sworn to, carrying the secret of a dead woman in a forgotten corner of a city that buried its secrets in plain sight, layer upon layer, like the graffiti on a tunnel wall. In Chapter 8. In Chapter 8. In Chapter 8. Katie Ford slammed the door of Nina Shaw's house and threw the deadbolt, the heavy thud of steel on steel, echoing through the silent foyer like a gunshot in a chapel. She leaned her full weight against the wood, her shoulder pressing into the unyielding surface, as if the pressure of her body could seal out the world. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, painful rhythm she could feel pounding in her throat and hear pulsing in her ears with a low, rushing sound, a waterfall of her own blood. For a long moment, she didn't move, just stood there breathing in shallow, useless gasps that did nothing to fill her lungs. The air in the entryway was cool and still, smelling faintly of lemon polish and the dry, metallic scent of the security system. Then her legs gave out, the muscles simply quitting, the strength draining from her thighs and calves as if a plug had been pulled. She slid down the smooth, painted surface of the door, the fabric of her jacket whispering against it, the seam of her jeans catching slightly before giving way, until she hit the floor with a jarring impact that traveled up her spine. She drew her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them in a tight, fetal coil, making herself as small as the space would allow. A fine, uncontrollable tremor started in her hands, a vibration in her fingertips that made her phone screen a blurry rectangle of light and worked its way up her arms into her shoulders, making her teeth want to chatter. She pressed her forehead to her knees, the denim of her jeans cool and slightly rough against her skin, and let it happen, a full-body shudder of pure, undiluted panic that felt like her skeleton was trying to escape her skin. Her knees knocked together lightly, a rapid, pathetic percussion. The sound of her own ragged breathing was loud in the enclosed space, each inhale a desperate scrape. She gave herself 60 seconds. She counted them out in the dark behind her eyelids, each beat marked by the violent thump of her own heart. 1. The image of the woman's open mouth. 2. The feel of the damp tunnel wall. 3. The transit card, white against black leather. When she reached 60, she forced a deep, ragged breath into her lungs, held it until her chest ached and spots danced at the edges of her vision, and let it out slowly through pursed lips, trying to control the stream of air. She did it again. And again. The trembling subsided to a faint, persistent quiver in her hands, which she now saw were scraped and dirty from the tunnel wall, grit embedded in the heel of her palm, a thin line of dried blood across 2 knuckles. She pushed herself up, her palms scraping against the door, leaving faint smudges of grime and sweat on the pale paint. The living room felt like a cage, its dimensions suddenly oppressive, the high ceiling looming. The cold, minimalist space Nina called home was all sharp angles and recessed lighting, shadows pooling in the corners where the dimmed bulbs didn't reach, deep and velvety. She stalked its length, her boots silent on the thick, gray area rug, then loud and decisive on the polished concrete as she paced past the kitchen's dark mouth, a cave of stainless steel. Her phone was a useless, sweating weight in her hand, the case slick with perspiration. She caught her own frantic eyes staring back from the dark glass of the hallway mirror. Wide, bloodshot, the pupils dilated with adrenaline, a streak of grime on one cheekbone. A ghost in a fortress. A complete dead end. The reflection seemed a stranger, hollowed out and hunted. The core question was a poisoned dart in her mind, lodged deep. Was this Calvin Calloway's work? Her training screamed to profile, to compare, to match signatures. The timing was too perfect, a taunting anonymous call mere days after his prison break. It had his fingerprints all over it in the abstract sense, the manipulation, the mind games, the cruel theater. But the method was all wrong. Calvin had a signature, a grotesque artistry born of patience and a twisted aesthetic. The Metro maiden murders had been about placement, about tableau, about sending a message to the city itself. This was a crude, borrowed horror, a rushed and ugly copycat act. The lipstick had been slashed on, not kissed. The transit card was shoved, not placed. Even as a mind game, it made no sense. Calvin didn't need to borrow. He created. Soon, any minute now, the DC. Police would find the woman's body on the grounds of St. Mary's. They'd review the security footage from the hospital perimeter cameras. Her face would be there, plain as day, a pale oval hovering over a corpse in the pre-dawn gloom. A woman running from the scene. They would freeze frame it, enhance it, circulate it to patrol units. Person of interest. The words had a new, visceral weight. What story, she whispered to her reflection, her voice a dry crackle in the silent house, could I possibly tell that they would ever believe? Her lips felt chapped and stiff, sticking together. She leaned closer to the mirror, her breath fogging a small circle on the glass. That I got a call from a ghost. That I played a game and lost. That I left her there because a voice on the phone told me to? She shook her head, the motion feeling slow and heavy. A nun. There isn't one. There's only the running. There's only the guilt. Calling the bureau was the logical move. The professional move. It was also suicide. It would paint a brighter, official target on her own back, and the caller had been chillingly clear. Involve the FBI and more people die. He'd broken his own pattern by reneging on their deal, but she couldn't afford to assume he'd break all his rules. Obedience, however twisted the demand, was the only shield she could offer to any other potential victims out there. The math was brutal and simple. Saving lives was the job, even if the entire world now believed she ended them. Even if doing the job now meant betraying every protocol, every oath. She turned from the mirror and pressed her forehead to the cool, painted drywall of the living room. The smooth surface offered a faint anchor, a point of temperature difference against her feverish skin. She fought the urge to slam her skull against it, to feel a different, clearer kind of pain, something that would drown out the noise in her head. The familiar, choking sensation of powerlessness tightened its grip, a band of iron around her chest that made each breath a conscious effort, and a constriction in her throat that made swallowing difficult, as if a lump of clay were stuck there. Her hand rose unconsciously to her collar, fingers pulling at the fabric, trying to create space where there was none. The room itself seemed to shrink, the walls leaning in. Her home was a staged crime scene, crawling with forensic techs picking through the ruins of her life. Her career was in ruins, a smoking crater on the evening news. Nina was walking into a trap, armed with nothing but rage and grief, and Katie would be next, a convenient patsy in a narrative that was already written, the ink dry. Perception had solidified into an immutable fact. She couldn't change what people believed. She could only control her next move. One move. One step. That was all she had left. Waiting for another call or another body was not an option. It was surrender. It was sitting in this cold, beautiful cage until they came for her. She snatched her leather bag from where she'd dropped it by the door, the strap rough and familiar in her hand, the weight of it a small comfort. She marched to the low, modern coffee table, a slab of dark wood on a steel frame that felt as cold as everything else in the room. She didn't just dump the contents. She lifted the bag, felt the heft of the laptop in the tangle within, and with a single, violent twist of her wrist, she upended it over the table. The contents spilled out in a chaotic rush. Her laptop slid out, landing with a solid thump, followed by a snarl of charging cables that slithered like snakes, a worn notebook with its cover bent and pages dog-eared, and a handful of pens that scattered like pickup sticks, one rolling off the edge and hitting the concrete floor with a sharp tick. She dropped onto the stiff, angular sofa, the cushions offering no comfort, the fabric cool and slightly rough against the backs of her arms. The laptop lid opened with a soft, definitive click. The glow of the login screen bathed her face in a pale blue light, deepening the shadows under her eyes and etching harsh lines around her mouth. She typed in her credentials, her fingers moving by rote, the taps sounding abnormally loud in the quiet, like stones dropping in a well. The system accepted them. The desktop loaded, displaying the FBI seal. They hadn't locked her out yet. A small, dangerous window of access. She exhaled, a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "Okay, Katie," she muttered, leaning forward until the screen's light was the only thing in her vision, her elbows digging into her thighs. "Oh, think. What can you find without triggering an alert?" Her own voice in the empty room was both a comfort and a reminder of her isolation, a scratchy sound that seemed to hang in the air, absorbed by the soft furnishings and the thick rug. "They'll be watching the big stuff. The case files. The alerts. Look for the quiet corners. The back doors. She was talking to herself to stay grounded, to keep the panic at bay. The physical act of speaking, of hearing a plan, however nascent, made it feel more real. Researching the historic Metro Maiden case the killer mimicked was out. All that information was public record anyway, archived in newspaper databases and true crime forums. Accessing the internal case files from a flagged terminal would be a flashing neon sign of guilt, a digital scream for internal affairs to come running. She could almost see the red flag popping up on some duty officer's screen in the Hoover building. Ford, Catherine, access attempt, restricted file 1994-788. She could picture the duty officer leaning forward, frowning, picking up a phone. The caller knew her number. Calvin had Mark's phone. Another checkmark, however circumstantial, in the column for his involvement. Her name was public knowledge now, splashed across every news feed and crawl. Any half-competent stalker could have gotten it. She ran a hand through her hair, feeling the grit from the tunnel. But he knew the case, she whispered, tapping a fingernail against the laptop's casing, a rapid, nervous staccato. He knew the dump site. That's not public knowledge. Not the specific spot. That's file knowledge. The exact underpass, the drainage grate, that's in the scene photos. That's in the evidence log. She navigated through the internal portal, her mouse clicks precise and deliberate, the cursor gliding across the screen as if on ice. She avoided the major case files, the alert logs, the active investigation dashboards with their bright colors and flashing icons. She went instead to the missing persons database, a quieter section where general browsing by an agent wouldn't necessarily leave a distinct, suspicious trail, a place for routine checks, for tying up loose ends, for looking for a runaway teen or a confused elder. It was bureaucratic, mundane. She set the filters with careful clicks. Last 24 hours, Washington, D.C., female. She added an age range, 1830. Her finger hovered over the enter key for a second, then pressed down. The page refreshed with a soft whir from the laptop's fan, a sound of effort. One result. A single line in a table. Eliner Moss. 23 years old. Reported missing by a roommate 8 hours ago. Last seen leaving a bar on H Street, NE. The physical description, height, weight, hair color, and length, matched the woman behind the hospital. The age was right. A cold certainty, heavy and slick, settled in Katie's stomach, a lump of ice. She stared at the name, at the bland, official typography, and saw the woman's empty eyes in the underpass, the way the light from her phone had glinted off the staring pupil. She saw the careful part in her dark hair. She minimized the FBI window, the seal vanishing into the taskbar with a quick click, and opened a browser. Her fingers flew over the keys, the search bar blinking. A quick, basic social media search yielded a dozen Eliner Mosses across different platforms. She started clicking, scanning profile pictures, her eyes flicking from face to face, dismissing them one by one. A college graduate in Oregon, too round-faced. A barista in Florida, hair too red. A woman in Texas with a different smile, harder around the edges. The third profile photo made Katie's breath catch in her throat, a sharp hitch that was almost painful. It was her. The same delicate features, the same fall of dark hair, the same slight upturn at the corner of her mouth. She was smiling, squeezed between an older couple, parents, likely, at some sunny outdoor restaurant, a plate of half-eaten food in the foreground. Her arm was linked with the woman's, her head tilted back in a laugh frozen in time. A lifetime of possibility shone in her eyes, bright and unguarded. The photo was from 7 months ago. Snuffed out in a dirty underpass because of a game. Because someone wanted to play with Katie Ford. Katie's jaw tightened, the muscle bunching at the hinge. She scrolled through the visible photos, a voyeur to a life just ended, each click feeling like a violation, an intrusion she had no right to make. Gym check-ins from 2 days ago, a sweaty, triumphant selfie. Blurry, happy group shots from bars, arms slung over shoulders, drinks raised, faces glowing under neon. Older pictures, a year or more back, with a man whose face was conspicuously absent from the most recent albums. In those older photos, Alina looked at him with a bright, open affection. In the newer ones, she was always in the center of a group, smiling broadly, but her eyes in the solo shots had a quieter, more thoughtful look. Alina's relationship status had changed to single just last week. The timeline was there, laid out in the brutal public shorthand of social media. Happiness, then a man, then silence, then a status change. A story as old as time, with a new, horrific ending. Serial killers often start close to home, she said aloud, the profiler's mantra filling the silence, giving the chaotic thought weight and shape. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, unblinking, drying out so that she had to consciously remember to blink. Was this random, or was it personal? He knew her. He had to. This was rage. This was punishment. This was see what you made me do, the language of possessive, entitled violence. She clicked on one of the older couple photos. Alina had tagged the man. Derek Vance. His profile was an open book, a digital cry for attention. Poorly lit selfies taken in what looked like a basement apartment, all exposed brick and bad lighting, the camera angled to show off a scowling expression, a chin lifted in defiance. Aggressive, rambling status updates about respect and people who'd wronged him, peppered with misspellings and angry emojis. Fist, bomb, serpent. His profile picture showed a scrawny man in a tank top, muscles taut but lacking real substance, with a shaved and badly bleached scalp that looked patchy and irritated, like a chemical burn. He'd posted about being free and clear, and ready for new vibes, the same day Alina had changed her status. Under a friend's congratulatory comment, he'd written, "Good riddance to that trash." Further down the thread, a woman named Helen Moss, likely the mother from the photo, the same warm eyes now hard with fury, had fired back 3 days later. "Go rot in your crack den, you loser. She's worth 10 of you." A jealous ex. A classic, almost textbook suspect. Motive means opportunity. The puzzle pieces snapped together with an almost audible click. But why drag an FBI agent into it? Why the elaborate, high-risk charade with the historic case? Unless, Katie murmured, leaning closer, her nose almost touching the screen, the blue light washing out her skin. The breakup was the trigger, the final humiliation, and pulling Katie Ford into his drama was always part of the plan. A way to make it bigger. To make himself bigger. To get an audience, the vanity of it was palpable, a stink coming off the digital page. A small, violent man wanting the world to see his work, to acknowledge his power. Using a famous agent's disgrace as his stage. Her fingers moved back to the laptop's keyboard, the keys making soft, percussive sounds in the quiet room. She opened a new query window in the FBI's main database, the cursor blinking in the stark white field, an invitation and a threat. She typed Derek Vance into the search bar, her index finger hovering over the enter key. For a second, she didn't press it, weighing the digital footprint she was about to leave, the tiny ripple in the system that could be traced back to this terminal, to this moment. Then she stabbed it down, the decision made. The system's preview pane populated without a full search, showing basic header information from the National Crime Information Center. It was enough, a rap sheet. Possession with intent. A dropped trafficking charge for lack of evidence. Extortion, a plea deal that got him 18 months, served 10. Small time, violent and stupid. A blunt instrument. Her eyes scanned down the sparse data fields, absorbing dates of birth, aliases, known addresses, all in the same rough quadrant of the city, the same zip code that held decaying row houses and check-cashing stores. Then she saw it. A line near the bottom, often empty for adult records, a field most agents skimmed past, juvenile services records sealed. The field wasn't empty. It contained an institutional name, listed as a prior placement. Her body went rigid. Every muscle locked from her shoulders down to her calves, a sudden statue. Her fingers froze over the keyboard, hovering like startled birds, not touching the keys. A sudden, sharp intake of breath hissed through her teeth, and she held it, her lungs burning, her diaphragm tight as a drum. The letters on the screen seemed to pulse, to separate from the gray background, becoming three-dimensional. Shepherd House. A group home. The record itself was sealed, inaccessible without a judge's order, but the institutional name was visible in the linkage field, a breadcrumb left in the system's architecture, a data point that connected this angry man to a place. No, she breathed, the word barely audible, a puff of air that fogged the screen in front of her. That's not possible. It's a coincidence. It has to be, but her training rejected coincidence. It trafficked in patterns. It looked for the string that connected disparate points. And this was a string, thin but undeniable. She didn't click for more. That might trigger a deeper log, a flag for accessing a sealed juvie file. Instead, she opened another tab, her movements now hurried, her breathing shallow and quick. She navigated to a separate, older, and largely forgotten database, digitized volunteer logs from city outreach programs in the late 1990s and early 2000s. It was the kind of archive used for historical research or grant audits, not active investigations, its interface clunky and slow, the font a bland Times New Roman. Her search was clumsy, her fingers feeling thick and slow as she typed in the name, hitting the wrong key and having to backspace. Callaway Calvin. The search wheel spun, a tiny circle of cycling dots that seemed to take an eternity. The laptop's fan whirred again, a straining, worried sound. A single result appeared, a scanned index card from 1998, the edges of the card visible as a darker border on the screen. There it was. A log entry, the handwriting converted to uneven, blocky type. A young Calvin Callaway, age 19, had been a volunteer at Shepherd House for a 6-month period as part of a now-defunct community reintegration program for nonviolent offenders. The dates placed him there just a few years before he began his known killing spree. The supervisor's notes were bland, innocuous, the language of bureaucracy. Participant is engaged. Relates well to younger residents. A positive influence. A direct institutional link. Not a rumor, not a theory whispered in a briefing room over bad coffee. A documented point of intersection. Derek Vance had aged out of the same group home where Calvin Callaway once spent afternoons playing mentor, or whatever mask he wore at the time, relating well to vulnerable, angry boys. Teaching them what? Showing them what? The possibilities unspooled in her mind, dark and tangled. Her chair screeched against the concrete floor as she stood up so fast the world tilted, the blood rushing from her head in a dizzying wave. The force sent the wheeled chair skidding back, slamming into the side of the sofa with a dull, wooden thud. A loose pen rattled off the coffee table, clattered on the floor, and spun in a frantic circle before going still, pointing at the kitchen like an arrow. As she didn't notice, she paced away from the desk, 3 quick, stiff steps, her hands coming up to grip the sides of her head, fingers tangling in her hair, pulling slightly at the roots. The slight pain was a focus, a pinprick of the present to tether her to the room. "How deep?" she asked the empty room, her voice tight, strained, the words pushed out. "How deep does that connection run?" Was it just a place, or was it a recruitment ground? The thought was monstrous. A predator, not yet fully formed, testing his charms on the most malleable, the most wounded. She let her hands fall to her sides, clenching them into fists, feeling her nails bite into her palms, the crescents of pressure a grounding counterpoint to the chaos in her mind. Her mind raced, a torrent of connections and terrible possibilities, a cascade she couldn't stop. She tried to force the pieces into a coherent picture, laying them out on the mental table. Derek, the angry, discarded ex, stewing in his resentment, his small-time criminal record a resume of failure. Calvin, the master manipulator fresh out of prison, needing a tool, a pair of hands he could direct, a disciple already primed. Nana, hunting him, a laser-focused threat he would know was coming. The dead woman, Eleanor Moss, the catalyst, the perfect victim to tie it all to Katie. A way to muddy the waters, to create noise, to punish the agent who had once profiled the master. It was a spider web, intricate and sticky, and she was stuck in the middle of it, feeling every tremor. Even if Derek's hands were dirty, and they almost certainly were, Calvin could be the puppeteer. He'd orchestrated crimes, manipulated followers, from a maximum security cell before. Freedom wouldn't change his methods, it would expand them. He needed resources. He needed loyal, violent hands. Who better than a bitter, unstable man from a place that held significance in Calvin's own formative history? A place where he could have first practiced the art of control on vulnerable boys, learning which levers to pull, which insecurities to press, which loyalties to forge. The group home wasn't just a coincidence, it was a workshop. The air in the living room felt too thin, too still, suffused with the sterile smell of a clean space that no one lived in. She couldn't think surrounded by Nina's sleek, impersonal furniture, under the flat, shadowless light that showed every flaw. She needed to move, to engage a different part of her brain, to break the static that was freezing her in place. She needed to do something, even if it was just crossing a room. She marched into the kitchen, her footsteps echoing sharply on the hard floor, each step a declaration. The space was all stainless steel and dark cabinetry, cold and clinical, a laboratory. The only light came from a small under-cabinet fixture, casting long, distorted shadows of her hands across the countertop, making her fingers look like grasping claws. She went straight to the spot where Nina kept a bottle of mid-shelf bourbon beside a ceramic canister of utensils. Her hand closed around the cool glass neck, the label slightly rough under her thumb. She didn't bother with a tumbler. She twisted the cap off, the sound of the breaking seal loud and final in the silence, a small violence, and took a long, burning swallow. The liquor hit her empty stomach like a lit match, a wave of heat that spread outwards, momentarily scattering the cold dread that had settled in her core. It tasted of oak and caramel and raw fire. She coughed once, a harsh bark that echoed, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and set the bottle down with a solid clunk that resonated in the quiet kitchen. She gripped the edge of the countertop, her knuckles bleaching white against the black stone, the cool solidity of it a stark contrast to the turmoil inside, and forced her thoughts into a ragged, desperate order. Think. Next step. What's the next step? She knew Calvin's history. Knew his suspected haunts across the city. The abandoned theaters with their moldering velvet seats that smelled of dust and decay, the forgotten maintenance tunnels under the National Mall that smelled of damp earth and rust, the decaying row houses in neighborhoods that had changed names but not their shadows. Places the D.C. Police and FBI tactical teams were undoubtedly raiding right now, flashlights cutting through the dust, radios crackling with tense, quiet updates. They would be hitting every known location, every suspected bolt hole from the old files. Except one. A rumor never proven. A whisper from an old, meth-addicted informant named Roy that had never panned out, dismissed as the ramblings of a compromised source trying to trade garbage for a lesser charge. A suspected bolt hole he'd used before his final arrest, a place not on any official list precisely because it was too obvious, too degrading. A condemned apartment building near the old industrial docks, a place so obviously wretched no one would think to look for a man with an artist's ego, a man who arranged bodies like sculptures. The informant had called it the Rat Castle. The lead had gone cold, filed away. "Go rot in your crack den, you loser." Helen Moss's angry, maternal comment echoed in her head, not as an insult now, but as a clue, a piece of street-level intelligence. The mother would know. She would have heard the stories, the threats, the places her daughter's no-good ex hung out. Maybe it wasn't just an insult. Maybe it was an address. Maybe that's exactly where he'd gone. Not to hide in grandeur, but in the utter filth and squalor everyone expected of someone like Derek Vance. The perfect camouflage. Calvin would understand that. He would see the poetic efficiency in using the discarded to hide the predator. He would appreciate the irony of a crack den as a sanctuary. The logic was fragile, a house of cards built on a social media taunt and a decades-old volunteer log, and the unreliable memory of a dead informant. But it was the only thread she had. It was a direction, a point on a map when before there had only been fog. It was a name, the Rat Castle. A place to look. Action was the antidote to the choking powerlessness. Movement was the only thing left. The decision crystallized not in her mind, but in her limbs, in a sudden release of tension that demanded motion, that refused further stillness. It was a physical imperative. The keys to her car were on the slender entryway table where she'd tossed them, next to a small, abstract sculpture that looked like a twisted piece of driftwood. She was across the living room in 5 long, driving strides, her shadow leaping ahead of her on the floor, stretching and shrinking. The cool metal of the key fob bit into her palm as her fingers closed around it, the ridges of the buttons pressing against her skin, the sensation immediate and grounding. The decision wasn't a conscious conclusion, it was a physical reaction. The thought, go there, see for yourself, find the thread and pull, don't wait for the next call, don't wait for the next body, was still forming in the back of her mind as her body was already in motion, the keys already in her hand, her legs already carrying her toward the door, her other hand snatching her jacket from the back of the sofa in a fluid sweep. She didn't look back at the glowing laptop, at the ghost of a leaner Moss on the screen, at the digital trail she was leaving. She disengaged the deadbolt with a sharp twist of her wrist, yanked the heavy door open, and stepped out into the night. The door swung shut behind her with a final, solid thump, the locks engaging automatically with a series of decisive, mechanical clicks. She was already running, her footsteps pounding on the paved walkway, the cool, damp night air rushing past her face, carrying the distant smell of wet earth and city exhaust, a mix of gasoline and rain. Her car was a dark shape at the curb. The game had changed. She was no longer waiting in the fortress to be played. She was moving toward the board, a single piece charging into the dark, armed with nothing but a guess, and a gut-deep need to stop the next beat of this terrible, ticking clock. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The iron gates to Eternal Rest Cemetery were twisted and hung open, one side sagging on a single rust-eaten hinge. Nina Shaw paused at the threshold, her eyes scanning the overgrown expanse beyond. The dawn light was a weak, gray wash, doing little to burn off the chill clinging to the air. She stepped through the breach, the soles of her boots crunching on a carpet of dead leaves and broken glass. The scent hit her before she'd gone 20 paces, a layered assault of chemical decay from embalming fluids leaching into the soil, undercut by the sharp, sour tang of unwashed bodies and the sweet, nauseating rot of forgotten food. It was the smell of a place that had been surrendered. Weeds, thick-stemmed and defiant, choked the gravel paths between the worn, tilting stones. Headstones leaned against each other like drunken comrades, their inscriptions smoothed to ghosts by a century of weather. Shaw moved with a predator's quiet, her gaze cataloging everything. The fresh cigarette butts ground into the moss, the worn foot trail through the weeds leading away from the main path, the empty bottle glinting at the base of a marble angel missing its wings. Her destination stood at the rear of the property, a crumbling finger of soot-stained brick pointing at the gray sky. The old spire, a forgotten caretaker's tower, or perhaps a failed mausoleum, was where the disposable people gathered. She'd been here once, years ago, on the tale of Calvin Calloway. He'd used places like this as waypoints, as temporary shelters for the ghosts he employed and then discarded. She remembered that visit with perfect, painful clarity. A rainy night, the tower door sealed tight, a woman with track marks like a road map up her arms whispering about a man who paid in pills and promises. Shaw had left with a description of a black SUV and a growing certainty that Calloway's network was more extensive than anyone believed. She denoted it, filed it away in the private mental ledger she kept separate from the Bureau's pristine databases, and never entered it into any official record. Some doors were better left unmarked. The tower's wooden door was splintered around the latch, the wood swollen and dark from moisture. It stood ajar by an inch, a sliver of deeper darkness within. Voices, thick and slow, murmured inside, the words indistinct but the tone one of low, drugged monotony. She placed a gloved hand flat against the cold, damp wood, feeling the grain and the give. And she shoved. The door resisted, the bottom edge scraping over grit and debris, then gave way with a groan that echoed in the hollow space, a sound of protest that seemed to travel up the stone walls. The air inside was a visible haze, a soup of particulate and vapor that caught the weak light from the doorway. It felt greasy on the skin, a damp chill that carried the smell, a sweet and acrid cocktail of stale smoke, black mildew, urine, and the underlying chemical sweetness of cheap narcotics cooking, maybe meth or crack. The sound of dripping water came from somewhere in the walls, a slow, irregular tap-tap-tap. 3 figures froze in the gloom, caught in mid-movement among a landscape of stained mattresses, soggy cardboard, and scattered garbage. A 4th shape, more shadow than substance, stirred in a darker corner behind a makeshift curtain of hanging plastic sheeting that rustled faintly. Shaw let the door swing shut behind her, the groan subsiding into a final, solid thud, plunging the room into near darkness save for the faint, jumping glow of a single candle stuck to a tin plate. The flame made the shadows on the wet brick walls seem to breathe. "Federal agent," Shaw stated, her voice cutting through the stagnant quiet like a blade. It wasn't a shout, it was a declaration, leaving no room for debate. "Eyes on me. Now." They turned their heads with the lethargy of deep sedation. Their eyes found her, reflecting the candle flame with a flat, disinterested sheen, the gaze of the chronically altered, where fear and curiosity were both dulled to a distant hum. One of them, a gaunt man with a matted beard that seemed to consume the lower half of his face, slowly pushed himself up from a nest of blankets. His movements were jerky, puppet-like, each shift of weight requiring visible effort. He squinted, his head tilting as if trying to bring her into focus through a fog. "You," he croaked, the words scraping out of a dry throat. A bony finger, nail black with grime, pointed shakily in her direction. "You came before. Years back." Asked questions, he blinked slowly. "You wore a dark coat. Had a badge on your belt. You asked about the man with the quiet voice." Shaw didn't move from her spot just inside the door, her posture relaxed but balanced, one foot slightly back. She kept her hands in view, away from her body. "Maybe," she said, her tone giving nothing away. The admission was neither confirmation nor denial, just a tool to keep him talking. She let a beat pass, her eyes holding his. "What else do you remember?" He worked his mouth, his tongue probing a missing tooth. "Said you were looking for a ghost. Said he hurt people." The man's bloodshot eyes drifted past her shoulder to the door, then back. "You didn't stay long." "I'm asking questions now," Shaw said, her voice level. "We're talking about Calvin Calloway." At the name, the room's atmosphere changed. It wasn't a gasp or a scream, it was a visceral contraction. The two other men on the mattresses didn't just look away, their whole bodies seemed to shrink. One pulled a filthy blanket up to his chin as if for protection, his knuckles white where they gripped the fabric. The other man's breath hitched audibly, a sharp intake that he held, his shoulders hunching toward his ears. Their eyes, dull a moment before, widened with a sudden, animal alertness, then darted away from Shaw and from each other, finding safe points on the floor or the wall. Without a word, exchanging a single glance that spoke of shared, instinctive dread, they shuffled backward on their haunches, the rough fabric of their pants scraping on the damp floorboards. Then, in a clumsy, frantic scramble, they were on their feet, stumbling over their own possessions, and disappearing through a low, arched doorway leading deeper into the tower's base. Their retreat was silent but for the frantic scuffle of their feet and the rustle of disturbed debris. The bearded man's bloodshot eyes flickered, not to the archway they'd taken, but upward, toward the ceiling, toward the source of the faint, electronic glow that seeped down the staircase. His tongue darted out to wet, cracked lips. "You want Nicky," he mumbled, the words slurred but urgent. "Upstairs. He's the one who decides things here. Talks for us." "Decides what?" Shaw pressed, taking a single step forward. The floorboards creaked a long, low complaint under her weight. "What needs deciding down here?" "Rations. Safety. Who gets to stay?" The man's face closed like a fist. He gave a jittery, twitching shrug that ran from his shoulders down his arms to his trembling hands. His gaze dropped to the floor, his jaw tightening. He turned his body a few degrees away from her, a deliberate shutting down, his fingers beginning to pick at a loose thread on his stained sleeve. The name Calloway had been a key, and it had unlocked a door to a deeper, more controlled layer of this squalid hierarchy. Shaw moved past him, her shoulder brushing the cold, damp brick of the wall, feeling the grit and the seep of moisture through her jacket as she approached the interior archway. It was a Gothic shape, crumbling at the edges, leading to a narrow, spiraling stone staircase that corkscrewed up into darkness. She paused at the bottom step, listening. The murmur from above had ceased. From behind her, in the main room, there was only the ragged, wet sound of the bearded man's breathing. The steps were littered with debris, more cigarette butts, a cracked syringe, chunks of fallen plaster that looked like gray bone in the gloom. She placed her left boot on the first step, testing it. The stone was solid, but something small skittered away under her toe. She began to climb, her movements deliberate and quiet. The stone was icy and slick under her touch, as she trailed her left hand along the rough wall for balance, the surface gritty with saltpeter and something slimy. Her right hand rested near her hip, fingers loose but ready. Each step was a calculation, her weight placed carefully on the ball of her foot first, then rolling down to the heel to minimize noise. Her eyes scanned the curve of the staircase above for movement, for an ambush point where the spiral tightened. The only sounds were the soft, controlled scuff of her boots, the distant, eternal drip of water somewhere in the walls, and the faint echo of her own breathing in the stone tube. The air grew colder as she ascended, the smell of mildew and damp stone overtaking the human odors from below. The upper room was a study in contrasts. It was still squalid, still part of the tower's decay, but it was organized squalor. The chaotic desperation of the floor below was replaced by a grim, purposeful order. The worst of the garbage had been swept into a corner, into a precarious mound. A few threadbare armchairs, their stuffing leaking like pale entrails, were arranged in a rough semicircle facing a small, battery-powered lantern set on an upturned crate. The lantern cast a cold, blue-white LED glow that sharpened shadows instead of dispelling them, etching hard lines under the chairs and across the brickwork. The air here was different, too, less the smell of immediate human decay and more of stale smoke, old coffee grounds, and the metallic ozone hint of electronics. A man in dark, fitted clothing, clean jeans, a black sweater, lounged in one of the chairs, scrolling slowly on a smartphone. The glow of the screen illuminated a sharp, clean-shaven face, eyes intent on the device. He looked up as Shaw cleared the final step, unsurprised. His expression was one of mild annoyance, as if she were a delivery person who'd arrived at an inconvenient time. He finished scrolling, his thumb pausing, then lowered the phone. "This," he said, his voice calm and low, a voice used to being listened to in quiet rooms, "is private property. You're trespassing." Nikki, Shaw kept her badge in her pocket. In a place like this, her presence, her posture, the cut of her jacket were authority enough. The badge would only be a formality and potentially a provocation. She took in the room with a slow sweep of her eyes. The single other doorway, a closet with a missing door, the lack of windows, the way the lantern light didn't reach the corners. He set his phone down on his thigh, screen side down with a soft tap. "Who's asking?" "Agent Shaw, FBI." She took another step into the room, putting the staircase opening to her side, not directly behind her. The brick wall at her back was cold through her jacket. "Calvin Calloway. Has he contacted you?" "Been here." Nikki leaned back in the creaking chair, the old springs groaning under his weight. He steepled his fingers, the tips touching just below his chin. He took his time, his eyes performing a slow, appraising scan of her, from her boots, up her legs, over the line of her jacket, finally settling on her face. It was a power play, a demonstration that he was in control of this space, and this moment, that her arrival was an agenda item he would get to in his own time. "No," he said finally, the word flat and definitive, leaving no room for discussion. Shaw didn't blink. She held his gaze, letting the silence stretch for a 3 count. "Try again." She took a half step closer, her voice dropping, becoming conversational, almost intimate in the quiet room. "The smell of your operation reaches the street. I counted 2 lookouts in the trees by the east wall, one with binoculars. The traffic down below isn't just lost souls, it's customers. I can have this place swarming with Metro PD, DEA, and a health inspector in under 10 minutes. They'll rip these walls apart looking for your stash and your books. They'll bag every soul in this building as a material witness or a co-conspirator. She paused, letting the image settle in the cold air between them. Or, she said, the word soft, you can give me a straight answer, and I walk back down those stairs and forget this address exists. Your choice. But you only get to make it once. Nicky studied her, his gaze lingering on her eyes, on the set of her mouth. He was looking for a bluff, for the faintest tremor of uncertainty, for the tell that she was operating outside her jurisdiction or her comfort zone. After a long 5 seconds, the corners of his mouth twitched upward into a thin, humorless smile. It didn't reach his eyes. It was a transaction he understood. A deal, then. And I talk. You vanish and forget this address. Permanently. We never had this chat. You never saw my face. Agreed. He was here, Nicky said, picking up his phone again but not looking at it, just turning it over and over in his hands, feeling its edges. Last night. Late. Wanted supplies. A clean burner phone, untraceable, still in the box. Some copper wire, thin gauge. And wood. He glanced up, his expression briefly perplexed, a crack in his controlled facade. Specific carving tools, and a specific kind of reclaimed timber. Old barn wood, he said. Something with history in the grain, creepy shit. Shaw's pulse quickened, a sudden, hard thump against her ribs that she forced herself to absorb without a flicker. She felt the muscles along her jaw tighten, a minute tension she willed to relax. The request was a perfect confirmation of Calloway's obsessive patterns, the need for specific, symbolic materials, the blend of modern anonymity with archaic, hands-on craft. It placed him in the city, active and procurement-focused. He was building something or finishing something. Did you provide anything? I told him to get lost, Nicky said, his tone shifting to dismissive contempt. He waved a hand as if swatting a fly, a sharp, final gesture. He's a parasite. A user. He doesn't pay in cash you can spend, he pays in favors that turn into chains. Uses people up and leaves the husks behind. I run a business here, agent. A logistics operation. He gestured vaguely around the room, at the lantern, the organized squalor. Not a charity for has-been monsters looking to relive the good old days. Where was he headed? Shaw asked, her eyes now doing a slow sweep of the room, noting the single other doorway. A closet, perhaps, and the quality of the silence from below. It was too quiet. The faint, constant scuffling and murmuring from the ground floor had stopped completely several minutes ago. The only sound was the faint, almost subliminal hum of the battery lantern and Nicky's even, controlled breathing. The air in the small room felt thick, charged, too still, as if it were holding its breath. Nicky shrugged, a more fluid and controlled motion than the jittery shrug of the man downstairs. One of the old-timers, before he nodded off, mumbled something about a guy in Bayview. Not a user. The collector. Sells morbid crap, old medical instruments, vintage funeral ephemera, that sort of thing. Has a shop or a stall or a basement. Maybe that's where you find your barn wood. That's all I got. Shaw's senses, honed by 3 decades in the field to a razor's edge, began to scream a silent alarm. The information felt just a degree too pat, too conveniently offered at the tail end of their negotiation. The stillness from below was absolute, a vacuum. Her peripheral vision caught a subtle shift in the light patterns at the staircase doorway. A shadow that shouldn't have been there, long and thin, solidified against the faint ambient glow from the lower floor, then shifted slightly, blocking more of the light. Then another shadow joined it, shoulder to shoulder, a solid wall of darkness. They weren't moving. They were waiting. The hair on the back of Shaw's neck lifted. Nicky's smile widened, stretching his lips but doing nothing to warm his eyes. The muscles around his mouth tightened into cords, but his eyes remained flat and watchful, devoid of any human warmth. It was the smile of a man closing a trap. "Thing is, Agent," he said, his voice taking on a conversational, almost apologetic tone, "I was stalling. Had to let the boys get into position downstairs. Couldn't have you turning and bolting back the way you came. Bad for business. Looks weak." Shaw didn't look directly at the blocked exit. Instead, she took a single, smooth step back, her shoulder blades coming to rest against the cold, unyielding brick of the exterior wall. It eliminated an angle of attack from behind. Her right hand moved, not in a sudden grab, but in a deliberate, unhurried motion to find the textured grip of her service weapon holstered under her jacket. She didn't draw it. Not yet. Her thumb found the safety strap, the cool metal of the snap, ready to flick it loose. "For what?" she asked, her own voice calm, matching his tone. She kept her eyes locked on his, refusing to acknowledge the shadows at the stairs. "What exactly needs positioning?" Nicky rose slowly from his chair, unfolding his lean frame with a deliberate, unhurried grace. He placed his smartphone carefully on the seat of the chair, screen still down. "Calloway did make an offer before he left," he said, taking a small step toward the center of the room, putting himself between Shaw and the lantern, casting his own long shadow toward her. "A significant cash payment. Up front. More than this place sees in a month. Not for product. For a specific service." The figures in the staircase doorway solidified, stepping fully into the room. There were 4 of them. They were not the jittery, hollow-eyed wraiths from downstairs. These men were different, younger, harder, their clothes darker and more functional. Their faces were set, their eyes focused and clear, fixed on her. One held a length of rusted pipe, 2 feet long, one end wrapped in dirty electrical tape for a grip. Another had what looked like a heavy-duty zip tie looped around his knuckles, the plastic tail hanging loose. A third held a short, thick piece of lumber. The fourth stood empty-handed, his fists already clenched at his sides. They didn't speak. They simply fanned out with a quiet, practiced efficiency, blocking the path to the stairs, their movements coordinated. The one with the pipe tapped it softly against his own palm, a quiet, rhythmic thwap-thwap of metal against flesh. Nicky finished, his voice dropping to a flat, businesslike finality. "He paid us to kill you, Agent Shaw." Said it was a professional courtesy from one hunter to another. He tilted his head, a bird-like gesture of cold curiosity. "And we always honor our contracts." Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Katie's boots hit the packed dirt on the other side of the chain-link fence with a soft, definitive thud, the impact jolting up her shins and into her knees. She didn't pause, pushing off into a low, fast jog across the weed-choked lot, her eyes fixed ahead. The derelict warehouse loomed, a place whispered about in old case files as a transient hub for deals and disappearances. Its corrugated metal siding was a patchwork of rust and faded graffiti, windows long since smashed or boarded over with warped plywood. A single, heavy service door, painted a grimy industrial green that had peeled away in long, curling strips, stood slightly ajar, a dark sliver of invitation. She slowed her approach, circling wide to the left, her eyes scanning for movement at the other openings, for the glint of a lookout's phone screen or the red ember of a cigarette. Her breath plumed in the cold, still air, each exhale a small cloud. Nothing. The only sound was the distant groan of city traffic, a constant baseline hum, and the frantic skitter of a plastic bag caught on a barbed wire crown. The door was the only viable entry. She moved toward it, her hand resting on the grip of her holstered pistol, her thumb finding the retention strap and unsnapping it with a quiet, deliberate click that sounded loud in the silence. The door groaned on rusty hinges as she pushed it, a long, protesting metallic whine that echoed into the cavernous space beyond. She slipped inside, letting the door fall shut behind her with a softer thump, and waited for her eyes to adjust to the gloom. The warehouse interior was a cathedral of decay. High, vaulted ceilings were lost in shadow, crisscrossed by rusting steel girders that dripped with moisture in places. Weak, gray afternoon light filtered in through high, grimy windows coated with decades of dirt, doing little to dispel the deep pools of darkness along the walls and under skeletal machinery. The air was thick and cold, carrying the smells of stale urine, old motor oil, and the sweet, acrid tang of chemical decay, something like acetone or paint thinner. Dust motes danced in the few slanted beams of light, swirling in the disturbance of her entry. A single man perched on a wooden crate about 20 feet in, his silhouette hunched. He was inhaling deeply from a small glass vial, his shoulders rising with the effort, head tilted back. The sharp chemical smell of solvents cut through the other odors, a nose-stinging plume. Katie kept her voice flat, authoritative, cutting through the silence. FBI, her hand stayed near her holster, fingers loose and ready. I'm looking for Derek Vance. The man's head jerked down. He slid off the crate, his movements loose and uncoordinated, his boots scraping on the concrete. His eyes, when they found her, were glassy and unfocused, pupils wide and dark as pits. He gave a slow, dismissive wave of his hand, a languid gesture. Not a good time, lady. Private party. It wasn't a request, Katie said, taking a deliberate step forward, her boots crunching on a layer of grit, broken glass, and dried leaves. The sound seemed to amplify in the empty space. Where is he? The man smirked, a lazy, contemptuous twist of his lips. He took a step toward her, trying to close the distance, to intimidate. You got a warrant. This is private property. He puffed out his chest, trying to look bigger, but the effect was ruined by the slight, constant sway in his stance, the unsteadiness of the chemically altered. You need to turn your little self around and walk back out that door. A heavy, solid thud echoed from the floor above, the sound of a body hitting a wall. It was followed by the muffled but unmistakable sounds of a struggle. A shout, choked off, then the crash of something wooden breaking. Katie moved before the guard could fully process the sounds. She closed the distance in 3 quick, silent strides. He started to raise his hands, whether to push her away or fumble for the weapon she now saw tucked into the back of his waistband. She didn't know and didn't wait to find out. As his right hand drifted back, she dropped her weight, coiled her legs, and drove her shoulder into the center of his chest, using his own forward momentum against him. The air left his lungs in a pained, explosive whoosh that smelled of chemicals and cheap beer. They crashed down together onto the stained concrete floor, the impact jarring through her knees and shoulder, a shock of pain. The back of his head cracked against the ground. He gasped beneath her, eyes wide with shock and pain, trying to buck her off. His right hand, trapped partly under him, scrabbled frantically at his waistband. Katie seized his wrist with both hands, pinning it to the cold floor beside his head. She twisted, applying precise, increasing pressure on the joint, rotating his arm inward toward his body. He cried out, a sharp, animal sound of pain that echoed, and his body went limp, his free hand slapping the concrete in surrender. She held the twist for a second longer, feeling the tendon strain, making sure the message was received. then released him. She quickly rolled off, patting down his waist and pockets. Her fingers closed around the checkered grip of a cheap, snub-nosed revolver tucked into the back of his pants. She ejected the cylinder, dumped the 5 rounds onto the floor where they spun and clattered like loose teeth, and tossed the empty gun skittering into a dark corner behind a pile of rotting burlap sacks. He lay there, wheezing, clutching his wrist to his chest, tears of pain and frustration in his eyes. Katie was already moving, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs that she felt in her throat. A set of metal stairs, open-backed and rickety, led up to a second-level office or storage area. She took them 2 at a time, the hollow, clanging ring of her footsteps on the graded steps echoing through the vast space like a bell tolling. Each step sent a fresh jolt of urgency through her, a metallic taste of adrenaline coating her tongue. The door at the top was cheap plywood, reinforced with a crossbeam of 2x4. It was locked, a heavy padlock dangling from a hasp. She didn't hesitate. She turned her shoulder, set her feet firmly on the top step, and threw her weight forward in one explosive motion. The door splintered around the lock with a loud, satisfying crack of tearing wood, swinging inward violently and banging against the inner wall with a crash that shook dust from the ceiling. The scene inside was a brawl frozen in a single, chaotic frame. The room was larger than she'd expected, lit by a single bare bulb hanging from a frayed wire, casting a harsh, jaundiced light that swung slightly, making shadows leap and twist. A circle of 5 ragged men, armed with lengths of pipe, a baseball bat and glinting knives, had backed a familiar, furious figure into the far wall. Nina Shaw's back was against the peeling plaster, her service weapon held in a rock-steady 2-handed grip, sweeping across the semicircle of threats. Her lip was split, a trickle of blood dark on her chin, but her eyes were cold and calculating. Nina! Gunfire erupted, sharp and deafening in the enclosed, box-like space. Crack! Crack! Nina fired twice, controlled, precise shots that were less like noises and more like physical punches to the air. The 2 men closest to her on the left dropped, one clutching his thigh with a scream, the other stumbling back into his companions, his pipe clattering to the floorboards. The room erupted into a storm of motion and noise. A man with a shaved head and a tapestry of prison tattoos lunged at Katie from her blind side near the shattered doorframe, a knife held low and horizontal for a gutting strike. She pivoted on the ball of her foot, bringing her own pistol up. There was no time for a perfect aim, no sight picture. She fired from the hip point blank. The shot was a concussive blast, louder than she expected in the confined space, the recoil snapping her wrist back sharply. The flash was a bright stutter in the dim light. The man grunted, his charge turning into a stumbling, off-balance fall as the round took him high in the thigh. He crashed into a stack of moldering cardboard boxes, sending them tumbling in a cloud of dust and disintegrating paper. Katie's eyes darted, taking in the terrain through the ringing in her ears. A baseball bat, aluminum and slick with someone's sweat, lay on the floor near the doorway where it had been dropped. She holstered her pistol, the movement automatic, bent at the knees and scooped it up. The grip was sticky, unpleasant. She waded into the chaos, the bat held low. Another man, younger, wild-eyed with panic or chemicals, swung a length of rusted pipe at her head in a wide, whistling arc. She ducked under it, feeling the displaced air brush her hair, and brought the bat around in a short, vicious backswing, putting her hips into it. The aluminum connected with the small of his back with a sickening, wet crack. He made a sound like a stepped-on bag of air, all the breath leaving him at once, and folded, collapsing face first onto the floorboards, the pipe rolling from his limp fingers with a wooden clatter. Nina broke from a tangle of grasping arms, having used brutal elbows and sharp knee strikes to create space. She saw Katie, saw the bat. Without a word, she grabbed the handle from Katie's hands, her own fingers closing over Katie's for a brief, solid second of transfer, a moment of connection in the madness. Nina turned, her movement pure, economical violence. A heavy-set man was rushing her, a butcher knife raised high for a downward plunge. Nina didn't retreat. She stepped into the charge, swinging the bat in a tight, horizontal arc at shoulder level. It connected with the man's raised forearm. The sound was different this time, a dry, unmistakable snap of bone. The man howled, a raw sound of agony, the knife flying from his nerveless fingers to skitter across the floor and spin under a metal desk. One man remained standing between them and the grimy window at the back of the room. He held a long, serrated hunting knife, its wicked edge catching the dull light. As he shifted his stance, light falling on his face, Katie recognized the sharp, handsome features, the cold set of the jaw from the file photo, Derek Vance. His eyes were cold and focused, flicking between the two women, assessing the new geometry of the fight. He feinted toward Nina with a quick jab of the blade, then reversed his momentum with startling speed, the knife whipping around in a backhand slash aimed at Katie's midsection. She jerked back, but not fast enough. The blade, designed for ripping, sliced through her jacket and shirt and bit deep into the flesh just above her hip. White-hot pain, immediate and shocking, stole her breath. It felt like a line of fire had been drawn across her side, a searing brand. She gasped, a sharp intake that hurt, her left hand flying to the wound, her fingers coming away wet and warm and shockingly red. Vance pulled the knife back for another, finishing strike, his expression grimly determined, his weight already shifting forward. Another gunshot, sharper, closer, Nina's weapon, fired from just behind Katie's left shoulder. The man who had been creeping up behind Vance, a length of pipe raised high to bash in the back of his skull, crumpled. A dark fountain of blood blossomed at his throat, arcing through the dusty air. His eyes, wide with surprise, went vacant and flat even before his body hit the floorboards with a heavy, final thud, the pipe clanging beside him. Vance seized the microsecond of distraction. He didn't look at the dead man. He shoved the stunned, arm-clutching attacker bodily into Nina's path, using him as a living, stumbling shield, and bolted for the window. He didn't try to open it. He turned his shoulder, covered his face with his arm, and crashed through the grimy, cobwebbed glass in a cacophonous shower of shards and rotten wood, disappearing into the alley below with the sound of running footsteps that quickly faded. Silence descended, heavy and thick, broken only by the low moans of the wounded and the ragged, too loud sound of Katie's own breathing. The pain in her side was a throbbing, insistent pulse that seemed to sync with her heartbeat, each throb sending a fresh wave of nausea through her. Nina lowered her weapon, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She scanned the room with a sweeping, clinical gaze, ensuring no further threats remained, her eyes lingering on each downed man, assessing their capacity for movement. Her gaze finally landed on Katie, taking in her pale face, the sheen of sweat on her brow, the hand clamped tightly to her side, the dark stain spreading through her clothing. "Nice of you to drop in," she said, her voice breathless but steady, almost conversational amidst the carnage. From a torn, greasy couch shoved into the corner of the room, a man clapped slowly, 3 times. The sound was dry, skeletal, and utterly mocking. He was thin, with a gaunt, sunken face and a sparse beard, wrapped in a stained army surplus jacket. He looked utterly at ease, one ankle crossed over his knee, as if watching a mildly interesting play. "You've made a mess of my workforce," he said, his voice a phlegmy rasp that suggested a lifetime of cheap cigarettes and bad air. Katie gritted her teeth, pressing harder against the seeping wound. The warmth of her own blood was soaking through her shirt and jacket, a terrifying, intimate sensation. "They'll live," she managed, the words tight. "Except him." She nodded toward the man with the ruined throat, whose blood was now pooling slowly, soaking into the porous wood. The man on the couch, Nicky, followed her gaze and shrugged, a small, bony gesture of profound indifference that made the skin on the back of Katie's neck prickle. "Occupational hazard." "So," he said, looking back at Nina with a familiarity that was unsettling, "you taking me in, Agent Shaw?" "Oh, again?" "For what?" "Loitering." "Stay," Nina commanded, her voice leaving no room for argument, flat and hard as the concrete floor below. She holstered her weapon and pulled a single, crisp business card from her inner jacket pocket. With a practiced flick of her wrist, she sent it spinning through the dusty air. It landed on the man's chest and slid down to his lap. "If Calvin Calloway comes back, you call that number." "Immediately." "You remember him, Nicky. You remember what he is." Nicky picked up the card, glanced at the printed digits without interest, and tucked it into his own pocket. "Whatever you say, Agent." His eyes drifted back to the dead man on the floor, and his thin lips quirked in something that wasn't a smile, a mere twitch of muscle. "Saves me a week's pay, I suppose." The man's dismissive glance, the utter lack of humanity in it, churned in Katie's gut like spoiled meat. A cold, greasy nausea rose in her throat. She swallowed against it. "He had a family," she said, the words coming out harder, more accusatory than she intended. Nicky looked at her as if noticing her for the first time, his eyes dull and amused, the eyes of a lizard sunning on a rock. "We were his family," he said, and let out a short, barking laugh that held no humor at all, a dry, hollow sound. "Such as it is." Nina jerked her head sharply toward the shattered doorway. "Let's go. Now." They retreated, stepping over the moaning forms, their boots sticky with blood and grime. They moved back down the clanging stairs, the sound of their descent a hurried retreat. The guard at the bottom was now sitting up, leaning against his crate, cradling his wrist and glaring at them with sullen, impotent hatred as they passed. They pushed back out through the groaning service door and burst into the cold, clear air of the afternoon. The sunlight felt brutally bright after the warehouse gloom, a physical assault that made Katie's eyes water and squint. The sounds of the city, distant sirens, the growl of a bus, a plane overhead, rushed back in, a jarring, dissonant return to normality. She took a deep, shuddering breath of cold, clean air, trying to wash the stench of blood and chemical decay from her lungs. Nina's black Audi was parked a block away, tucked into the shadowed mouth of an alley that smelled of rotting garbage, wet brick, and cat urine. The moment they reached it, the relative calm shattered. Nina whirled on her, the controlled, focused fury from the warehouse now blazing in the open, her face a mask of stark anger. "What the hell are you doing here, Ford?" She spat, her voice low and venomous, each word clipped. "You're supposed to be under house arrest. A material witness in a fucking murder investigation. Not running your own goddamn field ops." The adrenaline was leaching away, a tide going out, leaving the pain in Katie's side raw and central, a blazing focal point. She leaned heavily against the cold, sleek fender of the Audi, the metal biting through her clothes, trying to look nonchalant and failing utterly. "I was stir crazy," she lied, the words tasting flat and false on her tongue. "Sitting in that house waiting. I remembered the Eternal Rest Cemetery was within the radius you'd been working. I was just checking a lead for you. It was a thin, transparent story, and they both knew it." Her eyes couldn't meet Nina's for more than a second. "And you couldn't call. Send a text." Use the secure phone I gave you? Nina took a step closer, invading her space, her index finger jabbing toward Katie's chest, stopping just short of touching her. Her anger was a live wire, sparking in the narrow space between them. If this gets out, if anyone saw you, or that car you undoubtedly stole, we're finished. Finished? They will bury us in procedural hearings and criminal charges, so deep we'll never see daylight again. Is that what you want? To be the reason this whole thing collapses before we even know what this thing is. I was careful, Katie insisted, but the protest was weak, swallowed by the throbbing in her side and the weight of the scene they'd just left. Careful? Nina let out a harsh, disbelieving laugh that held no warmth. That was Nicky Vailsko in there. A bottom feeder, a parasite, but he hears things. He says Calloway was here. Last night. Offered cash to have me removed as a nuisance. That's what that was about up there. That wasn't a random squabble. That was a paid hit, Ford. On me. The words landed like physical blows, one after the other. Katie's blood ran cold, a shudder passing through her that had nothing to do with the chill in the alley air. Her mouth went dry, cottony. The reality of it, the brazenness, left a hollow pit in her stomach. He's here. In the city. You were right. According to a drug dealer halfway through the DTs. Yes, Nina said, the cold pragmatism in her tone doing little to mask the grim, vindicated satisfaction underneath. Her eyes, hawksharp, dropped to Katie's side, where her jacket was darkening with a spreading, ragged stain. Let me see it. I'm fine, Katie said automatically, the agent's mantra, but she allowed Nina to gently but firmly pull her hand away and lift the layers of torn fabric. The cold air hit the wound, a fresh sting. The cut was long, maybe 4 inches, and deep enough to show the angry red of underlying tissue. It was bleeding steadily in a slow ooze but not pulsing, no arterial spray, a good sign. The edges were clean, the work of a very sharp blade. You'll need stitches. Probably a tetanus shot, considering where that knife has been, Nina said clinically, releasing the fabric. Her hands were steady, professional, betraying no tremor from the recent fight. It's not life-threatening, but it's not nothing. It'll hurt like hell tomorrow. Vance got away, Katie said, the failure a bitter metallic taste in her mouth. She saw the window bursting, the silhouette vanishing. He was right there. We had him. I saw. Nina's gaze was distant, already moving past the immediate failure to the next problem, the next chess piece on the board. He's a problem for another day. He was going for your femoral artery. You jerked back, or you'd be bleeding out in that warehouse right now, and I'd be explaining 2 corpses to Cowell. She paused, her eyes flicking back to meet Katie's. There was no softness in them, no comfort, only a brutal clarity. I didn't have a choice on the other one. He was about to cave in Vance's skull, and then we'd have no lead at all. Or he'd have turned on us next. It was a binary decision. There was no remorse in her tone, only a cold, analytical pragmatism. It was the voice of the bureau, of the job, of cost-benefit analysis written in blood, and it was more unsettling than any display of guilt or anguish would have been. Nicky gave me something else before you decided to play cavalry, Nina continued, pulling a crumpled pack of cigarettes from her pocket and lighting one with quick, sharp movements of her lighter. She took a long, deep drag, the tip glowing brightly. She exhaled a plume of smoke that hung in the cold, still air. Calloway was asking about someone. A guy called the curator. Sounded like he was looking for him. And specifically, Katie straightened, wincing at the sharp pull in her side. Who's that? Oh, a fence. Oh, a fixer. No idea. A fence, a fixer, a myth, Nina shrugged, taking another drag. Someone with a taste for antiques or secrets. And you're not going to find out. You're going back inside. She pointed with the hand holding the cigarette, a sharp gesture in the general direction of her fortified house, miles away. Right now. We clean up, we shut up. We can't tell anyone we were here. Not Cowell, not the DC. Police, no one. We're operating in the blind. If the Bureau knew you, Dee left that house, and that I engaged in a firefight with you present, they'd suspend us both. Permanently. And then Calloway wins without firing another shot. The logic was airtight, a cage of pure necessity, and it filled Katie with a claustrophobic panic that tightened her chest. Someone will find out. That warehouse is a charnel house. There's a dead man up there. Those addicts and dealers, Nina shook her head, her expression one of utter contempt. They're not calling the cops. Nicky will have the place cleaned out, and the bodies disappeared within the hour. It's his business. The only people who know what happened are in this alley. She dropped the half-smoked cigarette and crushed it under the heel of her boot, grinding it into the asphalt. Now get in your car and go back. Do not stop. Do not talk to anyone. If you leave that house again, before I tell you to, I will personally handcuff you to the cast iron radiator in the living room. And I will not bring you food. Are we clear? The threat was delivered with absolute, unblinking seriousness. Katie held her gaze for a long moment, seeing the iron will there, the lines of fatigue and fury, and gave a single tight nod. It was all she could manage. Without another word, Nina slid into the driver's seat of her Audi. The engine purred to life, a sound of sleek, modern power utterly alien to the alley. She didn't look back, didn't offer a nod, as she pulled out of the alley and sped away, the taillights disappearing around a corner, leaving Katie utterly alone with the throbbing pain, the coppery smell of her own blood, and the lingering sense of garbage and gun smoke. The drive back to Nina's neighborhood was a blur of pain and grim, circular reflection. Every bump in the road, every pothole, sent a fresh spike of fire through her side, making her gasp and grip the steering wheel until her knuckles were white. She replayed the fight in stuttering snapshots, the knife coming at her, the deafening gunshot, the look in the dying man's eyes, Vance's escape. A lead was gone. Derek Vance, a direct connection to whatever conspiracy was moving against her, had slipped through their fingers, a ghost in the city. And the justice they'd meted out in that room felt hollow and bloody, a transaction in a grim economy where lives were the currency and Nicky Valesco was the board banker. His laughing face swam in her vision. We were his family. She parked the borrowed car a few blocks over, in the same shadowed spot she'd found it, the engine ticking as it cooled. She walked the rest of the way, trying to move normally, to look like a normal person out for a late afternoon stroll, and not a federal agent bleeding from a knife wound, her jacket pulled tight to hide the stain. Each step was a careful negotiation with the pain. Back in the silent, sterile chill of the safe house, the heavy door thudding shut behind her, and the multiple locks engaging with solid, final clicks felt less like security and more like a sentence. As she was sealed in, she went straight to the bathroom, her movements stiff and robotic. She peeled off her jacket, hissing as the stiff, blood-soaked material pulled away from the wound. Her shirt followed, sticking in places, the rip revealing the ugly, clotted gash. In the harsh, unforgiving fluorescent light, the wound looked angry and deep, the edges an inflamed red. She cleaned it as best she could with antiseptic from the well-stocked first aid kit, the liquid sting making her eyes water and her jaw clench. She used a line of butterfly closures to pull the edges together as neatly as possible, then wrapped her midsection tightly with layers of gauze and medical tape, pulling it snug. It would hold. It had to. For now. She found the spare box of 9 ammunition in the closet where Nina had shown her. Sitting at the cold, polished granite of the kitchen island, she methodically ejected the magazine from her service pistol, the weight familiar in her hands. She thumbed out the single spent round, the brass casing warm, and replaced it with a fresh one from the box, the click as it seeded a satisfying sound. She slammed the magazine back home with the heel of her hand, worked the slide to chamber a fresh round with a smooth, metallic rasp, and engaged the safety with a soft click. The familiar, mechanical rituals were a small anchor in the storm, a piece of order she could control. Carrying the weapon, its weight a comfort, she moved to the spare room, her cell. The adrenaline crash hit her then, a physical wave that made her knees weak and her vision swim at the edges. She sat heavily on the edge of the narrow, firm bed, the pistol resting on her thigh, her finger outside the trigger guard. The quiet of the room was absolute, a vacuum that allowed the images to rush back in, replaying on a relentless, high-definition loop behind her eyes. The glint of Vance's knife coming at her in the swaying light, the shocking, arterial bloom of blood from the man's throat, the vacant, surprised look in his eyes as he fell, the sound of shattering glass as Vance escaped into the city that was swallowing them both. Her phone, tucked in her pocket, buzzed against her leg. The vibration was insistent, a frantic hum that jarred her from the dark, spiraling thoughts. A fist of pure, undiluted dread clenched in her throat, so tight it was hard to breathe, hard to swallow. Slowly, as if moving through water, she pulled the phone out. The screen glowed in the dim room, casting a pale, sickly light on her hands, highlighting the smudges of dirt and dried blood she hadn't washed off. The unknown caller. She stared at it, the buzz becoming a frantic hum in her palm, a vibration she felt in her teeth. This was it. The other world, the one of puzzles and distorted voices and timed games, was reaching back in, puncturing the aftermath of violence with its own particular brand of terror. The warehouse, the fight, the searing argument with Shaw, it all receded, becoming a distant, bloody prelude to this single, vibrating moment. She swiped to answer and raised the phone to her ear. She didn't speak. She listened to the hollow static of an open line. A mechanized, genderless voice spoke instantly, as if it had been waiting with infinite patience for the connection to complete, each word perfectly, eerily modulated. Did you get my note? Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Katie's body was moving before her thoughts fully cohered, a jolt of pure adrenaline launching her from the center of the bedroom. Her shoulder clipped the doorframe as she stumbled toward the first window, the impact a dull thud she barely felt against the bone. She pressed her palms flat against the cold glass, her breath fogging a small, ephemeral circle as she scanned the backyard. The motion-activated floodlight had timed out, leaving the space a pool of ink black and deep charcoal. She saw nothing but the skeletal outline of the bare maple tree, its branches like cracks in the night sky, and the dark, hunched silhouette of the garden shed. She moved to the next window in a stumble rush, her socked feet sliding on the hardwood, then the next, completing a frantic, panting circuit of the second floor. Each pane showed her the same passive, empty darkness. No shapes moved. No shadows detached themselves from the deeper black. The street out front was still, the only light the distant, jaundiced glow of a sodium vapor lamp on the corner, casting long, distorted shadows from the parked cars. The realization hit her like a blow to the sternum, a physical compression that made her sag against the windowsill, her elbows buckling. She had been wrong. Completely, catastrophically wrong. Derek Vance had nothing to do with this. Her desperate, paranoid theory, a theory built on fear and the ghost of a pattern, had sent her charging into a trap, and a man was dead because of it. Not just a man. A victim. A stranger with a life, a history, people who would now have a hole torn in their world. The weight of it pressed the air from her lungs in a slow, painful leak. She closed her eyes, her forehead touching the cool glass. A low, wounded sound escaped her throat, part gasp, part groan of pure self-recrimination. Her knuckles were bone-white where she gripped the painted wood of the sill, the tendons in her hands standing in sharp relief. Her phone rang, the generic trill slicing through the dense silence of the house. For 3 full rings, she just stared at it where it lay on the rumpled duvet, the screen a bright, demanding rectangle in the dark room. The sound was an intrusion, a violation of the quiet she felt she deserved. Her hand, when she finally reached for it, felt numb and clumsy, as if it belonged to someone else. She swiped to answer and brought it to her ear, her voice flat and drained of all effect, stripped raw. "I got your message." "And do you know me?" The synthetic voice inquired, the words perfectly spaced, devoid of human cadence, a robot reciting poetry. "Not yet," she forced steel into her tone, straightening up, pushing her shoulders back as if facing a physical opponent. The Glock was a cold, familiar weight in her other hand, her finger resting alongside the trigger guard, a habit of readiness. "But I will." "What's the point of this?" "The point is validation." The voice seemed almost pleased by the question, the modulation softening slightly. "I need to see the famous Katie Ford work without her safety net. That red-headed shadow, Nina Shaw. It's easy to look brilliant when you're propped up by a legend, isn't it? When the hard choices are made for you." Katie's eyes tracked across the empty yard again, her professional instincts forcing her to assess sightlines, cover approaches. She kept to the high ground, near the wall, making herself a harder target for a hypothetical sniper. The analytical part of her brain, the part that was still an agent, noted the angles of the shed roof, the open stretch of lawn, the tree line. "I solved your first puzzle alone." "Because you were forced to." The correction was swift, smug. "She's abandoned you. Probably off chasing her own white whale." The one that slipped the hook. The phrase was delivered with a knowing lilt. A cold thread of suspicion pulled taut in Katie's mind, vibrating with tension. The reference was too specific, too knowing. Her grip tightened on the phone, the plastic casing creaking faintly. "Am I speaking to that whale right now?" A distorted chuckle filtered through the line, a burst of static that mimicked amusement. "No. I am not Calvin Calloway, nor am I one of his puppets. I am my own artist. The girl behind the hospital. That was my debut. My first canvas." "Your first kill?" She made it a question, baiting him for confirmation, for any slip in the digital facade, a crack in the voice scrambler. Indeed, the voice took on a contemplative, almost reverent quality. It dropped in volume, as if sharing a secret. "Have you ever taken a life, Agent Ford?" She didn't answer. The memory of Todd's body on her sofa flashed behind her eyes, the waxy skin, the awful stillness, but that wasn't the answer he wanted. That was a violation, not a choice. "The sensation is transformative," he continued, filling her silence with his doctrine. "The finality. A transfer of energy. You understand power in the abstract, in your profiles and your case files. The intellectual concept. But to hold it in your hands, to feel the last tremor run up your arm, the final sigh against your cheek, it clarifies everything. It strips away the noise of the world. There is only the act and the silence after. He paused, and in the background of the call, she heard the faint, rhythmic click of a keyboard, just 2 or 3 taps. Then it stopped. My first was a test. A proof of concept. She was available. No one would miss her for days. I chose a place of transition, a non-place behind the hospital. It was methodical, clinical, and when it was done, I sat with her. I watched the light leave, and I felt, for the first time, truly awake. I'm nothing like you. The denial was automatic, a reflex, but it sounded hollow even to her, a child's protest. We are mirrors, the voice was insistent, professorial. You live for the hunt, the puzzle, the victory. The chase. The mundane world, the paperwork, the politics, the petty domestic dramas, could never offer you that voltage, that pure focus. Admit it. The only time you feel truly alive, your heart pounding, your mind razor sharp, is when you're standing where I'm standing now, looking into the abyss. The difference is, you pretend you're pulling people out of it. I embrace the fall. Her mind raced, tripping over the implications, the logistics, the terrifying new landscape. If this was Calloway's doing, then there were 2 distinct predators operating in her city, in her life, their paths crossing on her doorstep. One a known, escaped quantity with a history she'd studied. The other, this new and intimate horror, born from some dark admiration. The chessboard had just doubled in size, and she was the piece they were both moving toward, from different angles, for different reasons. How have you been watching me? She kept her voice low, controlled, but the question was a blade she thrust down the line. Closely, a pause, heavy with implication, letting the word hang in the digital space between them. She could hear his breath, or the simulation of it, a soft, artificial hiss. I've stood beside you. I've shared your air. Revulsion coiled in her gut, a hot, sickening twist that clenched her abdominal muscles. A sudden cold sweat broke out on the back of her neck. Her free hand went to her stomach, pressing hard against the knot of nausea forming there. A memory surfaced, unbidden, vivid and tactile. A crowded sidewalk near Farragut Square 2, maybe 3 days ago. The press of lunchtime bodies, the smell of food carts and exhaust, the chatter of 100 conversations. A sudden, clumsy collision from behind, a man's solid body bumping hard into hers, his shoulder driving into her scapula, almost knocking her leather bag from her shoulder. The strap had dug into her collarbone. She stumbled forward, caught herself on a lamppost, her palms slapping the cold metal. He'd been all apologies, hands up in a gesture of surrender, his voice excessively earnest, pitched just a little too high. So sorry, ma'am, my fault, entirely my fault, are you all right? Clumsy of me? He'd been wearing a generic navy baseball cap pulled low, a dark windbreaker. His face was a blur of polite concern, clean-shaven, maybe late 30s, ordinary. She'd brushed it off, muttered, "It's fine," her tone sharp with irritation, and moved on, weaving back into the crowd, the minor social friction evaporating in seconds under the weight of her own thoughts. Now, the memory crystallized with terrifying, high-definition clarity. The proximity, the smell of his detergent, something faintly citrus. The excuse for contact, his hand had briefly brushed her lower back as if to steady her. The perfect, anonymous cover of a busy street. He could have been anyone. A bureaucrat, a tourist, a consultant. He could have been him. He had been him. She forced her breathing to stay even, in through the nose, out through the mouth, a measured rhythm she fought to maintain. She let the thick, waiting silence on the line prompt him to continue. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of hearing the sharp intake of breath, the shudder of recognition. She stood perfectly still, a statue in the dark room. "You've kept our contest private?" he asked after the silence had stretched thin, the synthetic tone tilting upward in a question that was also a command. "Yes," the word was gritted out from between tight jaws. "Wise. Very wise. Let Agent Shaw wrestle with her ghosts. You have a more immediate concern. It's a more intimate game." Katie's eyes darted to her laptop on the bedside table. She moved swiftly, silently, setting the Glock down on the duvet and picking up the computer, the fan whirring softly to life. She sat on the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping under her weight with a sigh of springs. She switched her phone to speaker, the tinny, alien reproduction of the distorted voice now filling the quiet room, making the horror communal. With her other hand, she woke the laptop, the screen blindingly bright for a second before she dimmed it. She opened a simple audio recording app and hit record. The red dot began to pulse, a tiny mechanical heartbeat. It was a futile gesture. The voice was digitally scrambled beyond any forensic recovery. But the ritual of it, the act of documentation, of creating a record, was a lifeline to procedure, to the person she was supposed to be. "Which is?" she asked, her voice echoing slightly in the room, bouncing off the bare walls. "Your next challenge. Another life in the balance. Are you prepared to listen?" "Why should I play?" She injected a weary defiance into her tone, playing for time for a clue in his reaction. "You changed the rules last time. You promised a location, then it was a bonus round for your own amusement. Your word is worthless. You're a liar." "The rules," the voice stated, all pretense of conversation gone, replaced by flat, absolute authority, "are what I say they are. Defy them, and the collateral damage will be severe. It will be public. It will be undeniable. A spectacle. And it will be laid at your door, Agent Ford. Your failure. Your pride. Your name on the headline. And now listen." She picked up her notebook from the nightstand, a cheap spiral-bound thing, and uncapped a pen with her teeth, the plastic cap leaving a bitter taste. Her hands were poised over a fresh page, trembling slightly. "Where the river's breath turns cold and still, and the iron horse forgot its name. Two lights went dark against their will, beneath the weight of borrowed shame." He recited it slowly, metronomically, allowing her time to scribble the lines. Her handwriting was jagged, urgent, the pen tearing tiny holes in the paper where she pressed too hard. "Your time begins now. 2 hours." The line went dead with a soft, final click, like the closing of a tiny coffin lid. For a long moment, Katie didn't move. She stared at the words she'd written, the letters swimming on the page, the ink still wet. The silence in the house was absolute, a vacuum that seemed to press in on her eardrums, a ringing emptiness. Then the clock in her mind started, a deafening, internal tick-tock that galvanized her, each second a grain of sand falling in an hourglass attached to a life. She flew down the stairs, her socked feet slipping on the polished wood of the top steps. She caught the banister, her palms squeaking against the varnish, and took the rest two at a time, her free hand skimming the rail. In the living room, she snatched her other notebook from her bag, where it lay by the sofa, flipping it open to the first riddle. She laid the 2 pages now side by side on the glass coffee table, kneeling before them like a supplicant. She had a direction. It was the only thing that mattered, the only thing that could momentarily dam the flood of guilt about Derek Vance. For 20 minutes, she paced the cold, minimalist living room, a caged animal tracing the perimeter of its enclosure. The central air vent hummed, a stream of dry, conditioned air washing over her, raising goosebumps on her arms. Back and forth across the rug, her socks whispering on the pile. The only sounds were the frantic scratch of her pen as she underlined words, circled phrases, drew connecting lines, and her own muttered, rhythmic repetitions, a mantra of desperation. River's breath turns cold and still. She spoke it aloud, the words solid in the empty room. A river's breath mist. Fog. No colder. Ice. Where a river freezes over. Or a canal. A man-made channel. The water there was slower, more controlled, more prone to freezing in patches. Turns cold and still, abandoned. Neglected. A place where the water doesn't flow anymore. Iron Horse forgot its name, Iron Horse. An old term for a train. A locomotive. A forgotten train. A derelict line. A railroad that no longer ran, whose name had faded from public memory, its tracks reclaimed by weeds. Georgetown. The old C&O Canal ran right through there, a historic, stagnant waterway. And Georgetown, there was the Georgetown branch. The abandoned railroad right-of-way that was now a trail. It clicked, the two parts snapping together with the satisfying logic of a puzzle piece. The canal and the forgotten train line. They intersected, ran parallel in places. A specific location. Oh, a nexus. Two lights went dark against their will, two lights. Two lives. It's a double murder. Went dark against their will, they were killed. Murdered. They didn't choose to go out. Beneath the weight of borrowed shame. Not their own shame. Shame belonging to someone else, imposed upon them. A police department's shame. A city's shame. A failure to solve the crime, to catch the killer, a failure that hung over the case like a pall. She stopped pacing, standing rigid in the middle of the room, the notebook held tight in both hands as if it were a life preserver. The framework was there, solidifying. A historic, unsolved double murder near the intersection of the C&O Canal and the abandoned Georgetown Branch Railroad. A cold case. She dove for her laptop, which she'd carried downstairs. Setting it on the glass coffee table, she knelt on the rug, the hard floor pressing painful divots into her knees. She woke the screen, her fingers flying across the keys in a staccato rhythm. Her initial search for historic crimes along the C&O Canal turned up a litany of old, dusty tales. 19th century brawls, robberies, the general vice that clung to old transportation routes like moss. She refined it, her movements sharp with impatience, adding Georgetown, abandoned railroad, double homicide. The search engine coughed up local history pages, trail guides, urban exploration forums with photos of graffiti-covered tunnels. She scanned them, her eyes skipping over paragraphs of descriptive text, searching for a specific, grim notation. She tried unsolved, 1990s, college students, nothing definitive. She tried strangled, trail, 1998, the results shifted. And there it was. A brief article from a digital archive of a defunct local paper, the Georgetown Sentinel. The headline was small, buried, cold case still chills community. The subhead, 25 years since tunnel terrors, double homicide. As she clicked it, the page loaded slowly, the text grainy and pixelated from a poor ancient scan. November 1998. The bodies of two Georgetown University seniors, Melissa Chang and David Porter, were discovered by a jogger on the Georgetown Branch Trail, near the rusted remnants of the old Foundry Branch spur, not far from the C&O Canal towpath. Both had been strangled with a ligature, believed to be a length of cord. The press, citing the secluded, tunnel-like nature of the trail under dense, overhanging foliage and the proximity to the old railroad infrastructure, dubbed it the Tunnel Terrors case. No suspects were ever formally identified. The investigation was reportedly hampered by a lack of physical evidence and conflicting witness statements. She skimmed ahead, her heart thudding against her ribs. The case was overshadowed in the following months by the escalating Metro Maiden murders, which dominated regional headlines and drained departmental resources. The Tunnel Terrors files were eventually boxed and relegated to storage, a source of quiet, lingering shame within the Metropolitan Police Department for its failure to deliver justice for the two promising students. "It's the one that got away," a retired detective was quoted as saying. "We just couldn't get a handle on it before the next storm hit." Borrowed shame. The department's shame, inherited by the victims in their legacy as unsolved murders. Katie sat back on her heels, a long, slow breath leaving her body in a shudder. She stared at the screen, the blue light washing her face, then down at her notes, the lines of the rhyme connecting to the stark, sad facts in the article with dreadful precision. The pieces locked together with an almost audible thunk of finality. The killer wasn't just giving her a location. He was giving her a case. An old, cold, forgotten failure, a scar on the city's memory. He was making her retrace it, step into the shame, walk the same ground. Why? To prove he knew her history, her professional inclinations. To prove he understood the kind of dark, tangled puzzles that called to her, the ones everyone else had given up on. To mirror her own professional obsession back at her, showing her he was the same. Or was it simpler? Was this just a stage he'd chosen, a theater with the right atmosphere for his next performance? It didn't matter. The clock was ticking, the seconds bleeding away. A life was in the balance, presumably at that very location, in that forgotten space. She stood, her knees popping in protest. The analytical calm that had descended during her research, the familiar, welcome numbness of pure focus, began to fracture, edged with a fresh, sharp urgency that felt like shards of glass in her veins. She grabbed her jacket from the back of a chair, shoving her arms into the sleeves, the material cold against her skin. The notebook was folded with clumsy haste and shoved into a pocket. She checked the Glock's magazine by feel, a habitual tap slap against the heel of her palm, then slid it into her waistband at the small of her back, the metal cool through her shirt. Her phone went into another pocket, the recorded file saved with a meaningless label. She paused at the front door, her hand on the cold brass of the deadbolt. The house behind her was a silent, empty shell, a museum of someone else's security. Nina's fortress, with its reinforced walls and magnetic seals, felt like a cage now, a place where things were kept in or out. Outside was the game board, vast and chaotic. Outside was the killer's theater, and he had reserved her a front row seat. She turned the lock, the heavy clunk loud and final in the quiet hall, a sound like a verdict. She was going out. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The wind on the rooftop was a clean, cold blade, sharpening the night. He stood with his palms flat on the rough, sun-warmed concrete of the parapet, the texture gritty and real under his skin. The edge was littered with pigeon droppings, white and crusted, and tiny fragments of gravel that pressed into his flesh. Below, Washington, D.C. was a schematic of light and shadow, a circuit board laid out for his inspection. From this vantage atop the postal annex, every element was visible, quantifiable. The employee entrance with its single yellow security lamp, the dark mouths of the loading docks, the empty streets swept by the periodic arc of a traffic camera's gaze. Control was not a feeling. It was a geometric fact, manifest in the perfect stillness of his own body, spine straight, shoulders level, breath moving in and out with the slow, tidal rhythm of a machine at rest. Up here, the messy, weeping chaos of human emotion was reduced to silent, manageable vectors. He breathed in, and the air tasted of distant rain and cooled tar, undercut by the faint, ammonia-tinged scent of the bird roost behind the rooftop access shed. His equation, elegant and severe, had one primary variable: Katie Ford. He had charted her trajectory with the dispassionate focus of a scholar reviewing a flawed thesis. From a faceless data entry analyst to the Bureau's current pet prodigy, it was a narrative built on a cheap biological trick, a freakish memory, not on genuine understanding. He had devoted years, a lifetime in quiet study, to the art of murder. Not the blunt force trauma of it, but the subtle textures of predation that no database could ever capture. He knew the whispers that lived between the lines of dry case files, the specific, fading smells left at scenes that evidence logs never noted: copper, bleach, cheap perfume, fierce sweat. He knew the weight of the unrecorded pauses in a killer's confession, the things the eyes did when the mouth was lying. She had data, vast and cold. He had essence. He was essence. Her impending disgrace was the perfect catalyst. It was more than opportunity, it was poetic symmetry. It was time to administer the final exam, to show the so-called expert how little she truly comprehended the darkness she claimed to master. History was written by the victors, but it was remembered for its monsters. Heroes were footnotes, bland and moralistic. The monsters were the chapters that history reread in the dark, with a thrilling, shameful fascination. When this was over, they would speak his name in the hushed, tense tones reserved for the architects of genuine chaos. Katie Ford would be a bland statistic, a cautionary tale for upstarts who thought pattern recognition was the same as wisdom. He allowed a small, breath-like sound to escape his lips, not quite a laugh, more the exhalation of a long-held truth, a soft hum of satisfaction that vaporized in the wind. His eyes, pale and reflective in the gloom, performed a slow, methodical scan of the adjacent rooftops. It was a 6-point check, a ritual he performed whenever he occupied a high place. He started with the nearest structure to the east, a low office building with a gravel-covered roof, checking the line of its parapet for any irregular shadow that might be ahead. He moved to the taller apartment block to the southeast, his gaze lingering on the darkened windows of the top floor, assessing angles. Left to right, sector by sector, he accounted for every potential sightline, every vantage from which he, in turn, could be observed. The check was ritual, a calming repetition. He completed the circuit and blinked once, slowly, resetting his vision. She was clever, he granted her that. But he was meticulous. His honesty in their game, the rules, the timers, the clues, was a luxury he could afford precisely because of his meticulousness. It added a layer of perverse integrity, a framework within which her desperation would shine all the brighter. That first kill, the memory of it rose not as a thought, but as a physical sensation, a warmth in his chest and a remarkable stillness in his hands. It had been a revelation, a door swinging open inside a house he'd lived in his whole life, revealing a room he never knew existed. The atmosphere within was not rage, or lust, or any of the crude motives the textbooks prattled about. It was pure, exhilarating focus. A crystalline clarity where every sound, every shift of light on the victim's face, every minute tremor in his own fingers, was amplified and significant. He had tried other vices. In his early 20s, there had been alcohol, nights of blurry, shouting confusion that left him hollow and sick. Then pills, the chemical promise of numbness that only made the silence in his head louder. He had experimented with cruelty, too. The precise, calculated unkindness to a vulnerable colleague, the subtle sabotage of a neighbor's project, deriving a thin, bitter pleasure from the resulting distress. But they were ill-fitting costumes meant for other men. This was the only thing that had ever truly fit, the first suit tailored solely for him. Afterward, placing that first small, hand-carved horse on the floor, beside the cooling body, it had felt like signing a masterpiece. His thumb had stroked the smooth curve of the wooden back, the oil from his skin leaving no print, only intention. The wood had been cool, almost cold against his pad. He remembered the faint talk it made as he set it down on the varnished floorboards, a sound swallowed by the room's new silence. A tiny, silent witness to the moment he became real. Their connection was not random. It was architecture. He had engineered the first brick a year ago, standing 3 people behind her in a cramped, aromatic coffee shop line on a Tuesday morning. The memory was a high-definition snapshot he could access at will. The steam from the espresso machine wreathing her head, the specific, honeyed shade of her hair in the slanted morning light cutting through the front window. He had memorized the slope of her shoulder under a gray wool coat, the precise way she tapped her credit card against her thigh while waiting, a quick, impatient rhythm. The faint line of concentration between her eyebrows, as she scanned the menu board, she must have seen 1,000 times. She had collected her drink, a large black coffee, 1 sugar, and turned, her gaze passing over him as if he were a piece of furniture, and left. He had stood there, the smell of roasted beans and steamed milk thick in the air, and felt a click of alignment, like a key finding its lock. Since that moment, he had learned the rhythm of her life with patient, devoted study. He had watched from a park bench across from her apartment building, noting the late, blue glow of her window long after midnight, the shadow of her head bent over a desk. He had sat 2 tables over in her preferred tavern, nursing a beer for an hour, observing as she took her corner table with a single glass of red wine. He saw the way her eyes would lose focus, staring at the grain of the wood, the slight downturn of her mouth when a thought troubled her. He had catalogued her micro-expressions of fatigue, the way she would press the heels of her hands against her eyes when she thought no one was looking. He had so much to teach her. This game, this escalating curriculum of blood and consequence, was his lecture series. She just didn't know she had enrolled. A stronger gust of wind whipped across the roof, carrying the distant, mournful wail of a train horn from the rail yards and the faint, tinny echo of music from a car stereo several blocks away. He checked the watch on his wrist, a simple, analog timepiece with a black leather band. The luminescent hands glowed in the dark. 3:47 a.m. She would be arriving soon. The timeline was set. His pulse, he noted with satisfaction, was steady, a slow, reliable metronome in his veins, exactly 60 beats per minute. His gaze descended, fixing on the bank of grimy windows that marked the sorting floor of the mailroom below. The light from within was a sickly, greenish fluorescence, casting the silhouettes of machinery and occasional passing figures into stark, puppet-like relief. The selection tonight was not random. That was the entire point. Randomness was for amateurs, for animals. His was the power of choice. He had chosen the name, Gerald P. Mitchell. He had studied the schedule, the routines. A middle-aged mail sorter, 58, divorced, living in a modest apartment in Arlington. A man who took his lunch at 12:15 p.m. precisely, who always used cart 7, who hummed the same off-key tune from a classic rock song every afternoon at 3:00 p.m. A man whose life was a study in predictable, unnoticed paths. And who would, without a second thought, tear open the personal-looking, hand-addressed letter left in his assigned bin. The paper was a masterpiece of mundane menace. He had prepared it in the silent, sealed room he maintained, a space smelling of chemical sharpness and sawdust, the air filtered and still. He remembered the process with tactile pleasure, pulling on the thin, nitrile gloves that snapped against his wrists with a satisfying pop, measuring the colorless, viscous toxin with a laboratory-grade micropipette, watching the tiny bead form at the tip. He had carefully impregnated the high-quality bond paper with the precise, calculated dose, using a soft brush to spread it evenly, watching the paper darken slightly as it absorbed the liquid, then dry to perfect innocence. He had sealed the envelope with a damp sponge, not his tongue, and pressed it flat under a heavy volume of Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. The toxin would act within 90 seconds of skin contact, inducing cardiac arrest with symptoms easily mistaken for a massive, tragic heart attack. The psychological control was infinitely sharper this way. He decided who died and when and how. Katie's frantic race against the clock was just the delivery mechanism, the frantic courier for a decision he had already calmly made. Earlier, just as the night shift's lethargy was at its peak, he had slipped inside. Not through a door, but through a maintenance hatch in the loading bay wall, a gap known only from weeks of prior observation, a metal panel loose on its bolts, hidden behind a dumpster. The interior air was warm, thick with the smell of dust, machine oil, and the sweet, cloying odor of stale paper. The roar of the automated sorting machines was a constant, deafening thunder, a wall of sound that vibrated in his teeth and masked all minor sounds. He had moved like a shadow through the canyon of towering shelves and conveyor belts, his dark clothing making him a patch of moving night against the industrial gray and beige. He found bin 47, Gerald's station. The bin was half full of flat, processed mail, a sea of white and manila envelopes. With a gloved hand, he had taken the small wooden horse from his pocket. It was carved from the same aged oak as all the others, sanded to a silken finish, its stylized form both playful and grim. For a moment he held it in his palm, feeling its solid, comforting weight, the grooves of its carved mane under his thumb. Then he placed it deliberately on the moving sorting belt just beside the lip of the target bin, where it would ride the circuit until someone noticed it, a tiny wooden sentinel clattering along amidst the paper flow. It would be found with the body, or near it, another piece of his legacy, reclaimed from the old carnival timber, placed back into the narrative. A signature, not of a name, but of a self. The lesson, of course, wasn't about Gerald. The victim was merely the chalkboard. The lesson was about the student. The power to choose was everything. The thought solidified in his mind, and his right hand lifted from the parapet. He opened his fingers, palm up to the night sky, as if weighing an invisible orb. He felt the pressure of the wind against his skin, the chill of the night air. Then he slowly closed his fist, the muscles in his forearm tightening, tendons standing in relief. The city did not change, but in that gesture, he felt the totality of his authority, a constriction of the world to the space within his grip. He had chosen Katie. He had chosen Gerald. He had chosen this time, this place, this method. Every variable was his. He was the audience, the director, and the playwright. Katie Ford, soon to be stumbling into this grim theater, was the sole, struggling performer. The audience of one just had to be watching. And he was. He was watching with the rapt, critical attention of a connoisseur, waiting for the curtain to rise on the final act of her professional life, and the glorious, bloody dawn of his own legend. He shifted his weight, the rubber sole of his boot scraping softly on the gravel-strewn roof, a sound like a sigh. He leaned forward, elbows now on the parapet, his posture one of relaxed anticipation. The night air cooled the skin of his face, tightening it slightly around his eyes. Somewhere in the distance, a siren blipped once and fell silent, a brief punctuation mark in the city's sleep. He tracked the progress of a lone car, moving down the distant avenue, its headlights cutting twin cones through the mist that was beginning to gather in the low spots. He was a god on the rooftop, not in the mythical, thunder-wielding sense, but in the purest, most terrifying sense. He was a conscious will imposing itself upon the random universe. He was the hand that turned the key, that set the gears in motion. The machinery of fate was well-oiled and quiet, and he was its only operator. In the mailroom below, a figure in a blue uniform shirt shuffled into view in one of the windows, pushing a cart. It was too far to see features, but the gait, the slump of the shoulders, it was Gerald. Right on time. The man stopped, leaned against his cart, and rubbed his face with both hands, a slow, grinding motion. A gesture of fatigue, of mundane resignation. The killer watched, his head tilted slightly to one side, an observer noting a specimen's behavior. He felt no pity. That emotion belonged to the world below, the cluttered world of connections and attachments. He felt only a sharp, intellectual appreciation for the precision of his own design. This man's life, with all its tiny, forgotten joys and sorrows, had converged to this single point: a bin, a letter, a toxin. It was beautiful in its awful simplicity, a perfect equation about to be solved. He checked his watch again. The luminescent second hand swept smoothly around the dial. 3:52 a.m. She should be en route. He imagined her now, probably in her car, knuckles white on the steering wheel, her mind a riot of case files and panic. She would be thinking of the Metro Maiden, of dump sites and patterns, her memory spitting out irrelevant data. She would be wrong. The game was never about the past. It was about the present moment, this one, where he stood in the wind and she raced toward a revelation she was not equipped to survive. He allowed himself a smile then, a faint, curving movement of his lips that held no warmth, that barely disturbed the composed planes of his face. It was the smile of a man who has solved a complex puzzle long before anyone else has even seen the pieces. The wind caught at his hair, a brief, tousling touch. He did not brush it away. He remained still, a statue of patience and purpose, his eyes fixed on the greenlit windows below, waiting for the first act of the final examination to begin. The city slept ignorant. The sorter worked doomed. And on the roof, the architect of the night watched over it all, complete, whole, and finally, perfectly understood by himself. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Katie Ford's tires screeched to a halt outside the decommissioned postal annex, the smell of burnt rubber cutting through the damp morning air, sharp and acrid. She had 8 minutes. The digital clock on the dash had blinked to 8:02 as she'd swerved onto the side street. The numbers felt branded onto her retinas. The building was a block of faded brick and grimy windows, a for lease sign hanging crookedly by the main doors. One corner of the plastic sign was cracked, a spiderweb of white lines catching the weak light. The metal frame squeaked as it swung in a faint, fitful breeze, a rhythmic, lonely sound that seemed to mark time. This was the place. It had to be. The killer's riddle had been specific, a place where messages stopped moving, where the machinery of connection had rusted silent. Her pulse was a drum in her throat, a steady, pounding rhythm she felt in her temples and the base of her neck, a physical vibration under her skin. She pressed a palm flat against her sternum, as if she could physically calm the frantic beat beneath her ribs. The vibration of the engine died with a final shudder, leaving a sudden, heavy silence broken only by the ticking of cooling metal from under the hood, a rapid, metallic clicking like a countdown. The street was quiet, just a few parked cars coated in a fine layer of urban grit, and a delivery van idling further down, its diesel engine emitting a low, grumbling puff of exhaust that hung in the cold, still air like a gray ghost. She scanned the entrance, the loading dock with its rusted, rolled-down shutter, the cracked sidewalk. Her eyes moved in practiced grids: ground level, first-floor windows, the roofline, the spaces between dumpsters. Nothing was out of place. No hidden package, no cryptic mark. Just urban decay, the kind of emptiness that swallowed sound and light. She was drawing attention just by standing there, a lone woman in a dark coat staring intently at a dead building, her breath forming quick, faint clouds in the chill that vanished almost instantly. A man walking a dog on the opposite sidewalk glanced at her, his eyes lingering for a half-second too long, then he looked away, picking up his pace, the leash going taut. The dog, a small terrier, strained at its leash, sniffing at a crumpled fast food bag, its tail a frantic metronome. Then the understanding hit her, cold and sharp, a spike of ice in her gut that made her suck in a breath. There was no static clue waiting for her. The event was scheduled for now. The message was the action itself. He wasn't leaving a puzzle to solve. He was staging a performance, and she was the primary audience. The clock wasn't for solving, it was for witnessing. Her stomach tightened, a hard knot of dread that pulled her shoulders forward an inch before she consciously straightened them, squaring her frame against the building. She flexed her fingers inside her gloves, feeling the cold leather creak, the individual seams press into her skin, the damp chill already seeping through. She tried the main door, a solid slab of steel and glass smeared with handprints and grime, the glass so dirty it was opaque. Locked, the handle refusing to budge, cold metal biting into her palm even through the leather. She leaned into it, putting her shoulder to the frame, testing its give. It was solid as a bank vault, unmoving. A smaller employee entrance around the side, painted a grimy green that was peeling in long, curled strips like sunburnt skin, stood slightly ajar. Or was it? She approached, her boots crunching on gravel and broken glass. As she pushed, it resisted. She braced her foot against the frame, put her weight into it, and shoved, her shoulder driving forward. The latch was broken, the wood around it splintered and soft with rot. It gave with a crack that sounded too loud in the stillness, a dry, snapping report that echoed briefly in the narrow alley before being swallowed by the brick walls. The door swung inward with a groan, revealing a rectangle of darkness that smelled of forgotten things. The interior was a cavern of shadows, smelling of dust, old paper, and the faint, sweet-sour tang of mildew, like a library left to drown. Strip lights flickered erratically over a vast floor scattered with abandoned sorting bins, skeletal conveyor belts, and discarded machinery shrouded in yellowed plastic sheeting that rustled in a draft from somewhere, the sound like a slow, dry breath. The air was cold and still, thick with suspended dust motes dancing in the weak light like agitated insects. The only sound was the persistent, low buzz of the failing fluorescents and the scuff of her boots on the gritty concrete. Her footsteps echoed, too loud, announcing her presence in the hollow space. She paused just inside the threshold, listening, her head tilted, her breath held in her chest. The space seemed to hold its breath with her. Somewhere to her left, water dripped with a slow, irregular plink-a-plink into a hidden puddle, the sound precise and maddening. A groan echoed from the far end, near a door marked "Manager" in faded gold lettering that had peeled at the corners. It was a wet, strained sound that died quickly, more an exhalation of pain than a call for help. A human sound, utterly alone. Katie moved quickly, her hand going to her sidearm, her thumb finding the snap of the holster strap. The leather gave with a soft pop she felt more than heard, a release of tension. She drew the weapon, the weight familiar and solid in her hand, the checkering of the grip pressing into her palm, her index finger resting along the frame, outside the trigger guard. FBI, her voice bounced off the high ceiling, flat and swallowed by the space, dying against the distant walls. Is someone there? Identify yourself. She took a step forward, then another, her eyes adjusting to the gloom, picking out shapes. A toppled cart of mail tubs, a stack of pallets. The groan came again, weaker, a sigh of pure distress that ended in a wet gurgle, the sound of drowning in open air. It came from behind the manager's door. She pushed it open, the hinges protesting with a thin, metallic shriek that set her teeth on edge and raised the fine hairs on her arms. The door swung inward, revealing a smaller, cluttered space. A man in a postal uniform, navy blue pants, a lighter blue shirt with a patch on the sleeve that read G. Miller was slumped against a metal desk, his face pale and slick with sweat that gleamed in the light from a dusty window. His breathing was a ragged, wet sound, each inhalation a struggle that made his shoulders hitch violently. In his trembling right hand was a torn envelope, a fine, iridescent powder dusting his fingers and the faded green blotter on the desk, glittering like crushed insect wings. His other hand clutched at his throat, the fingers digging into the flesh above his collar as if trying to tear an opening for air. His knuckles were white with the effort, the tendons standing out like cords. "Don't move," Katie said, her voice dropping into a firm, calibrated tone meant to cut through panic, the voice she used on hostages. She holstered her weapon, the motion smooth and practiced, and knelt beside him, the cold of the linoleum floor seeping instantly through the fabric of her pants, a shock of chill. Up close, the smell was acrid, sweat, fear, and something chemical, like burnt plastic or ozone, a sharp, unnatural scent that burned the back of her throat. "What's your name?" "Look at me." "Focus on my face." "Tell me your name." She put a hand on his arm, just above the elbow, applying steady pressure, a point of contact. "G. Gerald," he wheezed, the word bubbling as if pushed through fluid. He tried to look at her, but his eyes couldn't focus, sliding past her shoulder, the pupils wide and dark. "And chest tight." Burning, a string of saliva trailed from his lower lip to his chin, glistening. He made a weak attempt to wipe it away with his shoulder, smearing the sweat on his shirt, leaving a damp streak. Skin irritation was already rising on his neck and hands, angry red welts forming where the powder had touched, the skin looking hot and tight, like a bad sunburn. His eyes were glazed, the pupils dilated black pools that swallowed the pale blue of his irises. Katie's mind raced through tox profiles, ricin, maybe, or a synthetic organophosphate, something designed for rapid dermal absorption. Contact and inhalation. The powder glittered, almost beautiful in its lethality, catching the dim light with a sickly rainbow sheen. It was a weapon designed for terror as much as death. "Okay, Gerald. I need you to listen to me. You've been poisoned. Help is coming." She pulled out her phone, her fingers steady but moving with urgent precision, her thumb finding the button by touch. She dialed 911, put it on speaker, and set it on the desk beside the blotter, the screen glowing brightly in the dim room. While it rang, a single monotonous tone, she kept her eyes locked on his, forcing his wandering gaze to meet hers, holding it with her will. "You are not going to die today. Do you hear me? Not today. Nod if you understand." He gave a faint, jerky nod, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed with difficulty, a painful-looking convulsion. The dispatcher's voice was calm, neutral, a lifeline from the normal world. 911, what's your emergency? This is FBI Agent Katie Ford, badge number 347. I am at a decommissioned postal annex at 1807 South Capitol Street Southwest. I have one male victim, mid-50s, conscious but disoriented, showing signs of acute poisoning. Symptoms include severe respiratory distress, dermal inflammation, and possible pulmonary involvement. The agent is an unidentified iridescent powder on a torn envelope. The scene is not secure. The perpetrator may still be observing. I need HAZMAT and a full medical response, stat. I repeat, send everyone quiet. No sirens on approach until the block is contained. Do you copy? Her voice was clipped, each word measured and clear, betraying none of the tightness in her chest. Copy that, Agent Ford. HAZMAT and medical are being dispatched. Advise the victim not to move. Can you secure the substance? I'm containing it now. The victim's name is Gerald. He's a postal employee. I'll remain on scene until your units arrive. Katie's voice was a flat, professional monotone, belying the adrenaline screaming in her veins, a high-pitched whine in her ears. Understood. ETA approximately 6 minutes. Stay on the line if you can. I'll be here. Katie hung up, the click final, and focused on him completely, blocking out the buzzing light, the dusty room, the ticking clock in her head that now matched the dripping water. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper, intimate and commanding, her face only a foot from his. Gerald, listen. Did you touch your face? Your eyes. After you touched the powder, she mimed the action, touching her own cheek. He shook his head weakly, a barely perceptible movement that took visible effort. His lips were starting to take on a faint bluish tinge at the edges, a cyanotic shadow. Good. That's very good, Gerald. Keep your hands away from your face. Just focus on breathing. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Slow as you can. Match me. She took an exaggerated, slow breath in through her nose, her own nostrils flaring, held it for a count of 3, her chest expanding, and let it out audibly through pursed lips, a controlled stream. He tried to mimic her, but it hitched into a wet, rattling cough that shook his whole frame and left him gasping, his eyes wide with renewed panic, his hand clawing at his chest. Again, she commanded, her voice leaving no room for argument, her hand coming to rest firmly on his upper arm, applying steady, grounding pressure. With me. In and out. Just the air. Nothing else. She used a clean tissue from her pocket, a small, white square, to carefully, methodically brush the glittering powder from his fingers onto the envelope. Each stroke was deliberate, moving from wrist to fingertip, trying to contain the contamination, to gather the deadly glitter into one place. She could feel the fine grit of the powder through the thin paper, a subtle, deadly abrasion. She folded the envelope shut, creasing the edges with her thumbnail, creating a crude pouch, and placed it carefully on the far corner of the desk, away from him, away from her. Her eyes scanned the cluttered shelves. Binders, a dusty coffee mug with a faded logo, a stack of rubber band balls. A small, stoppered vial of water, cloudy with age and floating specks, sat beside a dead spider plant in a cracked pot, the soil gray and dry. She grabbed it, pulled the cork with her teeth, spitting the musty, cork dust taste onto the floor, and poured it over his hands, directing the stream to rinse the remaining powder into a growing, opalescent gray puddle on the blotter that spread like a stain. The water was icy, and his fingers twitched violently, a reflex. "It's cold," he gasped, his voice a thin thread, almost a whimper. "I know. Almost done." Almost done. She guided him to lie flat, his head lolling to the side, his body resisting, wanting to curl. She spotted a thick, discarded ledger under the desk, its cover stained with coffee rings and grime, grabbed it, and slid it under his ankles to elevate his feet, fighting the onset of shock. The ledger was heavy, the pages swollen with damp. She kept one hand on his shoulder, a point of steady human contact, her thumb rubbing a small, reassuring circle on the damp fabric of his shirt, feeling the heat of his feverish skin beneath. "You're doing great. Just keep looking at me. Tell me about the letter." When did it come? She needed to keep him talking, to keep his airway open, to keep his mind engaged. The letter was for a P.O. box, Gerald managed, each word a labor, pushed out between ragged breaths. He blinked slowly, as if trying to clear his vision. "I shouldn't have," was curious. It felt heavy, wrong weight for a letter. "It's not your fault," Katie said, her voice softening but losing none of its intensity. She maintained the pressure on his shoulder, grounding him in the present. "Who brought it in? Did you see anyone? A face, a car, anything? A thing? Before you opened it? Just in the bin? This morning? Early?" Before light, his breath hitched, a wet rattle deep in his chest that made her own lungs ache in sympathy. His eyes, wide with a childlike fear, found hers and clung, desperate for an anchor. "Am I going to die? It feels like I'm drowning inside." His voice broke on the last word. "No," she didn't blink, holding his gaze with a force of will that made her own eyes sting. "You are going to be okay. The ambulance is almost here. They're going to give you something to help you breathe, to counteract the poison. You're going to tell them exactly what you told me. Can you do that?" She kept talking, a steady stream of reassurance and instruction, keeping his consciousness tethered to her voice, a lifeline of sound. "What's your wife's name, Gerald? Do you have kids?" She shifted her weight, her knees aching from the hard floor. "Martha," he whispered. The name seemed to cost him, but his eyes softened a fraction. "2 girls." Groan, a tear escaped the corner of his eye and traced a clean path through the sweat on his temple, cutting a track through the grime. "You're going to see Martha tonight. You're going to tell her about the crazy FBI agent who made you lie on a dirty floor. Okay?" Her eyes never stopped scanning the room even as she spoke. The filing cabinets with their rusting handles, the window with its view of the brick wall opposite, the door behind her, which stood slightly ajar, a sliver of the dark sorting floor visible, a gap of black. On the edge of the desk, partially hidden under a circular metal sorting tray, was a small, hand-carved wooden horse. Its pose was static, rigid, one hoof raised as if frozen mid-step. The carving was crude, the lines hurried and deep, as if made with a rushed, angry hand, the wood pale and unfinished, splintered in places. Another figurine. Calvin Calloway's signature was here, but this wasn't his work. His carvings were things of perverse artistry, smooth and evocative, capturing a twisted life. This was the copycat's sick flourish, a cheap imitation planted to muddy the waters or pay some twisted, inadequate respect. It was a prop, a taunt. Her jaw tightened, the muscles bunching at the hinges, a flare of anger cutting through the clinical focus. She forced herself to look away, back to Gerald's ashen face, to the faint, fluttering pulse visible in the hollow of his throat, a fragile bird trapped under skin. The distant wail of sirens, faint at first then swelling rapidly, a rising wave of sound, pierced the building's dense silence. They were coming in hot, despite her request. The killer would hear it too, would know the curtain was falling on this act. Katie stayed with Gerald, one hand on his wrist monitoring the thready, rapid pulse that skittered under her fingertips like a trapped bird, her eyes on the rise and fall of his chest. A shallow, uneven rhythm, until the paramedics burst into the room with a clatter of equipment. A collapsible gurney with wheels squeaking on the linoleum, oxygen tanks clanking, red bags spilling with supplies, their movements swift and sure. The room suddenly felt crowded, charged with professional energy, and the sharp, clean smells of fresh latex and antiseptic wipes, overwhelming the stale, poisoned air. She stood and stepped back, giving them space, her hands coming up, palms out, showing she was clear. They were tingling with adrenaline, a pins and needles sensation that made her fingers feel thick and clumsy. She flexed them, making fists and releasing, trying to restore feeling, the blood rushing back. She gave them a rapid debrief, her voice quick and low, pointing to the folded envelope, the empty vial, the puddle on the desk. Iridescent powder, unknown composition. Dermal and suspected respiratory exposure. Onset of symptoms within minutes of contact. Victim's name is Gerald. He's conscious but disoriented. Possible pulmonary edema developing. I performed basic decon on his hands. A HAZMAT officer in a bulky yellow suit appeared in the doorway, his breath fogging the faceplate, his movements slow and deliberate as he surveyed the room, a bright, alien figure in the drab space. The world was narrowing to procedures and containment zones, yellow tape and protocols. As the EMTs worked, slipping an oxygen mask over Gerald's face, the hiss of the regulator loud in the room, a sound of modern salvation. Starting an IV line with swift efficiency, Katie's mind violently shifted gears. The medical crisis was being handled. Her role was over. She watched as they lifted Gerald onto the gurney, his body looking small and limp under the straps, a bundle of suffering. His eyes found hers once more over the rim of the oxygen mask, the plastic already fogging with his breath, and he gave the faintest nod, a dip of his chin that was almost imperceptible. A silent thank you before they wheeled him out, the gurney rattling over the linoleum threshold and into the cavernous dark of the sorting floor, the squeak of the wheels fading. The killer had wanted a show. He'd want to watch. Not just the poisoning, but her reaction. Her arrival. He'd want to see his work reflected in her eyes. He was a spectator. Spectators needed a vantage point. They needed to see the stage. She left the office and ran back through the vast, flickering sorting floor, her footsteps echoing in the hollow space, a solitary drumbeat. The plastic sheeting on a nearby machine flapped in her wake, a ghostly rustle. A rear fire exit, its push bar painted safety red and chipped to show rust beneath, was marked by a glowing green exit sign, the letters blurred by dust. She hit the bar with the heel of her hand, putting her weight into it, the metal cold and gritty. The door opened with a metallic groan and a rush of colder air onto a narrow, trash-strewn alley, the air bitingly fresh and sharp after the building's stagnant chill, carrying the smell of wet brick and garbage. She took a deep, cleansing breath, the cold burning her lungs, and looked up, squinting against the flat gray sky, her eyes scanning the rooflines. The building across the alley was a 6-story mixed-use structure, older, with a flat roof bordered by a low parapet of crumbling concrete. A perfect vantage point. It would give a clear, unobstructed view into the manager's office window, which was now a bright rectangle of light in the annex's dingy brick facade, a lit stage. As she watched, a shadow moved up there, a human silhouette that detached itself from the bulky shape of an HVAC unit, stood for a second against the skyline, a cutout of darkness, unmistakably a person, then vanished behind the roof's edge, melting away. Gone. She sprinted down the alley, her coat flapping behind her like a dark wing, the fabric snapping. She sidestepped a pile of broken pallets slick with frost, and a spill of black, rotting garbage that reeked of sour milk and decay, the odor hitting her in a wave. She found a battered steel service entrance for the adjacent building, set into grimy brick, the paint peeling in sheets. The door was locked, but a weathered keypad beside it glowed a faint, sickly green in the alley's gloom. The numbers 0 through 9 were worn, the plastic buttons smooth and shiny in the center from countless presses, the 7 and the 3 particularly faded. On a hunch, her mind making a desperate, intuitive leap, she punched in 7734. Her finger was cold, the button giving a faint, mushy click. The keypad beeped, a flat electronic sound. For a heart-stopping second, nothing happened. Then the lock buzzed, a loud, abrasive sound that echoed in the alley, and the magnetic bolt released with a solid, heavy clunk that vibrated through the doorframe. She yanked the door open, the metal cold and gritty under her fingers, the edge biting into her palm. The space beyond was a dimly lit receiving area, empty cardboard boxes stacked against a wall, the air smelling of damp concrete and old grease from a long-gone kitchen, a ghost of fried food. She took the stairs 2 at a time, her breath coming in sharp gasps that burned in her chest, each inhalation a rasp. The stairwell was raw concrete, lit by bare bulbs in wire cages that cast stark, jumping shadows, the walls scrawled with graffiti and smelling of urine, stale cigarettes, and something sweetly rotten underneath. Her footsteps slapped against the steps, the sound echoing up the shaft, a frantic percussion announcing her climb. On the 3rd-floor landing, she paused, one hand on the cold, gritty railing, listening, her own breathing loud in her ears. From above, she heard the faint, heavy slam of a door, a definitive thud that echoed down the stairwell, a punctuation mark. She pushed harder, her thighs burning with the strain, the muscles in her calves tightening into knots, her heart hammering against her ribs. She burst onto the rooftop, shoving the heavy metal fire door open with her shoulder, the impact jarring. The wind immediately whipped at her, snatching her breath, carrying the distant hum of the city and the sharp, clean smell of tar and cold exhaust. The roof was a field of gray gravel, dotted with giant HVAC units that hummed and vibrated, their fans a steady, industrial drone that filled the air. A cluster of weathered, plastic patio furniture, chairs and a table, were crusted with black grime and bird droppings, pathetic and abandoned. But at the far edge, overlooking the postal annex, a pair of high-end binoculars on a tripod lay on the gravel roof surface, as if carefully placed, not dropped, the legs splayed. She approached slowly, her eyes scanning the other HVAC units, the vents, the shadowed recesses of the parapet, every potential hiding place. She crouched, the gravel shifting under her boots, and touched the binoculars. The metal barrels were still faintly warm from his hands, a lingering human heat. The lenses were pointed directly at the window where Gerald had been dying, the focus knob set precisely, the eyepieces adjusted. He was gone. Or he was. The helplessness was a physical weight, settling in her shoulders, pressing down on her diaphragm, making her next breath shallow and insufficient. She was chasing a ghost who was always one step ahead, who orchestrated her movements like a puppeteer, watching her dance. The thought made her skin crawl, a cold prickle that had nothing to do with the wind. She straightened up, a hand going to the back of her neck, kneading the tense muscles there as she scanned the connected rooftops, a jagged landscape of tar paper, vents, and satellite dishes stretching for a block in either direction, a maze of angles and shadows. Then movement. A figure in a dark hoodie and jeans emerged from the rooftop access door of the next building over, a long, hard-sided black case in one hand. He moved with purpose, not fleeing in panic, but with the focused, economical gait of someone with a destination, heading for the opposite stairwell door on that roof. He didn't look around, didn't glance back. His posture was casual, but the direction was deliberate. "The FBI." "Stop right there." Katie's command tore from her throat, raw and loud, echoing off the rooftop tar and the brick facades swallowed by the wind. He didn't break stride. If anything, his pace quickened, a slight hitch in his step, his shoulders hunching slightly as if against the wind or the words. He glanced back once over his shoulder, his face a pale oval under the hood, features blurred by distance and shadow, and then broke into a run, the case banging against his leg with each stride, an awkward, clumsy rhythm. Katie gave chase. The gap between the buildings was a 4-foot jump across a 3-story drop to an alley, a void of air. She didn't hesitate. She took 3 running steps, her boots crunching on the gravel, sending a spray of small stones skittering, and launched herself, her body arcing through the cold air, coat streaming behind her like a banner. For a moment there was only the wind and the empty space below. She landed on the adjacent roof with a jarring impact that traveled up her knees and into her hips, a shock of pain, gravel skittering under her boots. She stumbled, caught her balance on one knee, hand slapping down on the tar paper, the surface rough and granular, and pushed off, already moving. The pursuit became a vertical climb up a rusted exterior staircase, bolted to the next building's side, the metal groaning and flexing alarmingly under their combined weight, each step a tremor. Flakes of orange rust showered down as she climbed, sticking to her damp palms, gritty. She could hear him above, his breathing loud and ragged, the case clanging against the railing with each step, a metallic clang-clang-clang. They spilled onto a higher rooftop, the city sprawling below them in a grid of gray and glass, the morning light still weak and diffuse, not yet reaching the deep canyons between buildings. The wind was stronger here, a constant, buffeting pressure against her side, whipping her hair across her face, stinging her eyes. She shoved it back with an impatient hand, eyes fixed on his dark shape as he weaved between ventilation ducts, his silhouette ducking and reappearing. He was agile, younger, leaping a narrow 2-foot gap between rooftops without slowing, his landing a soft thud. Katie matched him, her jump fueled by adrenaline, landing with less grace but maintaining forward momentum, her ankles protesting. Another chasm opened up ahead, this one a 3-foot jump down to a lower roof section, a drop of about 4 feet to a tar paper expanse dotted with pipework and puddles. He went for it, launched himself, and misjudged the distance or his footing on the gravel. His feet fell short. His torso slammed into the opposite ledge with a sickening thud she heard even over the wind, the breath knocked out of him in a loud, pained oof. His fingers scraped desperately along the rough edge, nails tearing, and caught the lip of the roof. His legs kicked wildly over a 2-story drop to a lower mechanical platform strewn with ductwork, his feet scrambling for purchase on empty air. Katie landed safely on the far side, her balance firm, gravel crunching under her soles. She approached the edge, her heart hammering against her ribs so hard she could feel it in her throat, a frantic drum. She looked down at him dangling, his knuckles white with strain, his arms already trembling violently from the effort. The black case lay a few feet away where he'd dropped it, one latch sprung open, the lid askew. Without a word, she dropped to her knees on the gritty tar paper, the sharp edges of the gravel biting through her pants, and leaned over the edge, the void yawning below him, a dizzying perspective of pipes and concrete. She locked a vice-like grip on his wrist just above his hand. Her fingers dug into the tendons, finding bone. Her other hand braced against the rough, gravel-strewn edge, palm flat, taking some of the weight, the skin scraping. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice strained from the effort of holding him, the muscles in her forearm standing out in cords, her shoulders screaming. "Help me. Please pull me up. I didn't do anything. I was just watching." His voice was high with terror, cracking on the words, his face tilted up to hers, eyes wide and pleading, his hood fallen back to reveal a young man with a scraggly goatee, his face flushed with effort and fear, sweat beading on his forehead. "Why run?" She tightened her hold, not pulling yet, letting his body sway slightly over the void, a terrible pendulum. The message was clear, answers were his lifeline. She could feel the slickness of his sweat against her palm, the frantic, rabbit-quick pulse in his wrist under her thumb. "I got scared. You yelled you had a gun, I just panicked. Please, I'm slipping. My fingers are going numb." He tried to get his other hand up to the ledge, but it flailed uselessly, lacking the strength, fingers brushing the rough surface. Her eyes went to the black case. "What's in the case?" "Open it." "Pull me up first." "I can't reach it." "I can't," his voice rose to a shriek. Katie shifted her weight, adjusted her grip on his wrist, her own fingers starting to ache, then drew her sidearm with her free hand in one smooth, practiced motion, and aimed it at his center mass, the barrel unwavering. The gun was a black circle of absolute promise, steady despite the strain in her supporting arm. "And now, Zor, I let go. You have 3 seconds." "What is in the case?" Her voice was ice. He whimpered, a pathetic, choked sound. Okay. Just hold on. Don't let go." His eyes were fixed on the gun, wide with a new kind of terror. "I've got you. But you need to reach it. Swing your legs." Try to get a toehold. She began to haul, muscles in her back, shoulder, and arm burning with the effort, a fiery protest. She planted her feet more firmly, leaned back and pulled steadily, using her body as a counterweight, her boots digging into the gravel. He scrambled with his free hand, his toes scraping against the brick, and finally, with a grunt of agony, heaved himself up far enough to hook an elbow over the ledge. She shifted her grip to his forearm, adding more leverage, her hand under his elbow, and with one final, heaving pull that tore a gasp from her own throat, he rolled onto the roof, collapsing onto his back, gasping, his chest heaving. He lay there for a moment, staring at the gray sky, his fingers clutching at the gravel as if afraid it would give way, his whole body trembling. "The case," Katie repeated, not holstering her weapon. She kept it aimed low, her finger outside the trigger guard, but her posture was unequivocal, her stance wide for balance. She stood over him, breathing heavily herself, the wind cooling the sweat on her brow, her heart still pounding. "And now." Crawling on his hands and knees, moving like an injured animal, he went to the case, his movements shaky, uncoordinated. He popped the remaining latches with trembling thumbs, the clicks loud, and flung the lid open. He turned it toward her, his expression shifting from fear to a mix of defiance and profound shame, his shoulders slumping. Katie's shoulders slumped in response. The tension drained from her, leaving a hollow, foolish ache in the pit of her stomach, a cold wash of anticlimax. Nestled in custom-cut gray foam was a cherry-red electric guitar, its finish gleaming like a candy apple in the dull light, the polished chrome of the pickups and bridge reflecting the sky in distorted slivers. A coiled cable and a black guitar strap were tucked neatly beside it. The instrument looked absurdly vibrant, a splash of color in the gray world. "It's an Ibanez," he said defensively, as if that explained everything, his voice still shaky. He reached out and touched the neck with a reverent finger, tracing the inlaid fret markers. "The JVM. It's valuable. I was just up here playing. I come up here to practice. The acoustics are weird, but the neighbors don't call the cops." He looked up at her, his eyes pleading for understanding, for this to make sense. "You ran from a crime scene. From an FBI agent." With a guitar, her voice was flat, all the chase energy dissipating into the cold air, leaving behind a gritty residue of embarrassment and wasted time, a profound sense of having been played. She slowly holstered her weapon, the click sounding final in the wind, a period on the sentence. She rubbed her forehead with her thumb and forefinger, feeling the beginnings of a tension headache behind her eyes, a dull throb that matched her slowing heartbeat. "I live here." He pointed a shaking finger toward a rooftop access door painted the same grimy green as the one below. "A third floor. I practice up here. The neighbors complain if I play in my apartment, the walls are paper-thin. The code's the same on half these old service doors in this block, 7734. And I told you." It spells shoe upside down on a calculator. It's a dumb default the building super never changes. "I didn't know about any crime scene, I swear. I just heard yelling and saw people down in the alley and got spooked." The words tumbled out, a frantic, believable explanation rooted in mundane urban life. The mundane, ridiculous detail cut through her frustration like a pin through a balloon. A common, lazy maintenance code. A way in for anyone who knew the old tricks. The real killer wouldn't have needed to pick a lock or force an entry. He could have come and gone easily, a ghost with the right 4 digits, watching Gerald open his lethal gift, watching Katie arrive exactly on time, before slipping away into the city's arteries while she chased a musician across the rooftops. He'd probably watched that too, savoring the misdirection, the elegant waste of her effort, the comedy of her grappling with a kid and his guitar. The thought made her skin crawl anew, a cold prickle of humiliation mixed with rage. She let out a long, slow breath, watching it mist in the air, a visible sigh. "Get up," her voice was tired, the edge worn off, replaced by a flat exhaustion. "ID. Now." He fumbled in his back pocket, produced a worn leather wallet, the edges frayed, and handed her a driver's license, the plastic warm from his body. She took it, the musician's name, Evan Ricks, his address, his date of birth, her movements now procedural, automatic, the adrenaline crash leaving her feeling heavy. She wrote it down in a small notebook pulled from her coat, her handwriting quick and slanted, the pen cold in her fingers. She warned him not to leave the city, that detectives might want a statement, her tone wrote. He nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a puppet S, clutching his guitar case too. "Just go home, Evan," she said, closing her notebook. "And maybe find a new place to practice." She let him go. He scurried to the access door, fumbled with the handle, and disappeared inside. The rooftop was suddenly quiet except for the wind and the distant city murmur. She walked to the parapet and looked down at the alley behind the postal annex. The HAZMAT team was there now, a cluster of yellow suits moving with slow deliberation. An ambulance was pulling away, no lights, no siren. As she descended an interior stairwell to the street, the sirens fading with each step, a new possibility began to form. The access was the clue. The killer hadn't just used the common code, he had relied on it. He had given himself a predictable escape route. He was a planner. Planners have patterns. They use what's efficient, what's proven. They don't improvise exits, they build them into the design. He was still close. Not necessarily in body, but in design. He'd chosen this location for the infrastructure, the sightlines, the access, the escape routes. To trace him, she needed to stop chasing the shadows he threw and start thinking like the architect. The rooftops were a maze, but mazes have exits. He'd chosen one. She just had to find which door he'd left by. Standing on the sidewalk, the normal sounds of the city filtering back, a bus hissing to a stop, a delivery truck beeping, she looked up at the jagged skyline. He was up there somewhere, in the spaces between buildings, in the forgotten access points, watching, planning, already moving to the next point on his blueprint. And she had to find the pattern in the architecture before he inscribed his next message in blood and poison. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Nina Shaw crossed into Maryland, the scenery shifting from the dense urban sprawl to the quiet, moneyed enclave of Bayview. The coastal town's postcard perfection felt obscene. Neat houses with manicured lawns sat behind white picket fences, each one a testament to curated normalcy. The placid water of the bay reflected a cloudless, indifferent sky. It felt like a place for endings, not investigations, a serene mask over something rotten. Her GPS led her off the main road, down a winding lane lined with old oaks whose branches formed a tunnel of dappled shade. The lane ended at a lone cottage set back from the shore, partially hidden by a tangle of overgrown hydrangeas and untended rose bushes. The single-story structure was long and low, painted a faded cream that had peeled in patches to reveal gray, weathered wood beneath, like scabs on old skin. Every window was sealed from the inside with what looked like matte black paint or thick fabric, a glaring, blind-eyed anomaly on the picturesque street. No light escaped. It looked less like a home and more like a bunker pretending to be a home. The trade in murder relics was a vile, thriving niche. Her quick dive into the Bureau's peripheral databases back at the house had revealed a shadowy network of collectors, traders, and ghouls, with one name surfacing repeatedly in connection with high-profile serial artifacts: Victor Stone. She sat at Nina's desk, the blue light of the monitor washing over her hands, scrolling through flagged transaction logs and forum chatter from dark web archives the Bureau monitored, but rarely acted upon. The language was couched in euphemisms, authentic memorabilia, true crime collectibles, historical ephemera. The prices made her sick. The Bureau's own files contained a terse, unresolved note about a prior, low-priority investigation into his suspected acquisition of evidence from an old Midwestern case, a victim's scarf that had vanished from an evidence locker. The investigation had been dropped for lack of resources. Stone had operated, until now, in the gray space just outside the law's immediate interest, a vulture picking at the bones of closed cases. She killed the engine, the sudden silence amplifying the sound of gentle waves lapping against a nearby private dock. The air here smelled of salt and cut grass and the faint, sweet decay of mulch. She sat for a full minute observing. No cars passed. A single gull wheeled overhead, its cry lonely and sharp. She checked the compact 9, holstered at her ankle, a habitual touch, then slipped her service weapon from its hip holster, checked the magazine, and reseated it with a solid click. Her fingers drummed once on the steering wheel, a quick, nervous release of energy, before she pushed the door open and stepped out. She walked to the front door, a solid slab of oak with a heavy, tarnished brass knocker shaped like a lion's head. It offered no courtesy call before she rapped her knuckles against it 3 times, hard and official, the sound swallowed by the thick wood. A long minute passed. Nina heard the faint shuffle of feet on the other side, a slow, hesitant approach, then the clunk of a heavy deadbolt being drawn back. The door opened a cautious few inches, stopped by a thick security chain. A woman in her 20s peered out through the gap. She had pale, almost translucent skin and dark, bruised-looking circles under her eyes, her brown hair pulled into a messy bun with strands escaping around her temples. She wore a simple, faded gray sweatshirt and jeans. "Can I help you?" Her voice was thin, wary, the voice of someone used to speaking softly. "FBI Special Agent Shaw," Nina said, holding her credentials up to the gap. The badge's gold shield caught the morning light, a bright, authoritative flash. "I need to speak with Victor Stone." The woman's eyes darted from the badge to Nina's face, assessing, then past her shoulder to the empty driveway. Her grip on the door's edge tightened, knuckles whitening. "He's not well today. He had a bad night." "It's really not a good time," she swallowed, her throat working. "Maybe you could come back another time." Next week, the request was delivered in a near whisper, as if afraid of being overheard from inside the dim interior. "There is no other time," Nina said, her tone flat and leaving no room for negotiation. She lowered the credentials but didn't put them away, letting them remain visible in her hand. "Is he capable of speech?" "Barely," the woman whispered, her hand trembling where it gripped the edge of the door. The chain rattled softly against the strike plate. "He had a fall. The bad ones. He's in a lot of pain. The doctor said he needs to rest, absolute quiet," her eyes pleaded. "Then he can talk to me from his bed or his couch. He doesn't have to stand." Now, Nina didn't move, didn't blink. She was a fact in the doorway, immovable, the line of her shoulders blocking the view of the peaceful street behind her. The woman held her gaze for a few more seconds, a silent struggle playing out in her tired face. Then her shoulders slumped in defeat, the fight draining out of her. With a sigh that was almost a whimper, she closed the door just enough to slide the chain free with a metallic scrape, then pulled it open. She stepped back into the dim interior, allowing Nina entry without another word, her body language one of complete surrender. The living room was spacious, high-ceilinged, and oppressively dim. The blacked-out windows allowed only thin, razor-straight seams of daylight to outline their frames, casting the room in a perpetual, dusty twilight. The air was warm, still, and carried a complex scent, the sharp tang of lemon furniture polish overlaid with the faint, sweet metallic odor of illness, of old skin and medicinal cream, underpinned by something else, the dusty, papery smell of old books and the ghost of stale soup. A large, expensive-looking oriental rug in deep reds and blues covered most of the floor, its intricate patterns muted and shadowed in the low light. Bookshelves sagged with leather-bound volumes and stacked periodicals. Several glass display cases held what appeared to be antique porcelain figurines, shepherdesses, courtiers, normal at a glance but positioned with odd, ritualistic spacing. On a deep, cracked leather Chesterfield sofa lay an old man, propped up on a mountain of pillows and folded blankets. He was shockingly thin, the shape of his bones visible through a thin cotton robe. His white hair was long and tied back in a limp ponytail, his face a map of deep lines and sagging flesh. His breathing was shallow and labored, each inhalation a faint, wet rattle that seemed to echo in the still room. "Victor Stone?" Nina asked, not moving from just inside the doorway. She kept her back to the wall, her eyes scanning the room's corners, the other doorways. She did not sit. He turned his head slowly on the pillow, a movement that clearly cost him effort. His eyes found her in the gloom. They were a pale, watery blue but sharp, intelligent, missing nothing. "That's me." His voice was a dry rasp, like pages of an ancient book rubbing together. "The FBI. I have questions." Sorry for the intrusion, she wasn't sorry. She let the words hang, devoid of apology. With a visible wince that tightened every line and hollow on his face, Stone pushed himself upright, one bony, liver-spotted hand bracing against the sofa back. His joints cracked audibly in the quiet room, a series of pops that made Mara, still hovering by the kitchen door, flinch. He shifted his weight, groaning through clenched teeth, until he was mostly upright, his free hand pressed to his lower left side. "It's about Calvin Calloway." It wasn't a question. It was a statement of weary fact. Nina stilled, every muscle locking. She kept her expression neutral, a practiced mask of professional detachment, but inside her mind raced. She forced a slow, controlled breath in through her nose, the scent of the room filling her lungs. Why would you think that? Because he was here. Stone's rasp dropped even lower, becoming conspiratorial. Last night, just after midnight. He's the reason I can't stand up straight without feeling like my spine's in a vice. He tapped his ribs with a trembling finger. She glanced at the young woman, who had retreated to the doorway leading to a kitchen, hovering there like a ghost in the shadows. Your friend said you fell. Stone let out a short, painful cough that bent him forward for a moment, a handkerchief pressed to his mouth. When he recovered, he fixed Nina with those sharp, watery eyes. What was I supposed to say? Tell the world a serial killer paid me a visit. Tell the local sheriff, he gave a derisive, wheezing sound. They'd never believe it from a sick old man, and if they did, they'd just get in the way. Or get themselves killed trying to be heroes. He gestured weakly toward the young woman, a dismissive flick of his wrist. Mara, stop gawking. Get me my pills. The ones in the blue bottle. And a glass of water. Not from the tap, from the filter pitcher. The woman, Mara, flinched at the command, her body jerking as if tugged by a string. She nodded once, a quick, bird-like motion, and disappeared into the kitchen without a sound. Nina took a step further into the room, her boots silent on the thick rug. She stopped about 8 feet from the sofa, maintaining a distance that was neither threatening nor comfortable. What did he want? She kept her voice even, a tool for extraction. His property, Stone said, his eyes never leaving her. There was a perverse gleam in them now, a collector's pride cutting through the veil of pain. You're Agent Shaw, aren't you? Nina Shaw. I know your history with him. The one who interviewed him after the Spokane arrest. The one whose picture he kept. Nina felt a flash of anger, hot and sudden, like a spark hitting gasoline. She showed it only by a slight tightening of her jaw, a minute flex of the muscle along her cheekbone. She took another slow, controlled breath. How do you know that? And what property? I make it my business to know the players, he said, a trace of smugness seeping into the rasp. He shifted, and a flicker of real pain crossed his features, undercutting the arrogance. Especially the ones connected to the masterpieces. Your name is in the file. The one he left with me for safekeeping, years ago. Groaning, Stone fumbled a gnarled hand beside the couch cushions and pulled out a simple, dark wooden cane with a worn brass handle. He gripped the arm of the sofa, his knuckles standing out like white marbles, and began the slow, agonizing process of hauling himself fully to his feet. It was a performance of misery, but one with a clear purpose, to establish a shred of dignity to meet her standing. Every movement was stiff, punctuated by sharp intakes of breath and low grunts. He finally stood, a shrunken, pained figure leaning heavily on the cane, his free hand still pressed protectively to his side. He was shorter than she'd expected. I don't know where he went after this. He doesn't confide his travel plans to me. But you should come with me. Where? In my collection. There's something you need to see. Something he left for you, I think. And something he took from me. He began a slow, shuffling procession across the living room, his cane tapping a frail, uneven rhythm on the hardwood floor between islands of rug. Nina followed, her senses hyperalert, taking in the details of the house. The hallway was narrow, the walls lined with framed black and white photographs of anonymous, misty landscapes, moors, forests, empty beaches. They were devoid of people, places that looked like they could hide anything. The air grew cooler, damper, as they moved away from the living room's stale warmth. At the end of the hall was a door that didn't match the others. It was steel, painted a flat, industrial gray, with a heavy-duty electronic keypad mounted on the wall beside it at waist height. Stone shifted his weight, blocking her view with his body in a gesture that was both instinctive and theatrical. He hunched over the keypad, his back to her, and punched in a 6-digit code with a trembling, deliberate finger. A small green LED light blinked once. The lock released with a solid, heavy clunk that echoed in the confined space, a sound of serious engineering. He pulled the door open, revealing a profound darkness that smelled of chilled, sterile air. He reached inside, his arm disappearing into the black, and flipped a switch. Soft, recessed lighting flickered on with a low hum, revealing the space in stages. The room beyond was a climate-controlled vault. The immediate change in atmosphere was palpable. The air was several degrees cooler, with a dry, sterile humidity that felt artificial, manufactured. A low, constant hum from an HVAC system vibrated subtly through the concrete floor. The walls were lined with floor-to-ceiling glass cases, internally lit with subtle LED strips that cast a museum-quality, shadowless glow on their contents. The contents were grotesque. Nina's trained eye cataloged them dispassionately, moving from case to case, even as a deep, cold revulsion settled in her gut like a stone. In one case, a blood-stained silk scarf, its pattern of little violets now marred by rusty brown blooms, was artfully arranged on a satin pillow. A small typeset card beside it labeled it, Victim 3, I-95 Strangler, 1987. Recovered from secondary scene. Another held a lock of honey blonde hair under a glass bell jar, coiled like a sleeping snake. A third displayed a rusted straight razor on a black velvet cushion, the card reading, Alleged weapon, the barber of Tacoma. Never entered into evidence. It was a gallery of suffering, curated with morbid fastidiousness. The labels were clinical, but the presentation was reverent. In the center of the room stood several realistic, featureless mannequins, dressed not in fashion, but in the recovered clothing of victims from infamous cases. A floral print dress, size small, hung limply on one. A child's baseball jersey, the number 8 faded, on a smaller form. They were posed neutrally, arms at their sides, silent, headless witnesses in this temple of death. But it was the far end of the vault that commanded attention. It was arranged as a shrine-like altar, set apart from the other displays. On a tiered wooden stand of rich, dark oak, resting on individual black velvet pads, were a dozen small, hand-carved wooden horse figurines. They were positioned with ritualistic care, each facing forward as if on parade, equidistant from one another. The wood was dark and smooth with age and handling, each horse frozen in a different, meticulously carved pose, one rearing, another trotting, a third with its head bowed as if drinking. The craftsmanship was undeniable, the detail exquisite in the musculature, the flow of the mane, the alert set of the ears. It made the display all the more horrifying. One tier, the second from the top, right in the center of the display, was conspicuously empty. The black velvet pad was there, pristine, but indented from the weight of an object now absent. It was a bare spot in the orderly lineup, a missing tooth in a perfect smile. "He came for that one," Stone said, his voice echoing slightly in the chilled, dead air. He pointed a gnarled, accusing finger at the gap, his arm shaking with the effort. "The one from his first. The one you never found. The one he carved while he watched her house, he told me. The cornerstone." Nina stepped closer, her boots making soft, scuffing sounds on the polished concrete floor. Her pulse was a dull, steady thud in her ears, a counter-rhythm to the omnipresent hum of the climate control. The empty spot seemed to pulse, to scream at her. "You kept these for him." It wasn't a question. It was an indictment. "I am a curator," Stone said, drawing himself up with a shred of brittle dignity. He gestured around the vault with his cane, a proud, sweeping motion. "I preserve history. The true history, not the sanitized version for the public record. He entrusted them to me for safekeeping when he was detained. A piece of his work from each scene. His signature. His legacy." He understood their value beyond the sentimentality of the law. Nina turned from the altar to face him. The cold air felt like a physical pressure against her skin. "And you just gave it back to him. The key piece from the first murder, the one that could have tied him to others before we even knew his pattern. The one that could have kept him in a supermax." Stone's face twisted, not in guilt but in remembered pain and a sharp personal indignation. "I didn't give it. He took it." He opened his mouth wide, a grotesque gesture, and pulled his lower lip down with a finger, revealing a gap on the lower left side where 2 teeth were freshly missing, the gums still swollen and dark with congealed blood. "Along with these." And what feels like a cracked rib, though he called it a persuasion, he let his lip snap back, wincing. "He was most insistent. He didn't ask. He explained, very calmly, what he would break in what order if I didn't tell him exactly where it was stored. He said he needed it to complete a new set." Stone's eyes drifted back to the altar, to the empty spot. There was a strange, unsettling mix of raw fear and profound reverence in his look. "A new set. He's building again. Starting over." The pieces clicked into place with an almost audible snap in Nina's mind. The horse from Mark's apartment left like a calling card. It wasn't a random token of torment, it was the first of a new series. And Calloway had come here to reclaim the original, the prototype, to unite them, to bridge his past and present. The logic of it was perverse and perfect. She stared at the empty velvet pad, imagining the figurine that belonged there, now in Calloway's possession, perhaps being stroked by his fingers as he planned his next move. A symbol of how far behind she was. He was reconstructing his past while she chased his present, always one step in the wrong direction. Her hand, hanging at her side, clenched into a fist so tight her nails bit into her palm, the pain sharp and focusing. The anger she'd controlled earlier surged, hot and demanding, a wave that crested with the image of Mark's kind, worried face. It needed a target. Her gaze swept away from Stone and landed on one of the silent, dressed mannequins in the center of the room, the one in the floral print dress. It stood there, a mockery of a life ended, a hollow shell draped in the last thing a woman ever wore. Without a word, without even a conscious decision, driven by a pure, kinetic need to shatter the vile stillness of this place, Nina took 2 swift, long strides across the concrete floor. She pivoted her hips, channeling all the coiled frustration, the grief for Mark, the fury at this ghoulish old man and the monster he admired, into her right arm. Her fist, knuckles forward, connected with the side of the mannequin's hollow plastic head with a short, explosive exhale. The sound was a sharp, satisfying crack that echoed like a gunshot in the hard-surfaced vault. The head snapped clean off its neck, spinning through the air in a lazy arc before clattering to the concrete floor and rolling with a plastic rattle, until it came to rest under a display case of handwritten letters. The mannequin's body wobbled violently on its stand but remained upright, now eerily, grotesquely headless, the dress collar empty. A bright, clean flare of pain shot through Nina's knuckles, skin scraping and already beginning to throb. She flexed her hand open and closed, feeling the ache spread, a tangible proof of action in this house of passive, morbid observation. She turned back to Stone. He hadn't flinched. He was watching her with that same sharp, assessing look, as if she were a fascinating new exhibit, federal agent, display of frustration. Mara, who had appeared in the vault doorway with a glass of water and a small prescription bottle, stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, the glass trembling in her hand. Did he say anything else? Nina's voice was low, controlled, but it vibrated with a hard intensity. A direction. A target. Of a name. Anything at all. Stone slowly shook his head, his eyes drifting to the decapitated mannequin and then back to her, a faint, knowing smile touching his cracked lips. He only talked about the work. The purity of it. The necessity. And he talked about you. He said you'd understand the significance of the reunion. That you were the only one who could appreciate the full picture, the symmetry. He smiled then, a grimace that showed the dark gap of his missing teeth. I think he misses you, Agent Shaw. I think you're the audience he's always wanted. Nina ignored the provocation, filing the words away even as she rejected their sentiment. She took one last, long look at the altar of wooden horses, imprinting the image of that empty spot on her mind, the shape of the missing piece. It was a destination. It was a starting point. It was a promise of violence to come. Without another word to Victor Stone, without a glance at the terrified Mara, she turned and walked out of the cold, dead air of the vault, down the dim hallway that smelled of dust and decay, and out through the heavy oak door into the too bright, too clean Bayview morning. The salt air now tasted of ash and something foul, clinging to the back of her throat. Katie keyed the code, the one from the killer's first riddle, the numbers burning in her mind, into the fire door's external keypad. The lock disengaged with a heavy metallic thunk that sounded unnaturally loud in the deserted alley, a sound of finality. She pushed the door open, its hinges groaning in protest, and slipped into the deeper dark. Inside, the abandoned office building was a tomb of stale, unmoving air. It smelled of thick, undisturbed dust, the damp, mineral scent of wet concrete, and the faint, sweet-sour tang of rodent decay, a bass note underneath it all. She paused just inside the door, letting her eyes adjust to the gloom, her back pressed against the cold metal of the door. Emergency exit signs cast a sickly, greenish glow at either end of a long, empty corridor lined with dark office doorways, their windows opaque with grime. The floor was littered with debris, papers, a shattered ceiling tile, a single high-heeled shoe. She took the stairs two at a time, her movements soft-footed and efficient, her breathing steady despite the burn in her lungs. Every second was a conscious effort, a mental shove against the tide of panic. The clock was ticking in her head, a relentless metronome synced to the distant sirens. Police sirens had been converging from multiple directions, a tightening net. They would sweep this entire block soon, building by building, floor by floor. She was a contaminant in a crime scene about to be sealed, an unauthorized variable. The two homicides played on a loop behind her eyes, a brutal double feature. A long-range clinical sniper shot through a window, a single precise act of detachment. A close quarters, frenzied stabbing in a church, intimate, messy, fueled by rage. They were too different in method, in feel, in execution. Any metropolitan police department, overworked and under-resourced, would logically file them under separate investigations, different detectives, different case numbers. They'd look for a disgruntled employee for the sniper, a personal enemy for the stabbing. They'd never see the single, twisted thread connecting them, pulling them taut, her phone number, her voice on the line, her failure. which left her trapped in a nightmare of her own making. She could continue to chase this shadow alone, operating outside every protocol, with no backup, no authority, and no shield but her own wits. Or she could come clean to the bureau, to Cowell, and try to explain the unexplainable. A serial killer who communicates in riddles and uses her as a compass for his murders. The calculus was brutal. If the police bagged the shooter first, a random, panicked kid or a calculated patsy, a routine check of his phone records would reveal her number, her repeated calls in the hour before the shooting. Her only defense would be the ugly, career-ending truth. She'd tried to play a killer's game to stop him, she had taken the bait, and she had failed. A woman was dead because of it. The truth wouldn't save her, it would bury her. She hit the top floor, her thighs burning with lactic acid, and pushed through a heavy, paint-chipped fire door into a cavernous, empty space. The floor was a vast sea of gray concrete, littered with the forgotten debris of a failed business. A twisted desk chair lying on its side, a crumpled fast food bag bleached by time, coils of dusty cable like petrified snakes. Floor-to-ceiling windows wrapped the room on three sides, their panes grimy, streaked with years of city grime and crusted pigeon droppings that blurred the world outside. The light that filtered through was diffuse and gloomy, illuminating swirling galaxies of dust motes in the still air. It was silent, hollow, the kind of quiet that pressed against the eardrums, broken only by the distant, muffled warble of sirens from 13 stories below. From this height, she had a panoramic, if filthy, view of the chaos she'd fled. She moved to a window, keeping back from the glass, a silhouette against the light. Below, emergency vehicles clogged Virginia Avenue, their red and blue lights painting the building facades in rhythmic, silent pulses. The crowd, which had scattered like shrapnel after the shot, was reforming at the edges of the police tape, a slow ooze of humanity drawn to the spectacle, phones held aloft. In the gaping, shattered window of the hardware store, she could see paramedics in blue jackets working over a body on the floor, a flurry of purposeful movement, CPR compressions, the flash of a defibrillator paddle. Live, she thought fiercely, her forehead nearly touching the cold, dirty glass. You have to live. Make him angry enough to slip up. Give me something, anything. Finding nothing in the empty space, no envelope, no clue, no taunting message scrawled on the wall, she felt a spike of frustrated panic, acidic in her throat. Was she wrong? Had she misread the riddle, walked into a dead end while he watched and laughed? The DC. Snipers, the historical precedent he'd invoked, had favored the 11th floor for its sightlines, its balance of elevation and stability. She was on 13. An unlucky number. Was the floor number part of the mockery, a little joke at her expense? She retreated to the stairwell, the metal door clanging shut behind her with a sound of finality that made her jump. The air in the stairwell was cooler, smelling of damp concrete and rusting metal. She descended quickly, her soft-soled shoes whispering on the grated steps, the sound echoing up and down the concrete shaft. 2 flights down, to the 11th floor, she pushed open another door, this one lighter, its push bar stiff. The layout was identical, another barren shell of a space, another sea of concrete under dirty windows. But here, near the center of the floor, where a reception desk might once have stood, a single object broke the monotony of gray. A neutral brown letter-sized envelope, the kind used for mailing documents, lay flat and perfectly centered against the concrete. It was placed with deliberate care, not dropped or tossed. It was the only clean, undisturbed thing in the entire room. Sirens wailed closer now. One was right outside the building, its Doppler scream cutting off abruptly with a squeal of tires. Car doors slammed, one after another. Voices, amplified and distorted by bullhorns, began to bark orders to secure the perimeter, to establish a command post. Katie didn't run. She walked over, each step measured, her heart hammering a frantic tattoo against her ribs. She knelt, her knees pressing into the gritty, cold floor. She snatched the envelope up. It was standard weight, unsealed, the flap tucked inside. No writing, no marks, no postage. It felt ominously light. She tore the flap open in one quick, jerky motion and slid out the contents. A single photograph. Her breath seized in her throat. The air left the room. The distant sirens, the shouted commands from the street, all sound faded into a high-pitched white noise, a distant roar. The world narrowed, tunneled, until the only thing that existed was the 4x6 glossy image in her trembling hand. It was her father. He was smiling, squinting slightly against the bright afternoon sun in the backyard of their old house in Arlington. He had one hand on the handle of their green Toro lawnmower, the other raised in a casual, happy wave to whoever was behind the camera. Her mother, probably, calling him in for lemonade. He was wearing his old red and black plaid shirt, the one with the frayed collar, and his hair was mussed from working outside. It was a casual, happy moment, frozen in time, a memory she visited often. It was her picture. The exact one from the simple silver frame she kept on the bookshelf in her living room, nestled between her college psychology texts and a biography of Eleanor Roosevelt. Cold dread washed through her, a physical wave that started in her chest and flooded out to her extremities, leaving her fingers and toes numb and tingling. Her stomach dropped as if the floor had vanished beneath her knees. She couldn't move. She couldn't blink. She stared at the familiar smile, the crinkles around his eyes, the specific pattern of the plaid. This wasn't just a message. It wasn't a clue about a crime scene or a puzzle to solve for the next location. It was a violation. A deep, intimate, soul-violating trespass. It was a hand reaching through time and grief to touch the one thing she kept sacred. He had been inside her apartment. He had stood in her living room, in her private, personal space, while she was gone. He had seen her books, her furniture, the life she'd built piece by piece after the funeral. He had picked up this frame, studied this photo of her dead father, and decided to take it. Or maybe he'd photographed it right there, with his own camera, and printed this copy. The method didn't matter. The intent was crystalline, the impact devastating. The boundary between the game and her life wasn't just crossed, it was obliterated, burned down. He was no longer a voice on the phone or a phantom at a crime scene. He was in her home. He had touched her things. He knew her in a way that was both profoundly superficial and deeply intimate. He knew what she loved. A violent shudder racked her body, breaking the paralysis. She scrambled to her feet, the photograph clutched so tightly the stiff edges dug into her palm. She spun around, her back thudding against a concrete pillar, her eyes scanning the vast, empty floor. The banks of dirty windows, the deep shadows in the corners, the dark maw of the stairwell door. Was he here? Was he watching her right now from some hidden perch, seeing the shock drain the color from her face, savoring the moment her professional composure shattered? The air felt suddenly charged, predatory. The bullhorn from outside crackled again, a distorted voice ordering the building to be evacuated, for all personnel to exit immediately. They were coming in. The sound of heavy boots echoed faintly from the stairwell below, coming up. Katie shoved the photograph back into the envelope as if it were radioactive, then stuffed the whole thing inside her jacket, against her ribs. It felt like carrying a live coal, a piece of evidence that burned with personal shame. She had to move. But for the first time since this began, the direction wasn't toward the next clue, the next riddle, the next race. It was away. She had to get home. She had to see with her own eyes. She had to know what else he had touched, what else he had taken, what silent, waiting message he might have left for her in the one place that was supposed to be a sanctuary, a lockbox for her past. The game had just become profoundly, terrifyingly personal, and the playing field was now the geography of her own private life. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The scale of the collection hit Nina Shaw like a physical blow, the sheer density of it arresting her just inside the doorway. For a full 3 seconds, she simply stood there, her brain struggling to process the visual assault, to catalog the enormity of the violation contained within 4 walls. Victor Stone's seaside cabin held a single, cavernous room, its walls lined floor-to-ceiling with illuminated glass cases that hummed with a low, persistent electrical current, a bass note of artificial preservation that vibrated in her molars. The light they cast was a sterile, museum-grade white, bleaching the color from everything it touched, turning the world into a high-contrast photograph of atrocity. Every shelf was meticulously curated with artifacts, letters sealed in plastic sleeves, tools laid out on velvet like surgical instruments, personal effects arranged as if for worship, each bearing a small, typed plaque with a date and a name. A mannequin in a familiar, garishly colored clown suit stood rigid in one corner, its painted smile a rictus of cheer. Another wore a postal uniform she recognized from grainy history books, the fabric aged to a dull gray, the cap tilted at a jaunty, mocking angle. The air was dead, smelling of lemon polish and the faint, sweet dust of decaying paper, entirely sealed from the salt and pine of the outside world. It was a tomb for the terrible. She took a slow step forward, her boots making no sound on the thick, dark rug that swallowed all noise. Her eyes, methodical and cold, began a systematic scan. Left wall first. Here, a claimed fragment of an infamous letter penned in blood, the brown stain blooming across the paper like a tea-dipped flower behind its protective glass. The plaque read simply, Correspondence 1978. There, a rusted pair of needle-nose pliers tagged with a notorious name, the metal jaws still flecked with something dark and flaked. A lock of hair in a tiny, yellowing envelope, secured with a wax seal. A single child's patent leather shoe, size small, propped upright as if waiting for a foot that would never return. Each item was a wound given physical form, a scream silenced and mounted. Her gaze traveled, her profiling mind automatically cross-referencing each display with case files, victim names, the specific horror they represented. The room wasn't just a collection. It was a map of American suffering, curated by a man who saw himself as its archivist. "Explain this," Nina said, her voice tight, the words cutting through the unnatural, humming silence. She kept her body angled, one shoulder toward Stone, her peripheral vision tracking his every twitch. The old man beside her gave a frail shrug, the motion making his heavy cardigan bunch around his thin shoulders. He leaned more heavily on his cane, the wood creaking under his grip. A lifetime's interest. A study of the aberrant mind. One must understand the monster to anticipate it, to see the patterns in the chaos. This, he gestured with his free hand, a slow, sweeping motion that took in the entire room, is a library. A taxonomy. It's a sickness, she interrupted, not looking at him. Her focus was locked on a display of handmade knives, their blades dull and nicked from use, their handles wrapped in electrical tape stained dark with sweat and worse. Revulsion was a physical clenching in her gut, a fist tightening behind her navel so hard it made her breath catch. She felt her jaw set, the muscles at the hinges locking down, her teeth pressing together. She could feel the weight of the violence in the room, a pressure against her skin, a psychic humidity that made the fine hairs on her forearms prickle. The sterile presentation made it worse. Blood would have been honest. This veneration was a deeper corruption. Stone watched her, his watery blue eyes tracking her reactions like a curator observing a first-time visitor, noting where her gaze lingered, where she flinched. He tapped his cane twice against the floor, a dry, percussive sound that echoed in the sealed space, then shuffled forward, the rubber tip squeaking on the polished wood. He stopped before a particular cabinet, unremarkable among the others, containing what looked like replica prison shivs carved from toothbrush handles and plastic cutlery, and crude tattoos drawn on parchment. "The true collection lies beyond," he said, his voice a dry rustle of leaves. "You must pull it." The handle on the right side of the case. Suspicion was a wire pulled taut in her chest, vibrating with a warning frequency. Her eyes darted from the case to the shadows around it, looking for tripwires, pressure plates, any sign of a trap. Nina's hand, which had been resting near her holstered weapon, moved slowly, deliberately. She unclipped the strap with a soft snick, drew her sidearm in one smooth motion, and held it pointed at the floor in a two-handed grip, her finger indexed straight along the frame, outside the trigger guard. With her left hand, she reached for the cool, tarnished brass handle. She gripped it, feeling the solidity of it, the precise machining beneath the patina of age. She pulled, her shoulder muscles tensing for resistance or release. Instead of the case door opening, the entire unit, a false front of wood and glass, swung inward on hidden hinges with a soft, well-oiled click, revealing a seam of black space behind the wall. A hidden door, perfectly integrated into the macabre display. The air that whispered out was several degrees cooler, carrying a scent of old stone, damp earth, and something else, something organic and faintly sour, like spoiled milk and copper. It was the smell of a root cellar or a grave. "Go on," Stone whispered from behind her, a note of ceremony, of unveiling in his thin tone. "The heart of the collection awaits." "You first," Nina said, not turning, her gaze fixed on the darkness. She shifted her weight to the balls of her feet, ready to pivot. He let out a wheezing sigh that was almost a laugh. "I am an old man, Agent Shaw. My eyes are poor in the dark. I would only stumble and break my neck. The light switch is just inside, on the left wall. A simple toggle. I assure you, the only surprises are historical." Drawing a slow breath that tasted of lemon polish and decay, Nina stepped into the darkness, her weapon coming up to a low-ready position, leading with her shoulder. The temperature drop was immediate, raising gooseflesh on her arms beneath her jacket. One hand swept the empty space beside her, fingers brushing rough, cold plaster that felt gritty with age, then finding a simple metal toggle switch, cool to the touch. As she flipped it, harsh, bare bulbs encased in wire cages flickered on one by one down the length of a short corridor with a series of metallic pops, their light stark and unforgiving, throwing deep, jagged shadows that seemed to claw at the walls. The second room was smaller, a crypt carved out of the cabin's foundation, accessible through a low, arched doorway framed by unfinished 2x4s. She stepped fully inside, her boots loud on the bare, unfinished floorboards. 5 ropes, each of a different thickness and weave, hemp, nylon, braided cotton, dangled from the ceiling beams like obscene stalactites. Each was terminated with distinctive, complex nautical knots, a hangman's noose, a constrictor knot, a running bowline, their ends frayed from use, the fibers splayed and dirty. A faceless dummy, its form androgynous and stark, wore a pristine white jumpsuit, an empty plastic dry-cleaning bag clutched in its cloth hand, the plastic crinkling faintly in a draft she couldn't feel. A simple wooden altar, covered with a white cloth that looked like a burial shroud, held two objects placed with deliberate ritual care. A small, hand-carved wooden horse figurine, its form rough but recognizable, the knife marks visible in the soft pine, and a faded painting of a storm-tossed sea in a cheap, gilded frame, the varnish crackled. The center of the cloth, directly between these items, was conspicuously, accusingly bare, a perfect square of unstained white linen. Nina knew these items. She de-studied their evidence photographs for years, had seen them under the harsh, revealing lights of the lab, had dreamed of them in the fractured sleep that followed the Callaway case. The ropes were from the Bay Harbor Strangler, each knot his signature, each thickness corresponding to a different victim's weight and neck circumference. The jumpsuit and bag were the exact brand and model used by the I-95 gasman, purchased in bulk from a janitorial supply warehouse outside Baltimore. The horse was Callaway's. The painting was from the apartment of his first known victim, a piece she'd personally tagged and bagged, remembering the smell of mildew and loneliness in that cramped studio. This wasn't a collection, it was a shrine, a replication of their greatest hits, a hall of fame for the damned. The curation was flawless, reverent, and it made her skin crawl. A wave of nausea, hot and sudden, rose from her stomach into her throat, a sour tide. The sterile, curated horror of it was worse than any blood-soaked crime scene. It was the veneration that sickened her, the framing of madness as art. She took an involuntary step back, her boot heel catching on an uneven floorboard. She stumbled back through the archway into the brighter, humming light of the main collection room, which now felt garish and overwhelming, a carnival of deaths. She leaned heavily on a glass case, her palm coming down slick with sudden sweat against the cool surface, leaving a foggy print. She bent forward at the waist, bracing her other hand on her knee, breathing hard through her nose in short, controlled gusts, fighting the acidic rise of bile. The case beneath her hand contained a row of women's rings, sizes varying, arranged in a neat line on black velvet. "You see," Stone asked from behind her, not a question but a validation. He hadn't followed her into the crypt. He stood by the open secret door, watching her compose herself, his head tilted. "You understand the curation now. The thematic linkage. It's not about the violence itself but the signature. The personal mark. That is what separates the artisan from the brute." The sound of his voice, the academic detachment in it, the way he used words like artisan, acted like a spark on gasoline. She spun, the movement fueled by a fury that burned through the sickness, turning it into pure, clean, directed energy. In 2 long, swift strides she was on him. Her left hand shot out, seizing the worn wool of his cardigan just below the collar, gathering the fabric in her fist. She hauled his slight frame up toward her eye level. The fabric strained with a thin tearing sound. She felt the brittle bird bones of his shoulders and collarbone through the knit, the startling fragility of him. "Is this a game to you?" "A hobby," her voice was low, a controlled snarl that vibrated in the space between their faces. His eyes were wide, the pale blue irises swimming in yellowed whites. "These are people. Their suffering is not a thesis. Their last moments are not exhibits. You are a ghoul." He gasped, a wet, startled intake of breath, his eyes widening with genuine shock and a flicker of animal fear. His feet scrabbled for purchase on the smooth floor, his cane dangling uselessly from his wrist by its leather strap. His breath smelled of stale tea, of digestive biscuits, and the deeper, sweetish decay of poor health, of a body slowly turning in on itself. She held him there for a 3 count, letting him feel her strength, her utter contempt, the complete absence of pity in her grip. Then she let him drop. He stumbled back, his legs buckling, his cane clattering to the floor before he caught himself against the edge of the open display case. His knuckles were white where he gripped the wood, his other hand pressed to his chest as he fought for air, his mouth working like a fish. He looked at her with new eyes, not a curator to a visitor, but prey to predator, the scholarly veneer completely stripped away. "He was here," Stone wheezed, the words pushed out with difficulty between ragged breaths. He began to retreat backward, step by shuffling step, into the mouth of the hidden shrine, as if seeking sanctuary among the artifacts. The harsh light from within silhouetted him, making him look like a paper cutout of a man, thin and insubstantial. "Weeks ago, he came for his property. I couldn't stop him. What was I to do?" "What property?" Nina demanded, following him into the cooler air of the crypt. Her boots were loud on the bare, unfinished floorboards, a stark, aggressive contrast to the reverent silence he cultivated. His mask, the cane, which he had retrieved, trembled slightly as he pointed to the jumpsuit-clad dummy. "The plastic bag. It was there, fitted over the head. A perfect replica. And the token." The cane moved in a short, precise arc to indicate the empty center of the altar cloth. "His first horse. The one he carved in his cell, from a bed slat, with a smuggled piece of glass. I was their custodian." He said the word with a solemn, self-important gravity, as if it were a title conferred by some dark royalty. Nina processed this, her gaze sweeping the room again, now seeing it with a fresh, investigative lens, a secondary crime scene, a staging ground for rearmament. "Custodian," she repeated, the word dripping with scorn. "This is all evidence. It should be locked away in an FBI vault, rotting in an acid-free box where no one ever has to look at it again, not enshrined in your private hell. You're an accessory." A thin, prideful smile touched his cracked lips. "Prison staff can be persuaded. Guards are poorly paid, their lives are dull. A few $100s for a souvenir, who gets hurt?" His associates, the few who believed in his vision, they brought the figurine to me after his arrest. "For safekeeping. For the day of his return." They understood the importance of legacy. "So he trusted you." "Or your wallet," Nina said flatly. "You funded his fan club." "We never met. Not in person. Only letters. I admired his work. His purity of purpose." A strange, unearned pride entered the old man's rasp, puffing him up slightly despite his cowed posture. To be struck by him, to be chosen as part of his narrative, it was a privilege in a way. He took only the items he needed for his return. He left the rest for me to keep. A courtesy. An acknowledgement of our partnership. Nina stared, the disgust so profound it felt like a cold, heavy stone settling in the pit of her stomach, a weight she would carry out of this place. This man had traded in the relics of monsters, had provided a sanctuary for the tools of murder, and saw it not as complicity, but as a sacred transaction between scholar and subject, patron and artist. Did he say where he was going? Did he give you a location, a city, a target? Anything useful, or did you just talk art theory and admire each other's portfolios? Stone shook his head slowly, his eyes drifting past her shoulder to the artifacts as if seeking solace or confirmation among them. He spoke of cycles, of completion, of finishing the story that was interrupted. Then, as if remembering a prized piece of the collection, he gestured with his cane toward the far wall of the shrine, which she hadn't fully taken in. Framed letters, written on yellowing prison stationery in that familiar, looping, precise script she knew from 1,000 case files, were hung in a neat grid, 3 across and 4 down, 12 in total. The glass over them was spotless, the frames simple black metal. He wrote of you. Often. In the later years. You are his purpose. His unfinished symphony. The one who looked into the abyss with him and didn't blink. He found that compelling. Nina stepped closer, the hairs on the back of her neck standing up in a wave that traveled down her spine. Her eyes scanned the pages, skipping over the grandiose pronouncements about art and chaos and the cleansing fire of violence, her trained vision looking for the concrete threat, the buried clue, the telling boast hidden in the purple prose. She moved down the line. The first letters were florid, philosophical, discussing Nietzsche and Goya. The middle ones grew more focused, more personal, analyzing her interrogation techniques, complimenting her persistence. She found it on the fifth sheet, in a paragraph discussing his anticipated release, the ink a darker blue, the pressure of the pen heavier, digging into the paper. The line leaped out at her as if highlighted. When my freedom is restored, I will cage her in the place of my own caging. The circle will complete itself. The student will teach the teacher finality. Maine, Victor Stone said softly from directly behind her shoulder, too close. She hadn't heard him shuffle forward on the rough boards. She could smell his sickly scent again, overlaying the crypt's damp. The supermax. The prison. He means to take you back there, to lock you in one of his old cells. Poetic, isn't it? To turn the cage upon the captor. A perfect reversal. No, Nina said, the word coming out soft but absolute as the memory surfaced with terrible, instant clarity, drowning out Stone's simplistic interpretation. It wasn't the prison. The prison was where he was stored, where he was studied like a specimen, not where he was made. The place of his caging was older, more symbolic, more intimate. It was the origin point, the decrepit, bankrupt fairground on the desolate coast of Maine, where they'd first cornered him years ago, where he'd taken his final victim in a boarded-up ticket booth before the long, rain-slicked chase through the rusting ride skeletons led to his capture. A place of rusted gearworks and rotting plush prizes, of wind whistling through broken boards like a constant, mournful sigh. The wastelands. He was going home, to the site of his last, failed masterpiece. And he intended to take her with him, to finish it on the same stage with the same props. The circle wasn't about imprisonment, it was about returning to the scene of the crime. She turned to leave, the need to move, to act, to put miles between herself and this contaminated place, a physical urgency in her limbs that made her muscles twitch. But a final, volcanic surge of anger. At Stone's complicity, at Calloway's grand, pretentious design, at this whole vile gallery of suffering dressed up as scholarship, needed a physical outlet. It was unprofessional, it was petty, and it was utterly necessary. It directed her at the silent, complacent dummy in the jumpsuit, this blank stand-in for a killer who had suffocated 17 people in their own homes. It was an impulse, raw and visceral. Her right fist shot out, a short, hard jab from the shoulder, her body weight pivoting into it, her hips driving the motion. It connected with a dull, solid thump against the blank, stuffed cloth face. The impact jarred up through her knuckles, her wrist, a bright flash of pain she welcomed, a clean sensation to scour away the psychic filth. The dummy's head, poorly secured, snapped off at the crude seam of its neck with a sound of tearing fabric. It spun through the air in a lazy arc, a sack of rags in flight, and bounced with a soft, pathetic thud-thud-thud across the uneven floorboards. It rolled in a lazy half-circle and came to a stop, the featureless sack of fabric staring up at the water-stained ceiling, right at Victor Stone's scuffed leather shoes. Nina didn't look back at him. She didn't check his reaction, didn't wait for a gasp or a protest about the sanctity of his display. She flexed her stinging hand once, feeling the ache in her metacarpals, then strode from the crypt, through the ghastly, humming museum of the main room, past the leering clown and the jaunty postal worker, and the cases full of stolen lives and silent screams. She pushed through the heavy front door and out of the cabin into the shocking, clean slap of fresh, moving air. She didn't stop until she was at her car, the key already in her hand, her fingers finding the fob by touch, her thumb pressing the unlock button. The car chirped, a mundane, modern sound. She stood there for a long moment, the driver's door not yet open, breathing deeply. She filled her lungs with the salt wind, letting it scour the taint of that sealed, polished tomb from her throat and lungs, flushing out the smells of decay and lemon and vanity. The breeze carried the raw, lonely cry of gulls and the distant, rhythmic rush of waves breaking on rock, normal sounds that felt alien and precious after the dead silence inside. Two new, solid convictions hardened within her, as certain and unyielding as the granite coast. First, Victor Stone was lying through his teeth. His performance of the frail, privileged custodian, the scared old man, was just that, a performance. He knew more. He had facilitated, he had communicated, he was a part of the chain that kept Calloway's mythology alive. His fear was real, fear of Calloway, fear of her, but his secrets were deeper, and his pride in his collection was his fatal flaw. Second, Calvin Calloway wasn't just killing, he was staging a homecoming, a perverse pilgrimage. He was gathering his props, his symbols, and he was leading her, pulling her by the threads of the past, straight back to the beginning. Back to the wastelands. The circle was closing, and she was the only one who knew where its center lay. She got in the car, started the engine, and didn't look back at the cottage as she drove away, leaving the collection to its humming, sterile darkness. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The phone's vibration against the table was an electric jolt, a sharp buzz that seemed to travel up her arm and into her teeth. Katie stared at the screen, at Nina Shaw's name glowing in the dim light of the safe house kitchen. The overhead light was off. The only illumination came from a small, under-cabinet LED strip, casting long, sharp shadows across the empty counters. The shadows stretched and wavered, making the familiar kitchen feel like a cave. Her thumb hovered over the answer icon, a millimeter from the glass. This was the call she'd both dreaded and needed. To answer was to step into a confession, to shatter the fragile, isolated control she'd maintained. The phone buzzed again, a persistent, angry insect against the wood. She could let it go to voicemail. She could pretend she was asleep, or in the shower, or simply too overwhelmed to function. That was the safe play, the play of someone who was already broken. But not to answer was to remain truly alone, sealed in a tomb of her own making, with only a killer's voice for company. She picked up the device, her fingers clumsy and cold. She set it down again with a soft tap, wiped her damp palm on the thigh of her jeans, and picked it up a second time. The cool glass and metal felt unnaturally heavy, a brick of potential consequence. She took a breath that hitched in her throat, a shallow gasp that did nothing to fill her lungs, and swiped to accept. She brought the phone to her ear but couldn't immediately speak. She heard the faint, hollow sound of an open line, the ghost of road noise and wind. Nina, her own voice sounded thin, strained, the word cracking in the middle like old plaster. She cleared her throat, a rough sound, and tried again, forcing more air behind it. "What's wrong?" There was a fractional pause, just a beat of dead air, where Katie could hear the faint rush of wind and the steady hum of an engine at speed. "I'm fine. I need your brain on something." Nina's voice was clipped, all business, but beneath the professional veneer was a thread of urgency Katie rarely heard, a slight tension in the consonants, a breathlessness that suggested movement, action. Katie pictured her driving, one hand on the wheel, eyes constantly scanning. "I tracked Calvin Calloway to a coastal cottage in Maryland last night. A collector of morbid artifacts lives there." Katie's mind, fogged by the adrenaline crash and the spiraling panic of her own crisis, sharpened with a painful, focusing clarity. The other predator. She leaned against the cold granite countertop, the surface biting into her palms. She pressed down until the edges dug into her flesh, using the bright, specific pain to anchor herself in the moment, to push back the fog. The pressure was a clarifying point in the haze. "You have proof?" she asked, forcing her voice to mimic Nina's flatness, fighting to keep the tremor out. She heard the strain in her own attempt, a wobble beneath the control. "Circumstantial. This creep owned pieces of Calvin's past. Calvin went to reclaim them." A carved horse figurine, among other things. Nina paused, and Katie could picture her, one hand on the steering wheel, eyes scanning the road as she curated what to share. There was the sound of a turn signal, a quick click click click, then the faint whine of an engine revving as she accelerated through a turn. A horn blared faintly in the background, then faded. But that's not the urgent part. The collector had a prison letter. "Calvin wrote about wanting to put me where they put him." "Think. What does that mean to you?" Katie's grip tightened on the phone, the plastic casing creaking in her fist. Her knuckles stood out white and sharp against her skin. This was the moment. The opening. She closed her eyes, seeing not the safe house but the sterile interrogation room, Director Cowell's disappointed face, the looming specter of a ruined career. She saw the two suits from public affairs, their blank, assessing stares. She pushed it all aside, a mental sweep of the arm. The secret was a poison, a hot, corrosive weight in her gut that had been burning a hole in her for days. Nina was the only possible antidote. She opened her eyes, focusing on a faint scratch in the counter's polished surface, a tiny imperfection in the perfect, secure room. "It means Maine Correctional, doesn't it?" she said, buying herself one more second of nerve. Her voice was too quiet, barely more than a breath against the microphone. "Deeper. Go back to the origin story. His childhood." The facts surfaced from the dark archive of her memory, crisp and clinical. She recited them like an autopsy report, her voice gaining a detached, rhythmic cadence. "His father caged him. Literally. A punishment cage at the back of their trailer. They were with a traveling carnival. The father was a ride mechanic. The mother was absent. The cage was a tool for control. She could see the file photos in her mind. Rusted bars crusted with flaking green paint, a dirt floor packed hard from small, shifting feet, a child-sized space no bigger than a dog kennel. She remembered the witness statements from carnival workers about the silence from that corner of the lot, the way the other children gave it a wide berth. The memory wasn't just data now, it was a sensory ghost, the imagined smell of rust and fierce sweat, the feel of rough, cold metal against a small back, the taste of dust and trapped air. She could almost hear the distant, tinny carnival music, a cheerful soundtrack to private horror. "They had a fixed spot here in D.C., Nina said, her voice dropping, as if saying it too loudly might alert someone. The road noise diminished, as if she'd slowed the car or rolled up a window. The Wastelands, Katie finished, the name clicking into place with the solid, dreadful sound of a lock turning. Her pulse hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat she felt in her throat and in the pads of her fingers. The abandoned fairgrounds on the city's southeastern fringe, a place of rust and rotten timber. A place where a child's prison could become a grown monster's shrine. You're going there now. I am. And you stay put. Indoors. This isn't a request. The command was absolute, forged from years of tactical certainty. It was a voice that expected obedience, that built walls with its tone. It left no room for debate, only compliance. Katie drew a breath, held it for a 3 count. The air in the kitchen was still, tasting of filtered circulation and her own fear, a metallic tang on her tongue. She could smell the faint, clean scent of the disinfectant Nina used on the counters, a lemony odor that suddenly felt sterile and suffocating. She exhaled slowly, watching her breath mist briefly in the chill air near the window. Nina, listen, there's something I have to tell you. Everything, the words came out in a rush, tripping over each other, a dam breaking. She squeezed her eyes shut again, unable to look at the orderly, secure room around her as she described the chaos. I've been getting calls. From someone else. He's been giving me riddles, forcing me to solve them to save people. There have been victims. And now he's claiming he has a bomb. A failsafe pre-positioned in the city. He says if I bring in the bureau, he'll trigger it. Hundreds, maybe thousands of lives. The silence on the line was absolute. A void so complete Katie pulled the phone from her ear to check the connection was still live. The screen glowed, the call timer ticking upward. It was. She could almost feel Nina processing on the other end, the gears turning behind her steel composure, reassessing every piece of data in light of this catastrophic new variable. Katie waited, her knuckles white, her breath shallow and rapid. She pressed her palm flat against the cool granite, trying to steady herself, feeling the tiny pores in the stone against her skin, the unyielding solidity of it. Her other hand, holding the phone, began to ache from the tension. How long? Nina's voice finally came through, low, stripped of all inflection. It was the voice she used right before breaching a door, the voice that held no room for emotion, only assessment. It was a scalpel of a question. Since Todd. Since the first night, Katie's throat tightened saying his name. She swallowed hard, the motion painful, as if swallowing glass. I thought it was Calloway, but it's not. It's someone else. He's watching me, testing me. I found the postal worker, Gerald. I saved him, but the killer left another wooden horse. He's using Calloway's signature to muddy the waters. The confession poured out, each sentence a stone lifted from her chest. She hunched over the counter, her free arm wrapped around her stomach as if she'd been punched, her spine curving under the weight of the admission. He calls from blocked numbers. Uses a voice synthesizer. He knew about the hospital. He knew about the postal annex. He's always one step ahead, and he's building something. A narrative. With me as the main character. Another beat of silence, longer this time. Katie could hear the faint click of a turn signal, the engine note changing as Nina downshifted, the crunch of gravel or broken pavement under tires. She was pulling over. Stopping to think. Katie imagined her putting the car in park, her hands still on the wheel, her gaze fixed on some middle distance as she mapped the new terrain, her jaw tight. Then Nina's strategic mind clicked audibly into place, the analysis crisp and immediate. Then we split the workload. You keep playing his game, you're the only one who can solve his puzzles. I'll find Calloway. A pause, the sound of a car door opening and closing with a solid, heavy thunk, then the wind noise increased, carrying the distant cry of a gull and the rustle of tall grass. Nina was outside, somewhere exposed. If that bomb is real, we can't afford to bring in a full task force and spook him. A tactical response would be a trigger, A hard edge entered her tone, a blade being unsheathed. But Katie, the second you have a face, a location, anything tangible, you call me. Not Kawil, not the hotline. Me. This stays between us until we have something to hand them that they can't ignore. A body, a device, a suspect in custody. Something concrete that explains your actions and his threats. Understood. The relief was a physical unknotting in Katie's chest. A tight coil behind her sternum, wound over days, suddenly loosened. Her shoulders, which had been hunched nearly to her ears, dropped an inch, then two. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, a long, shaky exhalation that fogged the dark window in front of her. She slumped against the counter, her weight sagging into it, the granite taking her burden. I'm okay. I'm okay. He said the next riddle is coming soon. Her voice was stronger now, edged with a shred of returned agency. Then be ready. And stay sharp. Nina's voice was closer to the phone now, intimate with warning. This caller, he's not just a copycat. He's building a narrative with you at the center. He's making you a character in his story. Don't get lost in it. Remember, you're the analyst. You're outside the glass looking in. Even when it feels like you're in the tank with him. I won't. Katie's voice was firmer now, grounded by the shared purpose, the division of labor. She wasn't a lone victim anymore. She was part of a covert, two-woman task force. The isolation cracked, and through that crack shone a sliver of hardened professional light. She stood up straighter, rolling her shoulders back, feeling the joints pop. The stiffness was from tension, from days of carrying the weight alone. Good. I'm heading to the fairgrounds. Keep your phone on. And Katie. Yeah, Katie's hand, still pressed to the counter, relaxed, her fingers splaying out. Breathe. You're not alone in this anymore. The line went dead. Katie lowered the phone, her hand trembling slightly from the release of tension, a fine vibration she felt in her wrist. She stared at the black screen for a moment, her reflection a pale, blurred oval in the dark glass, then pressed her forehead against the cool glass of the window. The chill was a balm, a solid point of sensation in the whirl of her thoughts. She could feel the faint, deep vibration of the city beyond, the subsonic rumble of traffic, of life moving in its ignorant patterns. The burden wasn't gone, but it was halved. Nina was in the field. She was on the board. They had a direction. For a full minute she just stood there, forehead to glass, eyes closed, letting the new reality settle into her bones. The kitchen was silent, except for the low hum of the refrigerator kicking on, a vibration she felt through the soles of her socks. The orderly, minimalist space felt less like a prison and more like a command post, however temporary. She could work from here. She could think. She could breathe. The phone vibrated again in her hand, a violent, insistent shudder that jarred her bones and snapped her head up. She looked down. Unknown number. Him. The fragile moment of solidarity shattered, replaced by the cold, familiar dread that pooled in her gut like spilled ice water. She stared at the screen, the anonymous digits like a taunt, a digital smirk. He was always watching, always timing. She imagined him somewhere in the city, seeing the duration of her call with Nina, calculating, probing for weakness. Had he been waiting for it to end? Did he have some way of knowing? Her eyes darted to the corners of the room, to the blank, dark lenses of the security cameras. Were they just for show? Could he see her? She swiped to answer, bringing the device to her ear but saying nothing, forcing him to speak first into the heavy, waiting silence she held. "What now?" Her voice was flat, drained of the relief she'd felt moments before. All the warmth leached out, leaving only a cold, tired stone. The synthesized voice filled her ear, a digitized monotone that seemed to crawl along her spine and nest at the base of her skull. "You altered the parameters. You sought outside assistance." Katie's blood went cold. So, had he tapped her phone? Was he watching the house? Her eyes darted to the blacked-out windows, then back to the cameras. She moved quickly, silently, to the front window, keeping to the side, and peeled back a sliver of the blackout blind with her fingertip. The morning light was gray and weak, the sky a sheet of low, fast-moving cloud. Down on Virginia Avenue, the flash of police lights painted the buildings in stuttering pulses of red and blue, throwing long, frantic shadows. Yellow tape cordoned off the tool shed hardware store, creating a bright, chaotic X across the mouth of the alley where she'd confronted the shooter. 2 squad cars were angled across the lanes, their doors open like insect wings. Figures moved in the gloom, uniforms, a detective in a rumpled trench coat leaning against a fender with a coffee cup, the sudden flash of a camera from deep in the alley mouth, a burst of white light that lingered in her vision. He'd seen her there. He was telling her he'd seen her. He was establishing his omnipresence, his godlike view of her movements. "Haven't you understood yet?" the voice inquired, a teacher disappointed with a slow student, the cadence artificially even, each syllable given equal, ponderous weight. She edged away from the window, back into the deeper shadows of the living room, her socks whispering on the polished concrete floor. "Understood what?" "That you're a liar," she kept her voice low, a controlled murmur barely moving her lips. She moved toward the service stairwell door Nina had shown her, a concrete back channel down to a basement and a secondary exit, a bolt hole. Her heart was a frantic bird in her chest. "You promised a reveal. I'm still waiting. All I've gotten is threats and homework." "Agent Ford, you confirm my assessment. Your intellect is overstated." The synthesizer made the last word sound like a rustle of dry leaves, a papery, lifeless sound devoid of any human warmth. The door to the stairwell was heavy steel, painted a dull, institutional gray. She gripped the cold, lever-style handle, turned it slowly. It released with a solid clunk that echoed in the quiet front room, too loud. She pulled it open, wincing at the low groan of its hinges, a sound that echoed down the stairwell's throat and slipped into the dank, enclosed space. The air was cooler, smelling of damp concrete, old wiring, and something faintly mildewed, like wet cardboard. She pulled the door shut behind her, plunging herself into near darkness, except for a faint, jaundiced glow from a single bulb somewhere below. "I never said I was a genius." "That's your narrative, not mine." She started down the steps, her free hand trailing along the cold, gritty railing. Each step was a shallow, metal-edged concrete slab, and her descent was a series of soft, cautious thumps. "Let's talk about you. You promised to reveal yourself if I solved the puzzles. I solved them. Where's your face? Or is your word as worthless as your originality?" She put a deliberate sneer into the last word, a provocation, trying to prick his ego, to get a rise, a mistake. Silence on the line, but she could hear the faint digital whisper of the connection, the ghost of his presence. Then, a sound that might have been a sigh filtered through circuitry, a burst of static shaped like exasperation. "Incorrect. Both times. But this was never just a quiz. It's a test of prevention. A measure of your capacity to not merely react, but to forestall. To see the shape of the violence before it takes form. You should have clarified the syllabus. Katie reached the bottom landing, a small square of space lit by a single, wire-caged bulb that cast a sickly yellow light over peeling paint and dusty pipes. Dust motes swirled in the beam like agitated insects. A heavy metal fire exit stood to her left, its red exit sign dark and dead, the glass cover cracked. Through its wire-reinforced window, she could see the back of another building, a narrow service alley littered with discarded pallets and shredded plastic bags caught on a chain-link fence like grimy flags. To the right, a dusty, cobwebbed pane of glass, set into the wall at chest height, looked out onto Virginia Avenue. She crouched, her knees protesting, and peered through the grime, using the sleeve of her jacket to wipe a small, clear circle. The view was distorted by age and dirt, but she could see two uniforms standing by their cruiser, scanning the alley with powerful flashlights, the beams cutting through the drifting morning mist like lightsabers. One of them was pointing toward the fire escape she'd used, his mouth moving as he spoke to his partner, his breath making little clouds in the cold air. Her own breath caught in her throat. If they decided to canvass the neighboring structures, if they checked this building's rear exits, she was a suspended agent at a fresh crime scene. There was no good story here. Why? The voice asked, a genuine, chilling curiosity in its artificial tone. You're the profiler. You should have deduced my pathology from the clues given. The hospital was a statement of intent. The postal annex was a test of obedience. The Virginia Avenue incident was a live-fire exercise in crisis management. You passed the written exams, Agent Ford. You are failing the practical. She had to get clear of this building. Now. She shifted her weight, her knees aching from the crouch, a sharp complaint in the joints. She pushed the fire exit door open a crack, the mechanism protesting with a sharp metallic shriek that sounded deafening in the concrete silence. She froze, heart hammering against her ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. Across the street, one of the officers paused, his flashlight beam sweeping away from the fire escape and toward the sound. The bright circle of light traveled over the cracked asphalt, up the brick wall, and landed on the door, lingering for a second on the dark gap she'd created. It illuminated the rust around the handle, the peeling green paint. Then it moved on, sweeping upward toward a second-story window. He hadn't seen her. He'd written it off as the building settling, an old door in the wind. She saw him shrug, turn back to his partner. She slipped through the opening, the cold morning air hitting her face like a slap, sharp with the smells of wet brick, garbage, and distant diesel exhaust. She pulled the door shut as quietly as she could, leaving it slightly ajar to avoid another catastrophic noise, the gap just wide enough to slip her fingers through. The metal was freezing. She was in the service lane. To her left was a large, grime-streaked green dumpster, its lid askew, reeking of spoiled food, chemical cleaners, and the sweet-sour tang of decay. She ducked behind it, pressing her back against the rough, cold metal. The surface was sticky in places, with some unidentifiable residue that clung to her jacket. She tried to control her breathing, to make it silent, but each inhale sounded ragged in her ears, a loud rasp in the quiet alley. "You've given me nothing," she whispered into the phone, her breath forming quick, small plumes in the frigid air. "Copycat methods. Cowardly calls. And your Virginia Avenue shooter lived. Bad luck for you. Or bad planning." She injected as much contempt as she could muster into the whisper, making it a blade, hoping to draw blood. "I know." The voice held a note of mild annoyance, as if discussing a minor error in a recipe, a pinch too much salt. And imagine his statement to the police about the frantic woman screaming warnings. A woman matching your general description, seen fleeing the scene. It's suspicious, no. The thought landed like a punch to the diaphragm, driving the air from her lungs. She hadn't considered that. The shooter was a witness, now in custody. He'd seen her face up close in the alley gloom, heard her voice shouting about a bomb. Hey, tell them about the woman who knew about the threat, who wasn't in uniform, who acted with desperate, panicked authority. It was another thread, another way for the official investigation to spiral back toward her, to weave her into the fabric of this mess. A complication that tightened the trap, another strand of the web sticking to her. She felt a fresh wave of nausea, her mouth flooding with saliva. She swallowed it down, hard, the muscles in her throat working. Agent Ford, the voice continued, dismissing her point as trivial, a child's complaint. This transcends geography. It's about cessation. Any clerk can solve a riddle. A true agent, a real analyst of violence, would have halted the violence before it manifested. You are treating symptoms. I am asking you to diagnose the disease. I tried, the words burst from her, louder than she intended, a raw scrape of sound in the quiet alley. She clenched her jaw, lowering her voice again to a furious, compressed hiss. It's easy to critique from the shadows. Meet me. Face to face. Then we'll see who's diagnosing what. She peered around the edge of the dumpster. The alley was clear, just the empty lane, the wet asphalt gleaming dully like old oil under the gray sky. At the far end, maybe 50 yards away, was a chain-link fence, about 6 feet high, topped with a sagging, rusty strand of barbed wire. It separated this commercial service lane from the quieter, tree-lined residential street beyond. That was her goal. Get over it, get to her car, get mobile, get invisible. Perhaps. But had you been attentive, you'd see I've upheld my promise. Katie began to move, staying in a low crouch, her thighs burning with the strain. She kept the dumpster between her and the mouth of the alley as long as she could, then darted to the shadowed lee of the next building, pressing herself against the cold, damp brick. The rough surface snagged her jacket. Forgive me, she said, the words coming in short puffs as she moved. I've been a little busy humoring a psychopath. Which details? The hospital. The note. The photo. Explain how that tells me your name. Give me one concrete piece of you. One real thing. She was baiting him again, pushing for a slip, a piece of unscripted data. A grunt, a strangely human sound filtered through the synthesizer, a crack in the digital facade. Surface observations. The compulsion to kill is a profound undercurrent, a submerged leviathan awaiting its moment to uncoil. Katie stopped, one hand braced against the rough brick for balance, the other pressing the phone to her ear so hard it hurt. Those words weren't his. They were too polished, too literary, like a phrase lifted from a book or a lecture. She'd read them. The source was a ghost in her memory, flitting just out of reach, a textbook, an academic paper, an old case file annotation. The phrasing was distinctive, almost florid. Submerged leviathan. Then coil. He was quoting someone. A parroting. It was an affectation, a piece of a borrowed identity, a costume he was wearing. Her analyst's mind latched onto it, a tiny, hard datum in the fog of threat. She filed it away, a shard of the real man behind the digital mask, a puzzle piece that didn't fit the picture of a random, chaotic killer. This was studied. This was rehearsed. What did you just say? She demanded, her professional curiosity momentarily overriding her fear, sharpening her tone. Where is that from? Who said that? That's not you talking. He ignored her, as if she'd interrupted a rehearsed speech. The digital monotone resumed, seamless, erasing the crack. Your next puzzle arrives shortly. Be prepared to demonstrate a higher level of comprehension. The stakes are now geometric. They multiply. She pushed off the wall and ran the last 20 feet to the fence in a low, desperate sprint, her shoes slapping softly on the wet ground, splashing through a shallow puddle. She grabbed the cold, diamond-patterned wire, the metal biting into her fingers. It was slick with condensation and urban grime. She hooked the toe of her shoe into a link, tested her weight. The fence wobbled, the entire section rattling softly, the links chiming against each other. She hauled herself up. The entire section shook with a cacophony of vibrating metal that seemed to echo off the brick walls, impossibly loud in the morning quiet. She froze halfway up, one foot dangling, listening over the hammering of her own heart. No shouts. No running footsteps. No beam of light spearing her from behind. She scrambled the rest of the way, her movements graceless and frantic. Her jacket snagged on a twisted barb at the top, with a sound like tearing canvas. She yanked it free with a sharp, sideways jerk, felt the fabric give way with a distinct rip, and swung her leg over the top. For a second she was straddling the fence, the barbed wire pulling at her pants, the world tilting, the alley below her, the quiet street ahead. Then she pushed off, dropping down into a damp patch of mulch and dead leaves on the other side. She landed in a crouch, the impact jolting up her spine into her teeth, and immediately rolled to the side, behind a thick, overgrown boxwood hedge. She was in a narrow side street, lined with parked cars and quiet, well-kept brownstones. The chaos of Virginia Avenue felt worlds away, muted to a distant, rhythmic pulse of light and the faintest warble of a siren. The air here smelled of damp earth, fallen leaves beginning to rot, and the faint, clean scent of chimney smoke from a nearby house. She lay still for a count of 5, listening, her cheek against the cold, wet mulch. Only the distant city hum, a bird chirping somewhere with mundane insistence, the steady drip of water from a gutter onto a metal downspout. She brushed dirt and leaf litter from her knees, her hands trembling slightly from the adrenaline, the fine motor control shot. "Send it," she said into the phone, her voice steadier now, grounded by the physical effort, the successful evasion, the feel of solid, quiet ground beneath her. She was out. "I will. And remember our new factor." The failsafe. The voice was calm, instructional, like a pilot reading a pre-flight checklist. "If I detect FBI involvement, any mobilization beyond your singular, fascinating efforts, I will trigger the device remotely. The aftermath will be your responsibility. The calculus is simple. You are the circuit breaker. Your compliance is the insulator. Your silence is the shield." The trap was reinforced, welded shut. No exits. He'd boxed her in with the threat of mass casualties, making her an accomplice to her own isolation, the sole guardian of a secret she couldn't share. The weight of it settled on her shoulders, a tangible pressure. "Where is it?" she asked, pushing herself to her feet and starting to walk down the center of the quiet street, her eyes scanning for her car. She kept her pace even, trying to look like a resident out for a morning stroll, not a fugitive agent with torn clothes and mud on her knees. She forced her hands out of her pockets, let them swing loosely at her sides, an imitation of casualness. "Somewhere in the city, I assume." "That's not a clue, that's a geography lesson. Be more specific, or stop pretending you're giving me a real chance. You're just moving the goalposts." "Somewhere in D.C." "That is all you get. A pause, then the tone shifted, becoming almost paternal, which was more terrifying than the outright menace. It implied a relationship, a twisted investment. Reconsider your defiance, Katie. It is not a virtue here. It is a liability. It clouds the necessary focus. You need to see clearly now. She spotted her sedan, parked under a skeletal sweetgum tree, its windshield dotted with fallen seed pods like spiky brown stars. Untouched by parking enforcement. A small, absurd mercy in the chaos. She reached it, fumbling in her pocket for the keys, her fingers numb with cold and stiff from gripping the fence. Fine. What's next? Another riddle. Another victim waiting on my brilliance. Or just more philosophical commentary from the shadows. Because the commentary is getting old. She unlocked the car, the chirp of the alarm disarming absurdly loud in the quiet, making her wince. A dog barked in response from a nearby yard. Prepare. And come alone. The parameters are absolute. The next communication will contain the puzzle. Your time will begin then. The line died with a soft digital click, the absence of sound suddenly as loud as a gunshot in the peaceful street. She stood by her car door, the silence of the side street pressing in on her. It was a profound, suburban quiet, broken only by the distant hum of a heating unit kicking on. Somewhere a dog barked twice more, a sharp, territorial sound then stopped. A curtain twitched in a nearby house, a flash of a curious face, an older woman with glasses, then fell back into place. Normal life, oblivious, moving to the rhythm of coffee makers and school schedules and morning news. She was locked in a parallel world, a ghost moving among them, carrying a secret that could shatter their calm forever. The game was the only play. But now, the equation had changed. The weight of the unseen bomb pressed down on the city, and on her, a vast, invisible anvil suspended by a thread she couldn't see, held by a hand she couldn't identify. She pictured it not as a device of wires and explosives, but as a presence, a malevolent shadow draped over blocks of innocence, a playground full of children, a metro station at rush hour, a crowded weekend farmer's market, its location known only to the voice in her ear. Her stomach churned with a nauseating mix of terror and a crushing, specific responsibility. It was a burden no protocol covered, a decision tree with only catastrophic branches. One misstep, one moment of seeking the help she was trained to rely on, and she would be the author of a massacre. The thought was so immense it felt abstract, a nightmare scenario her mind could barely hold. But alongside that crushing weight now was a sliver of hardened resolve, a shared burden. She had a partner in the truths. Nina was hunting Calloway, and by extension, hunting the context for this madness, the possible connection, the why. Katie's role was to stay on the wire, to dance with the copycat, to parse his puzzles and maybe, just maybe, trace the thread of his borrowed phrases and staged scenes back to its source before he decided the test was over and the final lesson began. The two investigations were now braided together, a double helix of pursuit. She wasn't just reacting anymore, she was hunting too. The phrase he'd used, submerged Leviathan, it was a clue. A piece of him. A fingerprint on a borrowed thought. She would find its source. She would pull that thread. She slid inside the car and shut the door, the solid thunk a small, comforting seal against the outside world. The interior was cold, smelling of stale coffee from a forgotten travel mug in the cup holder, old vinyl, and the faint, cloying odor of the pine-scented air freshener, shaped like a tree, dangling from the rearview mirror. She placed her phone on the passenger seat, screen up, a dormant minefield. She stared at it for a long moment, watching for the notification that would start the next deadly clock, her eyes tracing the faint scratches on the case. Then she turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, then caught with a familiar rumble, a grounding sensation, a touchstone of normalcy. The dashboard lights glowed, illuminating the empty fuel gauge needle hovering near E, the odometer ticking over one more meaningless mile into this nightmare. As she pulled away from the curb, heading nowhere yet everywhere, she held two truths in her mind, balancing them like live wires that could not touch. She was a pawn in a killer's story, manipulated, isolated, and threatened with unimaginable guilt. And she was an agent with a partner, armed with a confession, a division of labor, and a sliver of trust that felt like a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. One truth bred despair, a suffocating helplessness that wanted to pull her under. The other, a fighting chance, however slim and fraught with peril, a narrow path through the dark. She clung to the latter, her hands steady on the wheel, her eyes scanning not just the road ahead, but the rooftops, the windows of passing cars, the faces on the sidewalk. The blank, the hurried, the smiling, the bored, looking for the one pair of eyes that was not blank, that was watching, calculating, always watching. The hunt was no longer just his. It was hers too. And it was theirs. She drove, a ghost with purpose, waiting for the next ring, the vibration against the passenger seat that would drop her into the labyrinth once more. The city unfolded around her, a map of potential threats and hidden clues, and she moved through it, alone and yet not alone, waiting for the game to resume. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Katie Ford's sedan cruised the capital's grid without purpose, the engine's low hum the only constant in the aimless circuit. Her hands were tight on the wheel, knuckles pale, her thumbs rubbing small, anxious circles against the leather. The killer's taunts circled in her mind, a frustrating, maddening loop of possible double meanings. She could hear the synthetic distortion of his voice, each phrase laid out like a piece of evidence on a table. Each line of his riddles seemed to map not to a person, but to a place. A location. A stage. The deeper truth chilled her, a cold seep that started in her stomach and spread outwards. This man knew her. Intimately. He'd recited private history no researcher could find in any file, the specific brand of her father's cigarettes, the way her mother would hum off-key in the kitchen. He'd been in her apartment, a silent visitor during one of her many absences. The violation of that was a physical itch between her shoulder blades she couldn't scratch. She shifted in the driver's seat, pressing her shoulder blades against the fabric, trying to grind the feeling away. It was no use. He knew Nina Shaw, too, claiming she'd never caught him. That suggested a ghost from Nina's past, a case that had slipped through her fingers. But if Sandy Moore was truly his first kill, as he'd said with such revelatory pride, what case from decades ago could have spawned him? Nina only worked serials now. She hadn't always, but for years her focus had been predators who hunted in series. The contradiction gnawed at her, a rat worrying at a wire. Her jaw tightened, the muscle jumping under the skin. She chewed the inside of her cheek, the faint metallic taste of blood a sharp anchor. The answer, if it existed, was buried in files Nina had closed, or failed to close, years ago, in the dusty digital archives of her early career. She needed those files. Now, steering into a gas station lot, the tires crunched over spilled gravel and dried mud. She parked away from the pumps, under the flickering fluorescence of the canopy. The air smelled of stale gasoline, hot pavement, and the faint, sweet rot of discarded food wrappers. The buzz of the overhead lights was a high, insectal whine. She killed the engine, and the sudden silence felt heavy, expectant. She weighed her options, tapping a finger against the steering wheel in a rapid, staccato rhythm. The Surface databases, the ones she could still theoretically access with her suspended credentials, were useless. They'd be scrubbed, monitored. A digital tripwire. Full access lived on a secured server behind the Bureau's firewall, a fortress she couldn't breach from the outside. Nina's own laptop, with her active credentials cached, was the key. It would be sitting in her seldom-used office at headquarters, a place Katie knew Nina avoided, preferring the field or her own home. A risk, but the only one left. Katie snatched her phone from the passenger seat. The plastic case was warm from the sun, almost hot to the touch. She took a deep breath, held it for a 3 count, and forced her voice into a neutral, professional register as she exhaled, making the call. The line rang twice. Director Vance's office, a crisp, efficient female voice answered. "This is Agent Katie Ford." She kept her tone even, just shy of urgent, the way she'd address a fellow agent during a routine request. "I need to stop by and pick up some personal items Agent Shaw left for me in her office. Is that possible today?" There was a brief pause. Katie could picture the assistant, maybe glancing at a calendar on a monitor, one hand poised over a keyboard. She heard the faint rustle of clothing, then the clack of keys came through the line, sharp and definitive. "Agent Shaw's office is on the executive floor. I'll need to verify your authorization for access." "Of course," Katie said smoothly, her free hand gripping the steering wheel again. "She gave me her verbal authorization this morning. She's in the field on a priority matter and asked me to retrieve a case file jacket she needs couriered to her. It's time-sensitive." Another pause, longer this time. Katie held her breaths. Then the clacking resumed. "I'll have access arranged. 30 minutes. You'll need to sign in at the main security desk." "Perfect. Thank you." Katie ended the call before any other questions could form, her thumb jabbing the disconnect button. She dropped the phone onto the seat as if it were burning her, put the car in gear, and merged back into the sluggish midday traffic. A plan was forming, brittle and dangerous. She'd have a window. A small one. She drove with exaggerated care, signaling every lane change, obeying every speed limit, a model citizen on her way to commit a federal breach of protocol. The lobby of the J. Edgar Hoover building felt like a gallery of sidelong glances and muted conversations that died as she approached. The vast space echoed with the click of heels on marble and the low murmur of official business. The security desk was manned by 2 officers she didn't recognize. Their eyes tracked her as she crossed the floor, their expressions neutral but their attention absolute. She kept her gaze fixed ahead, on the sign-in ledger, feeling the weight of silent judgment like a physical pressure on her skin. The air was cool, artificially so, carrying the faint, clean scent of industrial floor polish, and underneath it, the ozone tang of electronics. As she reached the desk, one of the officers, a man with a close-cropped gray beard, slid the ledger toward her without a word. She signed the logbook without eye contact, her signature a rushed, angular scrawl that bore little resemblance to her usual one. The date and time were stamped beside it, a permanent record of her trespass. The guard handed her a visitor's badge on a plastic clip. It felt cheap and light in her hand, a tangible demotion. The word visitor was printed in bold black letters above a bright yellow stripe. She clipped it to the lapel of her jacket, the plastic warm from her fingers, a beacon announcing her outsider status. She turned and walked to the bank of elevators, her footsteps sounding too loud in her own ears, each click of her heels on the marble a tiny explosion in the hushed space. She felt eyes on her back, real or imagined. The elevator arrived with a soft chime, its doors sliding open to reveal an empty, mirrored box. She stepped in, pressed the button for the executive floor, and watched the doors slide shut, sealing her in the silent, reflective space. Only then did she exhale, a long, shaky breath that fogged the polished metal briefly before vanishing. Her reflection looked back at her from three sides, pale, tense, the circles under her eyes pronounced in the harsh overhead light. She saw the new lines of strain around her mouth, the way she couldn't quite meet her own gaze. A slight tremor ran through the hand she used to smooth her hair. The doors opened onto the quiet executive floor. The difference was immediate and profound. The noise of the lobby was gone, replaced by a dense, carpet-muffled silence that felt like walking into a library after hours. The hallway was wide, lined with glass-walled offices, many dark, some with their blinds drawn. The lighting was softer here, indirect, glowing from recessed fixtures. The air smelled different too, less like polish, more like expensive coffee, old paper, and the faint, dry scent of central air conditioning. Her own footsteps were swallowed by the thick burgundy carpet. She moved quickly, her shoulders tense, feeling exposed under the gaze of any hidden camera or a colleague stepping out of a conference room. Every closed door felt like a held breath. She found Nina's door, 213B, a simple placard beside it that read A. Shaw Behavioral Analysis. The blinds behind the glass were open, revealing a neat, impersonal space. Katie's hand hovered over the handle for a second, her palm damp. As she tried it, it turned smoothly, unlocked. She slipped inside and closed the door behind her, her back pressing against the cool glass. For a moment, she just stood there listening. The hum of the building's HVAC was a low, constant drone. A distant, muffled phone rang twice and stopped. Her own heart thudded against her ribs, a frantic counter-rhythm. The office was exactly as she remembered, functional, almost austere. A government issue desk of dark laminate, a high-backed leather chair. A small bookshelf held a few procedural manuals and binders, their spines uniformly labeled, but no personal photos, no knickknacks, no plants. The only hint of Nina was a single, well-worn leather satchel slung over the back of the chair, and a faint, lingering trace of her perfume in the air, something clean and citrus, now mixed with dust. And there, centered perfectly on the green blotter, was the familiar black laptop, its lid closed. Katie moved to the desk, her movements deliberate, each step measured. She sat in the chair, the leather creaking under her weight, the sound absurdly loud. She placed her hands flat on the cool surface of the desk, steadying herself. Then she flipped open the laptop. The screen was dark. She pressed the power button. It glowed to life with a soft chime, prompting for a password. The cursor blinked in the empty field. She typed it, ALFIE, shaking her head slightly at the predictable, sentimental choice. The name of Nina's childhood dog, long dead. The desktop loaded, sparse and organized, a few folder icons, the bureau crest as wallpaper. Her fingers flew over the trackpad, navigating through nested folders to the internal case archive portal, a shortcut she knew Nina kept on the desktop. She input Nina's credentials again when prompted, her typing fast and sure. The system accepted them without delay, presenting her with a welcome screen. The level of access felt illicit, dizzying. She was now Nina Shaw, digitally speaking. A vast, scrolling list of unresolved incidents and closed cases populated the screen, tagged with Nina's identifier. It was a career's worth of violence and dead ends, a catalog of human damage. Katie filtered the search by Nina's first solo years in the behavioral unit, 1998 to 2005, and constrained it to a 50-mile radius of D.C. The list shortened from hundreds to a few dozen. Her eyes skimmed the case summaries, each a cold, clinical paragraph of tragedy. An arson with 2 fatalities in a Bethesda row house, a failed bank robbery in Arlington with a police officer wounded, a hostage crisis at a Silver Spring pharmacy that ended peacefully after a 9-hour standoff. Her scan was methodical, her mind parsing the data for a pattern, for a name that resonated with the killer's profile, someone fixated on expertise, on being heard, on proving a point. She discarded the straightforward crimes of passion and greed, looking for the ones with a psychological signature, a grievance that festered. One entry froze her scan. Her finger stopped scrolling. Case E01247B. Federal Annex Hostage Event. 10-0399. The Federal Annex. Her breath hitched, a sharp intake that burned in her chest. She'd just been near there, in that cavernous, echoing space where a man in a postal uniform had bled out on the polished floor. The connection was a live wire, snapping and sparking in her mind. She double-clicked to open the file. The report loaded, a dense block of text and embedded documents. The summary was concise. Subject: Cole Harrington, 38, contract psychologist for the Department of Veterans Affairs. On October 3, 1999, subject barricaded himself inside the 7th Street Federal Annex building with 3 civilian administrative employees. Armed with a semi-automatic pistol. Issued demands related to wrongful termination and professional disparagement. Threatened to execute hostages. After 14-hour standoff, negotiation by Agent A. Shaw resulted in subject's peaceful surrender. Hostages unharmed. Subject convicted on multiple charges, sentenced to 22 years. Katie's pulse quickened, a drumbeat in her ears that drowned out the HVAC hum. She opened the supplemental files. There were photos, a grainy, late 90s headshot of Cole Harrington. He had a narrow, intelligent face, wire-rimmed glasses, thin lips pressed into a severe line. He looked more like a frustrated academic than a violent man, the kind of face you'd see peering from a journal article. She read the negotiator's log, seeing Nina's voice in the terse, professional notes, subject rational but fixated on perceived injustice. Responds to logic, not emotion. Key point: feels his expertise has been mocked, his life's work invalidated. Do not appeal to sympathy, appeal to legacy. The phrasing was a cold splash of recognition. His expertise. She searched for his release date, her fingers suddenly clumsy on the keys, hitting the wrong one and having to backspace. A correctional system database was linked to the file. As she clicked it, the page loaded, a stark interface of inmate data. Her breath caught sharp and cold in her throat as her eyes found the line. Release date: 4/02/2023, parole. Custody transferred to community supervision. D walked out of prison 1 month ago. 1 month of freedom before Sandy Moore was killed in a hospital bathroom. Before the calls started. Before the riddles. The timeline clicked into place with an almost audible snap. The office door opened. Katie's head snapped up. Her heart slammed against her sternum, a painful, jarring impact. In one fluid, panicked motion born of pure adrenaline, she snapped the laptop shut and spun in the chair, her hand grabbing the first thing it found, a discarded, lightweight blazer that had been draped over the back of the visitor's chair. She held it up, a flimsy prop, her fingers clenching the fabric. A young woman with sharp, observant eyes and dark hair, pulled into a severe bun, stood in the doorway. She wore a tailored pantsuit in charcoal gray and held a tablet against her chest like a shield. Agent Ford, her voice was polite, professionally neutral, but her gaze was assessing, sweeping from Katie's face to the closed laptop to the blazer clutched in her white-knuckled hand. Yes, Katie's voice came out a notch too high, tight with strain. She cleared her throat, forcing a semblance of calm. The door was unlocked. Just grabbing a coat Nina was holding for me. She offered a tight smile, feeling the strain in her cheeks, the unnatural pull of it. She stood, casually draping the blazer over her arm, trying to block the view of the laptop with her body, angling herself between the desk and the woman. The assistant didn't budge from the doorway. She glanced down at her tablet, tapped the screen once, then looked back at Katie. I'm Wendy Cho. From Research Support. I processed the access request. She paused, her expression softening almost imperceptibly, a slight easing around the eyes. Then she added, her voice dropping to just above a whisper, for what it's worth, most of us in the support pool think the suspension is garbage. We've seen your work. The profiles on the I-95 cases were textbook. Katie felt a fraction of the tension drain from her shoulders, a slight uncoiling of the wire that had been tightening her spine. It wasn't a trap. Not yet. I appreciate that, she said and meant it. The words felt rusty, disused. It's a complicated situation. Wendy took a step into the office, letting the door swing mostly closed behind her with a soft hiss of the hydraulic hinge. She wasn't smiling, but her posture lost some of its formal rigidity. She shifted her weight, her eyes darting to the closed door briefly before returning to Katie. I have my own reasons to believe you, she said, her gaze dropping to the geometric pattern of the carpet. She seemed to be choosing her words with immense care, weighing each one. It's about Todd Osgood. The name landed like a stone in the pit of Katie's stomach. A cold, heavy weight that pulled everything down. She felt her own face go still, all expression wiped clean by shock, her features arranging themselves into a mask of professional neutrality that did nothing to hide the sudden pallor. She saw Wendy register the reaction, a flicker of shared pain in her eyes, a recognition that this was not just a name on a report. You knew him? Katie asked, her own voice thin, stretched tight. Wendy nodded once, a sharp, jerky motion. She looked up, meeting Katie's eyes. Hers were bright with unshed tears she was clearly fighting back, the sheen of them making her dark irises seem even darker. We dated. Briefly. About 8 months ago, right after I transferred into research from records. He was charming. At first. Brought coffee, remembered little things. She swallowed, her throat working. When I ended it, he changed. Overnight. The messages, the emails. Then the threats. He said he had friends on the outside, people who'd make me sorry if I talked. He described details. About my apartment building. The kind of details you only know if you've watched. Katie felt a cold, grim kinship with this woman she'd never met. It was a club no one wanted to join, bound by the same specific, intimate terror. She took a half step closer, the blazer forgotten in her hand, hanging limply at her side. He told my secrets too, Katie said quietly, the confession feeling both dangerous and necessary. Private things. Things I'd said in confidence. Posted them online. Made it sound like I'd confided in him, like we were sharing some joke. He twists it. A tear escaped, tracing a quick, clean path down Wendy's cheek. She brushed it away with an angry, swift motion of her thumb, as if swatting a bug. I haven't told anyone here, she whispered, her voice dropping even lower, conspiratorial. I was too ashamed. That I'd fallen for it. And scared. Oh, he's connected. Or he acts like he is. You should, Katie said, her voice firm now. The professional instinct, the deep-seated need to protect a victim, cut through her own panic and guilt. Today, go to the Office of Professional Responsibility or the counselors in employee assistance. They can help with the online harassment, and they absolutely need to know about the physical threats. For your safety and for the record, she reached out, hesitated, then placed a hand on Wendy's shoulder. The fabric of her suit jacket was smooth and cool under Katie's palm. You're not alone in this, Wendy. What he does, it's a pattern. A deliberate one. You speaking up adds to the pattern. It makes it harder for him to hurt the next person. It gives the next person a precedent. Wendy looked at her, really looked at her, searching Katie's face for sincerity, for any hint of condescension or dismissal. What she found seemed to steady her. She took a deeper breath, her shoulders squaring slightly beneath Katie's hand. She managed a weak, wobbly smile that didn't reach her eyes. Thank you. I will. Today. After my shift. They shared a brief, understanding look, a silent acknowledgement of shared damage, of nights spent checking locks, of the particular strain of pretending everything is fine. Then Wendy nodded again, more firmly, and slipped back into the hall, pulling the door shut behind her with a soft, definitive click. Katie was alone again with the silent, accusing presence of the laptop on the desk. The encounter had lasted less than 2 minutes, but it left her feeling raw and strangely galvanized. The world had narrowed again, the immediate threat of exposure receding, replaced by the older, colder threat waiting in the data. She listened for a moment, hearing only the distant sound of a phone ringing down the hall, unanswered. Then she moved. She sat back down, the chair leather sighing. She opened the laptop. The screen glowed back to life, still on the inmate data page. She found the resettlement information for Cole Harrington, buried in a parole board document attached to the file. Magnolia House, apartment 39 in Georgetown. A halfway house for white-collar offenders. She committed the address to memory, repeating it silently 3 times, then meticulously closed the file, cleared the search history and browser cache, and navigated back to the bland desktop wallpaper of the bureau seal. She powered down the computer, the screen winking to black, leaving her reflection in the dark glass. She stood, adjusting the blazer over her arm. It was too small for her, a fact that would look suspicious if anyone thought to check. She had to go. Now. She opened the office door a crack, peered out. The hallway was still empty, a tunnel of quiet carpet and soft light. She stepped out, pulling the door shut until she heard the lock engage with a solid, final thunk. Her walk back through the executive hallway felt longer, every glass wall a potential eye, every closed door a lid on someone who might emerge and recognize her. She kept her pace steady, not rushing, the visitor's badge a bright, mocking yellow on her chest. She pressed the elevator button, her finger cold. The ride down was interminable, the car stopping once on the 8th floor to let a pair of suited men on. They glanced at her badge, then at her face. One of them, older with a salt and pepper mustache, frowned slightly, as if trying to place her. She stared straight ahead at the descending floor numbers, her expression blank, her body rigid, until they got off on 5, their conversation about budget allocations fading as the doors closed. In the lobby, she handed the visitor's badge back to the security desk with a curt nod, not waiting for a receipt or a sign-out. She pushed through the heavy brass and glass doors, and the humid, noisy air of Washington hit her like a wall. The growl of traffic, the blare of a horn, the smell of exhaust and hot concrete. She didn't realize she'd been holding her breath until she let it out in a rush, the air leaving her lungs in a shaky gust. She walked to her car, parked a block away in a metered spot. The sunlight felt overly bright, exposing, highlighting every flaw. She unlocked the door, slid inside, and immediately hit the lock button, the solid chunk of small comfort. The interior was hot, the steering wheel almost too warm to touch, the air thick and still. She started the engine, just for the air conditioning, and sat for a moment, her hands resting on her thighs, palms up. She watched the slight, involuntary tremble in her fingers, willed it to stop, and when it didn't, she clenched her hands into fists. Then she took out her personal phone, the screen slick under her thumb. She opened the Maps application, her typing hurried. She entered the address, Magnolia House, Georgetown. The digital map calculated a route, 12 minutes in current traffic. A blue line snaked across the screen, a path laid out through the city's arteries. She put the car in drive, checked her blind spot twice, and pulled out into the sluggish traffic. The blazer lay crumpled on the passenger seat, a useless artifact of her deception. Her mind was no longer on Todd Osgood or on Wendy's frightened, grateful eyes. It was focused ahead, down that blue line on the map, to a resettlement apartment in Georgetown. She had a conversation to initiate with a man who'd had 22 years in a concrete box to nurse a grudge, to fantasize about revenge, and to study the agent who had put him there. A man who believed his expertise had been mocked, his life's work invalidated. A man who now had a brand new subject for his dark expertise, a living, breathing puzzle to solve, her. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The air in Georgetown was thick with the scent of magnolias and old money, a cloying sweetness that clung to the back of the throat. It was a neighborhood of polished brass and black iron fences, of window boxes spilling with ivy and impatience, where the silence was the expensive kind, bought and maintained. Magnolia House was a stately, 3-story brick building with crisp white trim and black shutters, a resettlement facility that looked more like a discreet boutique hotel or a private psychiatric clinic than a halfway house. The lawn was a perfect carpet of green, edged with blooming magnolia trees, whose waxy, white petals littered the walkway like discarded invitations. Katie stood on the sidewalk, the soles of her shoes silent on the paved stone. She checked the address on her phone against the polished brass numbers mounted beside a deep blue door. This was it. The last known address for Cole Harrington, Nina Shaw's first major arrest, the desperate hostage-taker from a lifetime ago, now released into this genteel purgatory. She took a moment to study the building, the analyst in her cataloging points of entry and egress. She walked slowly along the front fence, a low barrier of black wrought iron more for decoration than deterrence. The first-floor windows were tall, but she noted the subtle, almost invisible wire mesh within the panes, safety glass reinforced. The front door was solid wood, likely with a steel core. A discreet camera dome, its dark glass eye polished to a shine, watched over the entrance from under the eaves. It was a pretty cage, but a cage nonetheless, designed to keep threats both out and in. She saw a side door, painted the same deep blue, with a keypad entry. A fire escape ladder, its black paint flaking, was coiled under a second-floor window, accessible from a small balcony. From a block away, she heard the cheerful clatter of dishes from an outdoor cafe, a burst of laughter from a group of women in tennis whites. The normal world carrying on. As she watched, the front door opened, and a man in his 60s, dressed in neat khakis and a polo shirt, stepped out. He stood for a moment on the top step, blinking in the sunlight, his hands patting his pockets as if checking for something he knew wasn't there. Then he shuffled down the walk, head down, and turned left without looking back. A resident or a visitor? She couldn't tell. The building gave nothing away. She pushed through the heavy door, the brass handle cool and solid in her grip. The foyer was a pocket of quiet, tastefully decorated with worn but quality furniture. A faded Persian rug over dark hardwood, a mahogany side table holding a vase of fresh lilies, their scent battling the underlying odor of lemon polish and floor wax. The air was cool, climate-controlled to a perfect, neutral temperature that made the skin on her arms prickle. A staff member, a woman in her 50s with a kind face and tired eyes, sat at a discreet cherrywood desk. She looked up from a computer screen, her smile professional but guarded. Her fingers paused over the keyboard. "Can I help you?" "I'm here to see Cole Harrington." I called ahead. "Katie Ford." The woman's eyes flickered with recognition and a hint of caution. She didn't reach for a phone or a sign-in sheet. Instead, she let her gaze travel over Katie, taking in the practical jacket, the jeans, the lack of a visible badge or portfolio. "Yes, he's expecting you. He's in the sunroom." Down the hall, all the way to the back through the French doors, she paused, her expression firming. "Please remember, Mr. Harrington is under no obligation to speak with you. He's served his time. This is a place for peace, not for stirring up old troubles." "I understand," Katie said, her voice even, holding the woman's look. "This is informal. I'm not here in any official capacity that would violate his conditions." He agreed to the visit. The woman's lips pressed into a thin line. She gave a slight, skeptical nod, her eyes dropping back to her screen. The dismissal was clear, but it was a dismissal loaded with a quiet protectiveness. Katie followed the indicated hallway, her footsteps muffled by the thick runner carpet in a pattern of muted blues and golds. The walls were lined with bland, inoffensive landscapes, meadows, gentle streams, and framed inspirational quotes about second chances and new beginnings. One read, "Today is the first day of the rest of your life," in elegant script. Another promised, "Courage is fear that has said its prayers." The platitudes felt heavy and ironic in the hushed space. The place felt like a cross between a very quiet library and a very nice hospice. At the end of the hall, a set of painted white French doors stood open, leading into a bright, glass-walled room. The sunroom was a long, narrow space, one wall made entirely of windows and the other of the original brick, painted a soft cream. The light was hazy, filtered through the large, leathery leaves of a magnolia tree just outside, casting shifting, dappled patterns on the cool tile floor. The air here was warmer, carrying the green smell of the garden mixed with the dusty, slightly sweet scent of old wicker and damp earth from a large potted fern in the corner. Several chairs and a small sofa were arranged around low tables stained with water rings. In one of them, a man sat perfectly still, a silhouette against the brightness. Cole Harrington. He was a shrunken man, swallowed by a beige cardigan and dark slacks that were too big at the waist. The prison pallor still clung to his skin, a yellowish-gray undertone that no amount of sun from this garden could erase. His hair, thin and white, was combed neatly to the side with a wet look, as if he'd recently run a hand through it. His hands, large-knuckled and dotted with age spots, rested palms down on his knees, fingers splayed slightly, as if holding himself in the chair, preventing a tremor or a sudden flight. He wasn't just sitting, he was stationed there, a sentry at the edge of a world he no longer belonged to. The fierce, wild-eyed desperation of the man in the news archives, the one holding a gun to a teller's head, his face a mask of sweat and panic, was gone. In its place was a figure of profound, bone-deep weariness. He stared out at the small, manicured garden, but his eyes weren't following the flutter of a sparrow or the drift of a cloud. They were fixed on nothing, seeing everything he'd ever done. His chest rose and fell in a slow, shallow rhythm that seemed more like habit than need. Katie paused in the doorway, allowing him a moment to sense her presence. She didn't want to startle him. A floorboard in the hallway creaked behind her, but he didn't react. She waited a full 5 seconds, watching the line of his shoulders, the stillness of his head. She cleared her throat softly. Mr. Harrington." He turned slowly, the movement stiff, as if his joints had rusted in the damp air. There was no surprise on his face, just a slow, mechanical realignment. His eyes found her, watery and a pale, faded blue but alert. They tracked her up and down, taking in her jeans, her jacket, the way she stood with her weight balanced. He looked at her hands, empty at her sides, then at the line of her jacket where a weapon might be concealed. Assessing threat even here. His own hands didn't move from his knees. "I'm Katie Ford. I called earlier." "Federal agent?" His voice was a dry rasp, unused, the words pushed out on a thin breath. "Former," she said, stepping fully into the room. The tile was cool beneath her feet, a stark contrast to the warm air. She kept her movements smooth, unhurried. "I'm consulting on a case. A cold case. It involves some history from around the time of your incident. I was hoping you could help me understand some context." She gestured toward the wicker chair opposite his, its seat cushion faded to a vague floral blur. "May I sit?" He didn't speak, just gestured with a slight, twitchy motion of his fingers toward the chair. It was permission, not welcome. The old wicker creaked and groaned in a chorus of protest as she lowered herself into it. She positioned herself at an angle, not directly confrontational, giving him the option to look at her or out the window. The woven pattern pressed through her jeans, leaving a temporary, prickly imprint. He chose the window, but his attention was now split, a fraction of it tethered to her presence in the room. "You're not with the Marshalls," he stated, his gaze still on the garden. A hydrangea bush, its blooms a tired blue, nodded in a faint breeze. "Or probation. They wear cheaper shoes. And they don't ask." "No," Katie confirmed, filing away the observation. He was more perceptive than he looked. She kept her hands loose in her lap, non-threatening. "This isn't about your supervision. This is about something else. I need to ask you about phone calls. Anonymous calls I've been receiving." Harrington let out a sound, a dry, rasping laugh that caught in his throat and turned into a wet, rattling cough. His body folded inward, shoulders hunching protectively. He pulled a folded white handkerchief from his cardigan pocket, a surprisingly neat square, and pressed it to his mouth, his eyes squeezing shut. When the fit subsided, he lowered the cloth, revealing a faint, bitter smile touching his thin lips. He shook his head slowly, a man confronted with a cosmic joke. "Lady," he said, the word heavy with decades of disillusionment. "My phone is a flip phone the social worker gave me the day I walked out. It makes calls. It gets calls from my sister in Ohio, and from bill collectors." "That's it," he pronounced the words with a deliberate, almost proud ignorance, a shield against a world that had moved on without him. "I don't even know how to text. I don't want to know." He shifted in his chair, his movements careful, deliberate, as if navigating a minefield of old pains. He dug into his other pocket and pulled out the device. It was a clamshell model, cheap plastic in a dark blue color, at least 15 years out of date. He held it between his thumb and forefinger as if it were a dead insect, his expression a mix of distaste and bewilderment. You think I'm some tech wizard making creepy calls? Look at me. Katie did. She looked past the worn cardigan and the tired eyes. She watched his hands. The way he fumbled with the phone, his thick, age-spotted thumb pressing the side button first, expecting it to flip open before finding the correct latch. He opened it with a clumsy, two-handed motion. The inside was clean, the keypad numbers barely worn. The screen was a tiny, monochrome green rectangle, blank except for the time and a weak signal indicator. He stared at it with genuine confusion, as if unsure what he was supposed to be showing her, then snapped it shut with a finality that was both awkward and definitive. The technological illiteracy was palpable, a wall between him and the modern world. The synthetic, taunting voice of her caller, that flat, digitally modulated tone that could be generated by a dozen cheap apps, required at least a basic smartphone or a burner phone with voice modulation capabilities. It required an understanding of how to acquire and use such things, how to navigate the digital shadows. This man, who seemed bewildered by his own outdated device, didn't have the means. The realization was a door closing in a long, dark hallway, not with relief, but with a new, colder kind of dread. If it wasn't him, the field just got darker, deeper, and far more personal. The calls I'm getting, Katie pressed, leaning forward just an inch, her voice dropping to match the confidential, trapped quiet of the room. The wicker creaked in sympathy. They referenced Nina Shaw. Your case. And specifically, they're trying to continue a conversation with her through me. They know details only someone with deep knowledge of that event would know. They know how she works, how she thinks. At the mention of Shaw's name, something in Harrington's face shut down. It wasn't a flinch, but a slow, internal withdrawal, like a sea creature retracting into its shell. The muscles around his mouth tightened, pulling the skin taut over his jaw. His eyes, which had briefly met hers, skittered away to a point on the tile floor between them, a crack in the grout he seemed to find suddenly fascinating. A complex shadow passed over his features. Fear, sharp and immediate, a rabbit smell of a predator, then a deep, old resentment, the ember of a fire that had burned for 22 years, and finally, settling over it all, a crushing resignation. It played out in the slow droop of his eyelids, the slight deflation of his already slumped shoulders, as if the name itself had weight and it was pressing him deeper into the chair. Shaw, he said the name like it was a stone in his mouth, something he had to work around. He paused, his throat working as he swallowed. That woman ended my life. Another pause, longer this time, filled with the hum of the refrigerator from a nearby kitchen. And she was right to do it. He looked down at his hands, turning them over as if reading his own palms, the lines of his fate. I was high, desperate, scared out of my mind. I thought I had no way out. I hurt people. I terrorized them. His voice grew quieter, each word sandpapered down by regret, losing volume but gaining a painful clarity. I've had 22 years, 3 months, and 14 days to think about the people in that bank. The pregnant woman who hyperventilated and passed out. The old man who dropped his nitroglycerin pills and couldn't reach them. The teller, Sandra. Sandra, who had a heart attack from the stress, right there on the linoleum. She lived, they told me that much at the sentencing. But she lived with a damaged heart. And I live with that. Every day. It's the first thing I think about when that damn sun comes up and hits these windows, and the last thing I see when I turn out the light. The remorse wasn't just in his words. It was etched into the very architecture of his body. The way his head hung forward, not in shame, but in a permanent state of bearing a weight, the curve in his spine that spoke of years spent on a thin prison cot, the fine, constant trembling in his resting hands that he tried to hide by pressing them flat. This wasn't the practiced posture of a manipulator or a liar seeking parole. It was the exhaustion of a man who had been hollowed out by guilt, year after year, until nothing was left but the shell and the memory of the crime. Katie felt a cold kinship with that exhaustion. She knew what it was to be defined by a single, terrible moment, to have your professional life, your very self, dissected and judged by it. But her moment was still unfolding, a live wire sparking in the dark. His was a life sentence already served, the verdict etched into his posture, his voice, his hands. "If you're not calling me," Katie said, her own voice softening despite her intent, the professional detachment giving way to something closer to shared fatigue, then who is? Who else is obsessed with Nina Shaw from that time? Who wanted to know about her, who would have had access? Who would have a reason to keep digging into that case, into her, after all these years? Harrington was silent for a long moment. He turned his head back toward the garden, but his eyes were unfocused, looking inward now, sifting through the sediment of 2 decades. He swallowed, the sound audible in the quiet room, a dry click. Somewhere in the walls, a radiator pinged, a contracting metal sigh. A bird chirped insistently outside, a sharp, normal sound that seemed to mock the gravity in this sunlit box. He took a slow, deliberate breath. "There was a man," he said finally, the words so low Katie had to lean in, forearms on her knees, to catch them. "He didn't look at her. He came to see me in prison. At Louisburg." For years, he lifted a hand, rubbed at his temple with trembling fingers as if the memory caused a physical ache. "Started maybe 8-10 years after I went in. FBI psychologist," he said. "Had the credentials, showed his badge at visitation every time. Said he was doing a long-term study on criminality and law enforcement response. The dynamic," he called it. "The interaction." Katie's pulse, which had been a steady, subdued thrum, kicked into a faster, harder rhythm against her ribs. She kept her breathing even, her face a neutral mask, but her mind was suddenly, sharply alert, every sense tuning to the frequency of this new data. An FBI psychologist. The pieces clicked into place with an almost audible snap. The insider knowledge of bureau protocols and cold case details. The understanding of investigative psychology, of profiling pitfalls. The pathological need not just to kill, but to engage, to analyze the analysis, to turn the hunt into a clinical dialogue. It fit the contours of her tormentor perfectly. "What was his name?" she asked, keeping her tone flat, professionally curious, not wanting to break the fragile thread of his recollection. Harrington shook his head slowly, his gaze still turned inward. "He never said. Just doctor." He'd show the badge, they'd check his briefcase, always had a little leather satchel, and in he'd come. "A strange guy. Intense. Quiet, but not a comfortable quiet. A waiting quiet." Harrington's eyes finally slid back to hers, seeking confirmation that she understood the distinction. He needed her to see the man, not just hear the description. He'd sit there on the other side of the glass, always in a suit, tie perfectly knotted. Never took his jacket off, even in the summer visiting room heat. He'd have this little leather notebook, bound with an elastic. He'd ask questions. But they weren't about me. Not really. Not about why I did it, or my childhood, or any of that crap the other shrinks wanted. They were always about her. Sure. Yeah. How she talked. The exact words she used when she negotiated. And Mr. Harrington put the gun down. "Let's talk about what you need." He wanted the phrasing. The tone of her voice, was it calm, was it firm, did it ever waver? How she moved, did she stand still, did she pace, did her hands gesture? What she said during the standoff, the exact sequence. What I thought she was feeling. What I saw in her eyes. Did she look scared? Did she look angry? What made her tick? Harrington's voice took on a puzzled, weary cadence, reliving the oddity of those sessions. I figured it was some academic thing. A book he was writing. A study on famous female agents. But he kept coming, every few months like clockwork. For years. And it was always the same questions, just phrased a little different each time. Like he was trying to build her. From the pieces I gave him. Like I was a witness to a saint, not a federal agent who put me away. The seed was planted, sharp and cold, taking root in the pit of Katie's stomach. An FBI psychologist with a decades-long, singular fixation on Nina Shaw. A man who studied the hunter by interviewing her prey, who collected the reflections of her in the eyes of the men she'd captured. The profile didn't just fit her anonymous caller, it was him. The pathological need for a dialogue with Shaw, mediated now through her protégé, it was a continuation of the same twisted study. He hadn't stopped when the visits ended. He'd just found a new, more active subject. Hey, sorry? You never learned anything else about him? Katie pressed, her pen now poised over her own notebook, the page blank and waiting. The first name. A physical description you remember, anything distinctive. Anything he might have let slip about his work, his interests. Harrington's gaze drifted upward, searching the ceiling tiles for memory, his pale eyes moving back and forth as if reading text. He was average. White. Middling height, not tall, not short. Brown hair, maybe going gray at the temples later on. Glasses, thin wire frames. Clean shaven. He had a way of listening, he'd lean forward just a little, and his eyes wouldn't blink. For minutes. It was like being stared at by a statue. He never talked about himself. Not a word. No, how's the food? No, seen any good movies? Not that we got movies. It was a one-way street. My memories of her, funneling into his notebook. He looked back at Katie, a faint line of concern forming between his brows, as if he was only now realizing the true strangeness of it. He stopped coming about 5 years ago. Just didn't show up for his scheduled visit. Never said why. I asked the guard once, he just shrugged. I figured he'd finished his book. Got his answers. 5 years ago, Katie repeated, writing it down. The date sat on the page, a hard stop. A timeline was forming. Something had changed 5 years ago. Had he left the bureau? Retired? Had he been fired or disciplined? Or had his obsession shifted from passive observation to something more active, more hands-on? The cessation of visits might mark the beginning of a new, more dangerous phase. Harrington's eyes, which had been focused on her with a kind of grim intensity, suddenly darted toward the hallway behind her. It was a quick, nervous twitch, a rabbit sensing a hawk. His posture, which had relaxed slightly during the effort of recollection, stiffened again, his spine straightening a fraction. His fingers, which had been resting loosely, curled into the fabric of his slacks, gripping the material. Look, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper, though they were utterly alone in the sunroom. The sound of the distant cafe was a world away. I answered your questions. You should go. This place, it's not as safe as it looks. The pretty furniture doesn't stop a bullet. The nice rug doesn't soak up much blood. Katie followed his glance toward the empty hallway, then back to his face. The fear there was immediate, contemporary, not the old, digested fear of prison or guilt. This was a fresh, daily terror, the kind that tightens the gut and shortens the breath. What do you mean? He leaned forward, the wicker creaking in alarm. The short distance between them filled with the scent of old man, talcum powder, laundry soap, and something faintly medicinal. He lowered his voice further, so she had to strain to hear, his words barely shaping the air. The Red Diamonds. Gang from my old neighborhood, over in Anacostia. They know I'm out. They heard I was in a nice place in Georgetown. He gave a bitter, hollow laugh that held no humor. They think I've got money stashed from the old days. That there was a haul from the bank I never told anyone about. And I don't. I've got nothing but this cardigan and a state pension that doesn't cover the coffee in the shops out there. He jerked his chin toward the window. But they don't believe that. They keep sending people around. Young kids mostly. Hard eyes, puffy jackets. Making threats. Leaving notes tucked in the door jamb. Welcome's home, old man. Time to pay up. His hand, resting on the chair arm, trembled visibly. He clenched it into a white-knuckled fist to stop the shaking, the tendons standing out like cords. I didn't survive 22 years in Lewisburg. I didn't survive the shanks, the lockdowns, the guys who wanted to make a name off the bank robber, to get stabbed in the kidney on a Georgetown patio for $50 imaginary dollars. The mundane horror of it hit Katie with a sickening, concrete weight. Here was a man who had been psychologically dissected by a psychopath for sport, a specimen in a twisted study, and now he was being hunted by street-level predators for a phantom score. Two different machines of violence, one grotesquely intellectual and patient, one brutally simple and impatient, both grinding him down from opposite ends. The sunroom, with its dappled light and floral scent, the gentle brush of magnolia leaves against the glass, suddenly felt like the most vulnerable, exposed place on earth. The wire mesh in the windows seemed flimsy, the locked doors a laughable formality. Katie stood up slowly, the wicker groaning in relief as her weight left it. Harrington looked up at her, his watery eyes wide with a plea he wouldn't or couldn't voice. He was a source, a broken man, and now, clearly, a potential victim in a story he never asked to be part of. She couldn't protect him from the killer in the shadows, the doctor with the notebook, but she could maybe offer a temporary haven from the wolves at this too-pretty door. It was a small gesture, almost meaningless against the scale of his troubles, but it was a thread of agency she could still pull. She pulled a small notepad and a pen from her jacket pocket. "There's a Sikh community center over on P Street," she said, writing as she spoke. Her handwriting was quick, precise, the letters blocky and clear. "Say Gurdwara." They run a community outreach program, no questions asked. They serve free meals to anyone, every day. Langar, it's called. It's a place to sit, to be around people who aren't going to hurt you. And it's safe. Respectful, she finished writing the address and a brief note, "Katie sent you. Please help," and tore the sheet from the pad. She held it out to him, the paper a small white flag. They might know of a shelter, a temporary placement, that's off the usual grids. Somewhere the Red Diamonds wouldn't think to look. Tell them Katie sent you. They'll help. He stared at the small, white rectangle of paper as if it were a foreign object, an artifact from a civilization he didn't understand. Slowly, hesitantly, he reached out. His fingers, cold and dry as parchment, brushed against hers as he took it. A faint, static shock passed between them. He didn't immediately look at the writing. He just held it, pinched between thumb and forefinger, his other thumb smoothing over the torn edge, feeling the texture. "Why?" he asked, his voice cracking on the single syllable. He looked from the paper to her face, genuine, profound confusion in his faded eyes. "Why would you help me? I'm nobody. I'm less than nobody. I'm a ghost they let out during the day." Katie met his gaze. She saw the ghost of the desperate, violent man he had been, and the hollowed-out husk he had become. She thought of the killer on the phone, of the game she was trapped in, of the constant, grinding pressure of being a target with no backup, no badge, no home. In that moment, the difference between hunter and hunted, between analyst and subject, between the one asking questions and the one holding a piece of paper with an address, felt dangerously thin, a membrane that could tear at any moment. "Because you're not who I'm looking for," she said simply, the truth of it stark and clear in the quiet room. "And everyone deserves a place to hide sometimes. Even if it's just for an afternoon. Even if it's just a quiet room with different walls." She didn't offer a handshake. The moment felt too fragile for that kind of contact. She just gave him a final, brief nod, a silent acknowledgement of the transaction, his memory for her direction, then turned and walked back across the sunroom, her footsteps echoing lightly on the tile, each step marking her retreat from his private purgatory. At the French doors, she glanced back. He hadn't moved. He sat in the pool of hazy, leaf-dappled light, the fragile piece of paper now clutched in his fist, held against his chest. He was staring down at his own hand, at the white corner visible between his fingers, as if it were a lifeline thrown into deep water, unsure if he had the strength to hold on. The garden behind him was a vivid, green snapshot of a piece he couldn't touch, a world of color and life that ended at the glass. Katie retraced her steps down the quiet hallway, past the inspirational quotes that now seemed like cruel jokes, past the staff member who didn't look up from her computer this time, her fingers clicking steadily on the keys, processing some other piece of someone else's managed life. She pushed through the heavy blue door and stepped back out onto the street. The Georgetown air washed over her, still sweet with magnolias, now mixed with the exhaust of a passing delivery truck. A convertible filled with college students rolled by, bass thumping from its speakers, a wave of laughter and loud conversation trailing in its wake. From the cafe down the block, she heard the distinct, crystalline clink of wine glasses and another peal of effortless, moneyed laughter. The genteel calm of the neighborhood felt like a veneer now, a stage set painted over rot. Beneath the polished brass and blooming trees, the meticulously edged lawns and historic plaques, the gears of two different machines were turning, their noise drowned out by the sounds of commerce and leisure. One was a killer, methodical and obsessed, a ghost from the Bureau's own basement, tracing the shadow of a woman he'd studied like a rare specimen for years, building her in a notebook from second-hand recollections. The other was a more mundane, grimy engine of violence, grinding down broken men for petty cash and street cred, its brutality as simple and direct as a knife to the gut, its logic as old as poverty and fear. She had eliminated a suspect. The relief was negligible, a tiny puff of air swallowed by the vacuum of what she'd gained. A critical, chilling data point, a nameless FBI psychologist. A visitor in the shadows of the prison system. A man with a badge and a notebook, who spent years learning how to think like Nina Shaw by talking to the men she'd caught, studying her methods like a scholar studying a sacred text. The path was narrowing, coiling back on itself, leading not out into the city's chaotic sprawl, but back into the Bureau's own sealed archives, into the confidential personnel files and the hidden histories of the people who were supposed to analyze the monsters, not become them. The enemy wasn't a stranger from the outside. He was a product of the system, a student who had graduated to a terrible, practical exam. She started walking toward her car, parked 2 blocks away in a timed spot. The sun was warm on her neck, but the chill from the sunroom, the chill of that whispered confession, of the fear in Harrington's eyes, of the image of a man leaning forward, unblinking, behind prison glass, had settled deep in her bones, a cold core that the spring sunlight couldn't reach. Harrington had a piece of paper, a direction, a possibility. He was safe for now, or at least had a chance to be. But the real caller, the doctor, the student of monsters, was still out there. He had no face, no name, only a history of quiet, intense visits and a notebook full of someone else's memories, a blueprint of Nina Shaw's professional soul. And his next riddle, his next move in their twisted dialogue, his next experiment in their shared pathology, was already ticking down in the silent, waiting dark of her phone. The game hadn't paused for her revelation. It had just entered a new, more intimate level. She was no longer just a player responding to clues. She was now a primary subject in his ongoing study, the next chapter in his manuscript. He had built Shaw from fragments. Now he would test her creation against the original, using Katie as the proving ground. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Katie Ford found a cracked wooden bench overlooking the industrial gray flow of the Mississippi from Grayson Point. The wood was cold and damp through her jeans, the splinters catching on the fabric. She sat down slowly, feeling the bench's slight give and the immediate chill seeping upward. The air smelled of river mud, diesel fumes from a distant barge, and the wet, mineral scent of stone from the retaining wall below. A faint, sour tang of algae and decay rose from the water's edge. The Capitol dome was a pale, distant speck in the haze across the water, a postcard image of the bureaucratic machine she was currently evading. It looked clean from here, orderly, a white chess piece on a distant board. 700,000 souls in the district, and she was hunting for one. The math was absurd, a needle in a screaming haystack. Shaw's cabin near Lake Quinault was the safe, sanctioned option. A place to hide, to wait for orders that would never come. It was also a 40-mile trek into the woods, down winding roads with no cell service for the last 10. She pulled out her personal phone, thumbed it awake, and opened a map app. Her finger traced the route west, into the dense green of the national forest. The blue dot of the cabin's location was isolated, a tiny island in a sea of topographic lines. She zoomed in, then out, her mind running the calculations. When the call came, and it would, she'd lose an hour just getting back to the city, maybe more if she hit traffic on the return. Time she couldn't afford to cede. Every minute in transit was a minute the killer had to set his stage, to select his victim, to vanish again. Hiding felt like surrender. Worse, it felt like handing him the initiative on a silver platter. No, she'd plant herself here, in the belly of it, and wait. Let him find her in the open. The thought was a cold stone in her gut, but it was better than the helplessness of a remote cabin. Out here she could move. Out here she could see him coming. She locked the phone screen, the decision settling into her bones with a final, grim weight. Below the bench, the water lapped against algae-slick concrete with a soft, repetitive shush-shush. A cluster of carp, their scales the color of tarnished bronze, moved sluggishly in the murk near a submerged tire. Their mouths opened and closed in a slow, mindless rhythm, filtering the silt. Their world was eat, avoid, hooks, drift. No past to regret, no future to dread. For a dizzy second, the simplicity of it felt like a luxury her mind could no longer afford. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, and watched them, her eyes tracing the lazy flick of a tail, the effortless glide through the brown water. She envied the blankness behind their glassy, unblinking eyes, the total absence of story. The envy was a warm, seductive pull, a temptation to just stop thinking, stop remembering. Then it curdled, turning sharp and acidic in her throat. This was how people broke. By wishing to be something simpler, something with no memory. She jerked back as if the water had reached up and splashed her, shaking her head once, hard, to clear the thought. She looked away, upriver, where a barge was a dark smudge against the gray water, its low horn groaning like a tired animal. The vibration in her jacket pocket was a welcome interruption from the spiral. A tangible demand in a formless afternoon. She fumbled for the phone, her cold fingers clumsy. She pulled it out, her thumb smearing the screen. The contact photo was Glenn, grinning in a wrestling ring, a ridiculous costume half-torn, one eye swollen nearly shut. She took a deep, deliberate breath, held it for a 3 count, feeling her lungs expand and the chill air burn slightly. She forced her shoulders down from where they'd crept toward her ears and pushed her voice into a neutral register before she answered. "And hey." "Sorry about before," she said, pressing the device to her ear. The plastic was warm from her body heat. No sweat. His voice was easy, familiar, a baritone rumble that carried the echo of a small, tiled room, probably his kitchen. Behind him, she could hear the clink of a dish, the tap of a faucet. A lifeline to a world where people worried about traffic and groceries. They saw the headlines. "They're not using names yet." "They will," the certainty in her own voice was bleak flat. She watched a seagull wheel overhead, a slash of white against the low clouds, its cry a lonely, rasping sound. A pause on the line, the easy tone shifting into something more careful, the background hum of a refrigerator cutting off with a click. "Wouldn't dream of it," Glenn said, and she could hear him settling into a chair, the old springs complaining. "You under house arrest or something." Or something. She pinched the bridge of her nose, her eyes scanning the empty bike path to her left, the chain-link fence topped with rusty curls of barbed wire, the scrubby weeds poking through cracked asphalt like green stitches on a gray wound. "Officially, I'm a ghost for a while. Administrative leave. Could be weeks." "You don't sound very ghostly." She could hear the faint smile in his voice, the creak of wood as he leaned back. "I hear traffic. The wind. You're outside." "Busted." She closed her eyes, feeling the cool breeze on her lids, the weak sun a pale pressure through the clouds. "A special dispensation." Had to grab some files from the field office. The lie came out smoothly, a professional habit worn smooth from use. It tasted like ash on her tongue. She opened her eyes, focusing on a crack in the pavement that resembled a lightning bolt. "Nah." Big Brother's benevolent today. He didn't sound convinced, but he let it go. That was his gift. He knew when to push and when to just be a voice on the phone. They talked for a few minutes about nothing. A misplaced baseball cap he was convinced his roommate had borrowed. "It's a Cardinals cap, Katie. It's got a sentimental value of approximately 1 beer, but it's the principle," the bruised reality of his weekend pro wrestling gigs. "Took a chair shot to the kidney, feels like I pissed rust for 2 days." The guy swung it like he was felling a tree. "My back S.A. rainbow." He described a new diner he'd tried, the eggs overcooked to the consistency of a rubber mat, the coffee that tasted like it had been brewed from burnt tires. "The waitress called me honey 12 times. I started counting after the 4th. Felt like I was in a time warp. It was a harmless, normal conversation, a script from a sitcom, and it felt beamed in from another lifetime." Katie held the phone tight, her knuckles white, clinging to the mundane details like they were oxygen. She made herself laugh at the right moment, a short, breathy sound that felt foreign and tight in her throat. She nodded as if he could see her, her free hand rubbing a rough, splintered spot on the bench's wood until a tiny sliver embedded itself in her thumb. "You need a beach," he said finally. "Somewhere with rum drinks that come in coconuts. Locked down in the Bahamas. I'm thinking of picking a random spot on a map and driving until the gas runs out." The fantasy was brief and vivid. An empty highway at dusk, the wheel warm under her hands, some old rock song on the radio, the windows down, the last glow of a city she didn't name shrinking in the rearview mirror until it was just a smear of orange light on the horizon. No destination. Just motion. Tried that once after my divorce. Threw a dart at a map. Map landed in a puddle. Spent the weekend cleaning out my garage. He chuckled, a warm, rolling sound, but it faded quickly into a quiet sigh. "You gonna be okay, Katie?" The casual concern, the simple human question, was a blade twist. She felt it physically, a tightness that cinched just under her sternum, making her breath hitch. Her vision blurred at the edges as she stared at the river, her free hand coming up to press against the center of her chest. She looked down at her other hand, splayed on the damp wood of the bench, and watched her fingers press down until the skin blanched white and the splinters bit deeper into her flesh. "I will be," she said, the words measured, pushed out past the constriction. "But you need to understand, the man who did this isn't finished. He could come for anyone linked to me. Anyone I've talked to, worked with, bought coffee from. Consider me contagious. Consider my name a biohazard symbol." A longer silence this time, filled with the faint hiss of the line, and from his end, the distant sound of a truck rumbling past his apartment. She could picture him, maybe in his kitchen, leaning against the chipped Formica counter, the easygoing mask slipping as he processed the stark, unvarnished threat in her tone. His face would be still, the humor drained from his eyes, replaced by a sober assessment. "Got it," he said, his voice quieter, all the humor gone, replaced by a solid, granite-like quality. "I'll keep my distance from patient zero. Just call when you're decontaminated, all right?" A simple "I'm not dead" text. "I'll take it." "I will." "Take care of yourself, Ford." "You too, Glenn." She hung up and sat for a full minute, the phone a dead weight in her hand. She lowered it slowly to her lap, her fingers stiff. The silence after his voice was profound, filled only by the low groan of a barge horn from downriver and the incessant, whispering lap of water against the concrete. The right move, the professional move, was to check in with Nina Shaw. Get an update on the search for Calvin Calloway, compare notes, feel like part of a team again. She lifted the phone, her thumb hovering over Nina's contact. The screen blurred slightly, the letters swimming. Her arm felt leaden, the muscles fatigued from the constant, low-grade tension. Then she let her arm drop, the device landing with a soft tap on her thigh. "Not yet." Hope was a fragile, brittle thing. A status report might crush it. Everything could pivot in an hour. Calloway could be in a body bag in a Maryland morgue. Her anonymous pen pal could be in cuffs, his cheap phone logged into evidence. The river's steady, indifferent roll almost let her believe it. The barges moved with geological slowness. The world kept turning. The dome across the water still stood, impassive. The logic was childish, a superstition, but she clung to it, watching the carp until their shapes blurred and merged into a single, bronze smear in the murky water. Their silent, circular lives a mockery of her own frantic linearity. The other phone buzzed, a cheap plastic rattle against the bench slats that shattered the fragile piece like a hammer on glass. Her head snapped toward it, neck tendons tight as cables. The prepaid burner lay where she'd placed it at the far end of the bench, an ugly black rectangle against the gray, weathered wood. The vibration skittered it a half-inch toward the edge with a gritty scraping sound. She didn't grab it immediately. She made herself finish a breath, in through the nose, out through a tight mouth, watching the screen light up with the blocked number, the glow reflecting a sickly green on the damp wood. This was the axis. Everything before this call was the past. The bench, the carp, Glenn's voice, the fantasy of a long drive, all of it was already receding into memory. Everything after would be the hunt. The waiting was over. She leaned over, her jacket rustling stiffly, and picked it up. The plastic was cool, impersonal. She lifted it, her eyes staying fixed on the water, on the distant, untouchable dome, as she pressed the answer button and brought it to her ear. "Took you long enough." Her voice was flat, drained of the false warmth she'd used with Glenn, stripped down to bare metal. The familiar digital garble answered, layers of distortion masking the human beneath, turning it into something machined and cold. "Impatient. The waiting gets under your skin. I can hear it in your breathing. Ecstatic." "What do you want?" She shifted on the bench, turning her body slightly away from the river as if to shield the conversation from the empty landscape, her shoulders hunching inward. "The performance is noted. The tough act. It's your specialty, isn't it? Convincing yourself you're in control. Convincing others." The voice paused, the distortion creating a soft, staticky hiss like tape unspooling. "You sounded almost normal talking to your friend." "Which one was the act, Katie? The woman on the bench wishing she was a fish, or the one talking to me?" Katie's eyes scanned the empty bike path, the scrubby trees, the industrial fencing. Nothing moved but a shred of plastic bag caught in the chain links, fluttering in the breeze like a trapped ghost. He was watching. He had to be. The skin on the back of her neck prickled. "I'm done chatting. Just spit out your puzzle. I've got actual criminals to catch." She put a sneer into it, a professional's contempt, curling her lip even though he couldn't see it, letting the derision thicken her tone. From the woman talking to a voice in her phone. The taunt was flat, delivered without inflection, a simple statement of fact that landed with a dull thud. "At least I'm not hiding mine. You're a message board troll with a body count. Too scared to meet face to face, because you know I'd put you on the ground in 10 seconds. She leaned forward, elbows digging into her knees, the phone pressed so hard against her ear the cartilage protested with a sharp ache. Her voice dropped to a near whisper, charged and venomous, carried by the wind. "Or is it only fun when the victim's half your size and can't fight back? Is that the thrill? The guaranteed win? Picking the weak, the trapped, the ones who can't swing back?" A synthesized chuckle, a grating, broken sound like gears stripping, came through the speaker. "Interesting theory. Projecting your own limitations onto me. You feel small, so you assume I must prey on the small. You feel trapped, so you assume I only hunt the trapped. It's transparent. Prove me wrong. Name a place. Anywhere public. We settle it. You win, you walk away. I won't even draw my weapon." The offer was reckless, a gambit thrown out to test his confidence, to maybe trigger a mistake, to get a geographic location, anything. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic counterrhythm to the calm she was forcing into her voice. She held her breath, waiting. "Attempting a duel. But no, the game isn't about physical dominance. It's about the mind. Yours against mine. And you're already losing. You're reactive. You're emotional. You're grieving a man you barely saw. Coward, she spat the word, letting it hang in the air between them, sharp and final. The artificial voice didn't rise, didn't flicker. It was a wall of noise. The man from the crowd. The one you left bleeding on the postal floor. He didn't make it. Internal bleeding. Spleen, I'd guess. You can check the feeds if you don't believe me. The news will be gentle. A postal worker was found deceased at a facility. They won't mention the hour he spent alone. They won't mention the fear in his eyes when he realized no one was coming, that the woman who found him was more concerned with chasing shadows than calling for help. Katie's breath caught, a quick, sharp pull of air that felt like ice shards in her lungs. Another one. A man with a name, a life, people who would miss him, gone because she walked into a room. So much for luck, for hoping the universe would tilt even slightly in her favor. She saw the slumped form against the desk again, the dark stain blooming on the postal blue like a grotesque flower. She told herself he had a chance. She allowed that fiction, tucked it away to examine later. Now it was gone, replaced by the cold finality of the distorted voice. Her free hand clenched into a fist on her thigh, nails biting deep into her palm. The pain was a focus, an anchor in the sudden, rolling swell of nausea that rose from her gut. She swallowed hard, the taste of bile metallic and sour at the back of her throat. She could feel a fine tremor start in her leg, a vibration against the cold bench. "I'll pass on your news update," she managed, her voice tighter now, strained, as if squeezed through the fist she'd made. She unclenched her hands slowly, saw the 4 red crescent moons imprinted in her skin, the pale flesh around them already beginning to swell. "As you wish. I've decided to be generous. The last games I watched from the shadows. I knew exactly where you'd look because I placed the clues there. It was instructive. But passive. Like watching a rat in a maze I'd already mapped. You're a genius. Write a book. I hear memoirs from narcissists sell well." She was pushing, needing to disrupt his rhythm, to steal back a shred of initiative, to make him react to her. She wiped her damp palm on her jeans. "This time," the voice continued, plowing through her sarcasm as if she'd said nothing, "I'm offering a real glimpse. A reward for speed. Solve it fast, the prize is better. The experience is more immediate. The connection more profound." Understood. Katie was already on her feet, the movement abrupt, driven by a surge of adrenaline that bypassed thought. The burner phone was glued to her ear, her personal phone scooped from the bench and shoved deep into her jacket pocket in one fluid motion. She was walking briskly, heels clicking a staccato rhythm on the paved path, her shoulders hunched against a wind that seemed to have grown colder, cutting through her jacket. 50 yards to her sedan, parked alone in the gravel lot, its dull paint the same color as the overcast sky. Understood. Let's hear it. Her mind was already shifting gears, the emotional shock compartmentalized, a box slammed shut and locked. The analytical engine was spooling up, whirring to life, pushing the image of the dead postal worker, the guilt, the fear, everything into a dull background hum. She focused on the crunch of gravel under her shoes, the weight of the phone, the next words he would say. "It's more complex. Different structure. Designed to strain that famous expertise of yours. To see what breaks first, the logic or the nerve." She reached the car, a nondescript sedan that felt like a tin can. She yanked the door open, the metal groaning in protest, and slid into the driver's seat in one continuous motion, pulling her legs in. The interior smelled of stale coffee, synthetic upholstery, and the faint, sweet odor of old fast food bags. The vinyl seat was cold through her jeans, sending a fresh shock up her spine. She pulled the door shut with a solid, definitive thunk, sealing herself in a bubble of muted sound. The outside world, the river, the wind, the distant dome, was now a panorama behind glass, silent and removed. Key in the ignition, her fingers finding the notch by touch, the metal cold. "I'm trembling," she said, the dryness in her voice absolute, her eyes fixed on the dust motes dancing in a sliver of sunlight that had finally broken through the clouds and cut across the windshield. The mechanized voice began, reciting the lines slowly, with deliberate, spaced-out emphasis, as if savoring each phrase, each syllable, letting them drop into the silence of the car like stones into a well. The first note is a silent bell. The second, a stolen crown. The third is where the fairy fell. The fourth is where they drowned. The fifth is a promise carved in stone. The sixth, a judge's lie. Find the seventh, stand alone. And watch the guilty die. Katie turned the key. The engine growled to life, a familiar vibration through the steering wheel she gripped with her free hand, her knuckles pale against the worn plastic. Her eyes were unfocused, seeing not the dusty dashboard or the faded pine tree air freshener, but the words arranging themselves in her mind like pieces on a grid, each line a coordinate. Silent bell. Stolen crown. Geographic. Historical. It was a locational puzzle, a map in verse. 7 points. 2 states, he'd said. Her brain began cross-referencing at high speed, DC. And Virginia, Maryland maybe, pulling up a mental catalog of landmarks, disasters, local lore, infamous crimes. The ferry fell, a maritime disaster had to be. Where they drowned, a mass drowning, maybe a beach, a creek, a swimming hole tragedy. Her left hand came up, fingers pressing hard against her temple, as if to physically hold the torrent of associations in place. She rejected the Washington Monument, too obvious, not a bell. The Liberty Bell was in Philadelphia, wrong city. A silent bell, a bell that didn't ring. It's a broken bell. A monument to a bell. Cryptic, she said aloud, but it was automatic, a placeholder while her mental machinery whirred, sorting and discarding. Her mind was already racing ahead, sifting possibilities, discarding them, a frantic process of elimination that felt like trying to catch smoke with her bare hands. "You have 3 hours," the voice was final, a judge pronouncing sentence. "A footnote, since you appreciate efficiency, this one bridges 2 states. The path is a line. I'll be watching from the middle. Don't disappoint me, Katie. The view is better when the finale is earned." "Count on it," she said, her tone now pure focus, all pretense of banter or contempt gone, stripped away by the concrete reality of the riddle and the clock. She killed the call with a stab of her thumb. The silence in the car was immediate and heavy, broken only by the low idle of the engine and the thump of her own heart in her ears, a rapid drumbeat against the sudden quiet. She dropped the burner phone onto the passenger seat as if it were hot, as if it had burned her. It landed with a soft thud on the cheap cloth. She stared through the windshield at the river, at the pale dome, but she didn't see them. She saw the riddle, written in lines of cold, blue light against the inside of her skull. The words pulsed with urgency. 3 hours. A line bridging 2 states. A 7th point where you stand alone, the finale. Watch the guilty die. Her mouth was dry, her tongue sticking to the roof of her mouth. She reached for the half-empty bottle of warm water in the cup holder, unscrewed the cap, and took a long swallow, the water lukewarm and tasteless. It did nothing to moisten the parched feeling. She put the car in drive, the gear shift moving with a stiff, mechanical clunk. Gravel crunched and popped under the tires as she pulled out of the lot, the sound loud in the enclosed space. The hunt was on. The waiting was over. The fragile hope she'd nursed by the river, watching the carp, was gone, incinerated by the call. It was replaced by the cold, clear, suffocating pressure of the clock, a weight settling on her shoulders, compressing her lungs. She drove away from Grayson Point, leaving the carp and the silent bell of the Capitol behind, her mind already gnawing at the first line, tearing it apart for meaning, turning it over and over. A silent bell. It wasn't just a metaphor. It was a place. A specific physical place. And she had to find it, and the 6 that followed, before the 7th became a stage for a murder she was meant to witness. The car merged onto the access road, the river view shrinking in the rearview mirror, replaced by the looming, indifferent skyline of the city, a jagged silhouette against the gray sky. She was driving into the maze. And he was waiting in the middle, watching. Her foot pressed harder on the accelerator, pushing the sedan toward the first clue.